the greatest people of Israel. Our scriptures have left us a message, and now our mission is to implement it. We're creating the future which the sages spoke of. Climate disasters are rumbling all around us, and the world needs our help. The time has come to open the doors to Mashiach and show him our love and respect. We invite you to join us at a landmark online conference, Global Crisis, the mission of the chosen people. The time has come. Together, we will illuminate with our presence and knowledge the path to the truth and prosperity. Let's come together to explore the depths of our scriptures, discuss key issues related to our unique role, and reveal the mysteries of the time in which we live. Our strength is in the unity of our nation. On June 4th at 6 p.m. Jerusalem time, on CreativeSociety.com website, join and watch the conference, and please invite your close ones and friends. Together, we will reveal the light of true wisdom and show that we, the people of Israel, are a source of hope and blessing to the whole world. Yashar Koach. Global Crisis, the mission of the chosen people. The time has come.
Good afternoon, dear friends. We welcome you at our conference, Global Crisis, the mission of the chosen people. The time has come. The idea to conduct this event came after watching the international online forum, Global Crisis, There is a Way Out, which was held on April 22, 2023, in more than 180 countries around the world. We were deeply impressed, if not shocked, by the information presented at the forum. Our world is indeed experiencing multiple crises which cannot be solved in a consumerist format of society.
But the most important crisis for all mankind is the climate threat, which in the next few years could wipe out the entire human population on the planet. Since the people of Israel live on virtually every continent of the globe, we wondered how we could notify both our people and all the peoples of the earth of the global catastrophe as quickly as possible. How to tell people quickly and clearly that there is a way out of this climatic collapse, and what role our chosen people can play in surviving all of humanity and saving them.
Today, we face the harsh reality, and our world faces the brink of an abyss, and that is why we, people of Israel, the women, the mothers, are gathered here with you today in a live broadcast. We feel it is our duty to inform all of our people of the impending catastrophe, of that there is a way out. This conference right now is being translated into more than 50 languages and broadcasted on numerous media platforms.
Today, we face the harsh reality of irreversible changes in our planet's climate. These changes are leading to an increase in devastating climatic disasters that are becoming stronger and more dangerous each year. Floods, forest fires, hurricanes, typhoons, earthquakes, droughts, severe storms are all becoming part and parcel of our reality. We see climate disasters around the world destroying homes and entire cities, destroying crops, and most disturbingly, taking hundreds of thousands of lives. And these facts cannot be erased. This is the harsh truth that we face every day. But what leads to such increase in natural disasters? What challenges do people experience when facing a natural disaster? What do the survivors want to tell to the world? What climatic challenges will we as humanity face in the near future? And are we prepared for them? What will the residents of Israel have to face, and what do the climatic anomalies that are recorded in the territories of the Middle East tell us? Today, you will learn the answers to these questions and to the most important question of all, how to save your life and the lives of your loved ones from the impending planetary climate threat that already affects everyone. Unfortunately, destructive and rampant natural phenomena are also becoming a disturbing reality in Israel. Let's watch a video about what dangerous changes have occurred in our country's climate within a few years and how this has affected our lives.
According to the Israel Meteorological Service, the number of extreme climate events in our country has increased dramatically since the 1990s. And in the last few years, the cataclysms have become even more anomalous and dangerous. Abnormal rainfall and flooding. Israel now sees an increase in the amount of intense rainfall when a lot of rain falls in a short period of time. According to Dr. Amir Gavati, the number of rainy days in Israel has decreased, but the rains themselves have intensified. With almost twice as much rain falling per minute, our country's drainage systems are not prepared for this, which results in floods. When such rains fall in desert areas, it can be a real disaster. Dry, hard soil is unable to absorb water, and the rainwater turns into raging rivers that literally sweep away everything in their path. That's exactly what happened on April 10, 2023, in Mashiach, one of the driest regions in Israel, when more than a year's worth of rain fell in just a few hours. This caused a massive flash flood. People found themselves in a water trap, unable to find a safe place. 60 people had to be evacuated by helicopters. Unfortunately, the water currents claimed the lives of several people who could not be rescued. The frequency of intense rains is rapidly increasing, not only in Israel, but worldwide. Take a look at how much the intensity of precipitation has changed over the past 20 years. They are marked in blue on the maps. With such a continuous increase in precipitation intensity, we will face a terrible catastrophe in the next few years, when flash floods will simultaneously hit vast territories across the globe. And we will not be able to rely on assistance from neighboring countries because they will be in the same dire situation. Storms. There's a growing number of powerful storms on almost every continent, and they are developing very rapidly. According to a study by scientists at the Weizmann Institute of Science, the frequency of storms in the southern hemisphere has already reached the projected level for the year 2080. If we are already seeing the progression of climate disasters that is more than half a century ahead of what's predicted, then what should we expect next? In Europe, the average annual number of storms from the year 2000 to the present day has increased by almost 18 times, and their behavior has become abnormal. Unprecedentedly, 3 consecutive deadly storms hit northern Europe within a few days of each other. Like other disasters, storms also synchronize. In early 2022, within 1 week, stormy weather simultaneously covered half the planet. During the same time, Storm Elpis came to Israel from Greece, bringing record amounts of snow. On Mount Hermon, snowdrifts reached nearly 2 meters in height, and in Jerusalem, about 20 centimeters of snow fell. On February 6, 2023, the residents of Israel felt the echoes of the devastating earthquake that occurred in Turkey and Syria. On the same day, Storm Barbara struck Israel with fierce winds, heavy rain, and a sharp cold snap. According to eyewitnesses, torn down awnings flew down the street. The wind knocked people down and toppled trees, one after another, which fell on cars and electric wires. Winter stormy weather came to Israel in mid-April this year. Heavy rains, hailstorms, and even snowfall caused great damage to crops. Within just 2 days, the resulting damage amounted to around $35 million. One of Israel's best-known farmers, Miss Batami Sorek, noted that the chaotic and unpredictable climate has had a detrimental impact on crop production in recent years. According to the Insurance Fund for Natural Risks in Agriculture, disasters caused over $44 million in damages to the country's agriculture last winter, which is 60% more than in the winter of 2019-2020. And every year, the economic losses of the agricultural sector continue to increase. The climate crisis is already leading to a reduction in arable land worldwide. Experts from the fund note that Israel is also facing this danger. Extreme heat waves and fires. Just a few years ago, Israel's climate was more stable. However, we are now seeing an increase in heat waves and abnormal occurrences of unseasonal cold, with sudden spikes in temperature. For instance, March this year began with a strong heat wave, which was abruptly replaced by cold and wet weather in less than a day. In Israel, temperatures are rising almost twice as fast as the global average. This means that the consequences will be many times greater. The summer of 2021 was already the hottest summer on record in the country. 2022 was not much better. According to a study by the Dynamical Meteorology Group at the Weizmann Institute of Science, Israel has been experiencing periods of summer heat even in winter over the past 15 years. Local residents note that the weather in the country has changed so much that they no longer wear coats and scarves during Hanukkah, but instead go to the beach. In 2022, record-breaking high temperatures were registered even in December. On December 18th, the heat reached 26 degrees Celsius at Ben Gurion Airport. The extreme heat, which is increasing year after year, has a significant impact on the economy, leading to strain on power grids, transportation issues, and causing severe damage to agriculture, which in turn results in rising food prices. Heat directly affects human health and lives. According to the report of the Ministry of Environmental Protection of Israel, each heat wave claims the lives of an average of 45 people. Unfortunately, this is only the beginning. Recall what the climate was like 10 years ago. What was the situation like 5 years ago? And what is happening now? Now, extend this progression and you will understand what trouble is awaiting us in the next few years. Scientists in Israel are already sounding the alarm, highlighting that not only is the heat increasing in the country, but also the humidity levels. And the combination of these conditions becomes life-threatening. For instance, at a temperature of 104 degrees Fahrenheit and a relative humidity of 60%, even a healthy person can survive for just 6 hours. The ever-frequent waves of extreme heat and rainfall deficits are drying out vegetation, creating fuel for wildfires. Additionally, the number of lightning strikes has significantly increased in our country, often serving as the cause of ignitions, and hurricane-force winds contribute to the flash-like spread of fire. According to the report by the Israel Meteorological Service, the average number of fire-prone days per year has increased since the 1980s. The number of days with a higher danger level has increased by 2.5 times, while those with very high and extreme danger have tripled. We have to admit that the climate is outpacing us. The cataclysms are progressing much more rapidly than many experts expected. Professor Colin Price, head of the Climate Crisis Initiative at Tel Aviv University, states, "We expected these phenomena to occur in a few years, but they are happening now." Unfortunately, the situation is deteriorating much faster than expected. The data suggests that these cataclysms will occur more frequently and become more severe, causing even greater destruction to our homes, cities, businesses, and our country. We have never faced such a progression of climate catastrophes before. Why this is happening and why this is only the beginning will be explained further.
We have now seen how the climate disasters are already destroying our country from inside, and we have to admit that this is just the beginning. This is just a hint of what we have yet to face. And unfortunately, we don't have to look for examples of large scale disasters caused by the planet's climate change. Most recently, our neighbors, Turkey and Syria, were shaken by two terrible earthquakes. We, Israelis, have felt the bitterness and suffering of the people of these countries. So much destruction, so many deaths. This tragedy left a deep scar in our hearts. And it was a moment when something that unites us as human beings, our conscience, and our readiness to help one another, came to the fore. This tragedy made us rethink many things, and above all, realize the proximity and reality of danger. But of course, nothing compares to what the people who were there at the time of the earthquakes experienced, the survivors, the people who managed to get out and found the strength to live, although many of them lost many of their relatives and loved ones. Now, we would like to show you a documentary film about these terrible events in Turkey, in which the eyewitnesses describe what they have gone through. This film was created by volunteers of the Creative Society Project and presented at the International Online Forum Global Crisis. There is a way out, which has been translated into more than 150 languages.
On the night of February 6th, there was a devastating earthquake of magnitude 7.8 in Turkey and Syria. In the afternoon, there was another one with a magnitude of 7.5. We are in Turkey. We talked to people who survived this tragedy. Everyone was living a normal life, making plans for tomorrow, getting the kids ready for school. None of them expected that, and in 2 minutes, everything was over. Total zero. You have to start your life all over again, and thank God if you're still alive, but for many people, life was over in an instant.
I woke up my family. As we were going down the stairs, the concrete already began to fall.
I opened the window and said, "There is smoke everywhere." I thought we would die. I couldn't see because there was smoke, crack, crack, crack. Windows were bursting.
The houses, they fell right before our eyes. And there was so much dust, as if a bomb exploded somewhere nearby.
Communication with these people made a strong impression, and we must pay tribute to them. It was impossible to listen to it. I mean, it was very hard psychologically to listen to it, yet they survived it.
The buildings collapsed. Everyone outside was in such a hell. People who had left their parents inside and were unable to get their children out during this time were crying for help.
One man who we interviewed lived on the 5th floor. He said the house just collapsed. When the earthquake started, I ran out onto the balcony, and 2 minutes later, I just stepped on the ground.
The apartment building next to me completely flattened to the ground. 7 floors of apartments flattened to the ground. There was a woman and a man. The woman was lying on the ground crying, "Give me my baby back." There was a girl. The girl was on the concrete on top of the ruins. I picked her up, but she was not alive.
I heard people screaming. People kept on screaming under the rubble of the apartment building. Those balconies are piled up on top of each other, intertwined. I mean, they were piled up in such a terrible way, trapping babies inside. They remained in those collapsed houses forever.
Not a single building remained. Hatay was ruined. Hatay was destroyed. We had been searching everywhere for 2 days. There was no residents in any of the buildings.
I've never seen such an earthquake in my life.
I don't think there was a single person we talked to who didn't mention that someone in their family. One guy, whom we interviewed, said he deleted 200 contacts from his phone book after the earthquake. 200. Officially, they claim that 50,000 people died there. 20,000 buildings fell to the ground, and 180,000 buildings were substantially damaged. Let's take these 20,000 buildings, let's say 5-floor buildings. Every building had 5 floors, right? There were 3 apartments on each floor. In total, there are 375,000 apartments, and people lived in each of them. Moreover, the Turks traditionally live in large families. Also, eyewitnesses told us that in the first days after the earthquake, they could hear a lot of screaming. They could hear a lot of cries of people who were left under the rubble. And with each day, these cries became fewer and fewer. There was a picture all over the internet. I am sure it was not the only case, where a father was sitting and holding his child's hand. His little daughter, who was under the rubble, he was interviewed later and said, "I could feel her hand getting cold." So he was literally sitting there, holding his daughter's hand and could feel her dying. Imagine this, a mother, a woman who is saving her children, driving down the road, trying to get out while buildings are collapsing around her.
I put the kids in my car, but this time the roads were blocked. Things, stones and rubble were falling from the roofs, but we didn't even pay attention to them. I mean, my only goal was to clear the road as soon as possible and leave with my children.
And there are many stories of such kind, unfortunately, to my great regret.
Look, my 3 children and my wife are lying on this construction site. This is the 3rd day of the earthquake. My children have already died here from the cold. Isn't it a shame that no one hears our voice?
No one will come to help us. We're helpless. The caller says, "All right, we'll send them." They come. They don't do anything. They just take photos and leave.
When the rescuers arrived, what kind of help did they provide?
I didn't see any rescuers. I left from there on, the 5th day. I didn't see any rescuers.
Many people being under the rubble recorded videos, wrote posts, and posted them on social networks to let their family and friends know about what had happened to them, to give information to rescuers about the specific geolocation, the place where they were. But unfortunately, for unknown reasons, these posts were deleted by social networks.
Can't express my feelings to you. I'm under the rubble, as you can see. And maybe 2 or 3 or 4 more families. Do you hear the screams of our neighbors?
In other words, having the opportunity, having the people, using the technical potential of our society and human resource, we could send people and save thousands and tens of thousands of lives if we were focused on this. But no one does that. They do. I don't want in any way to insult those fellows who sacrificed their personal time, flew in, rushed, helped out, and made every effort. But we talked to them as well. They have a lot of questions too. They're using some kind of prehistoric mechanical tools to save people. Meanwhile, we have everything for killing people. We have thermal imaging cameras, we have missiles and tanks, we have cutting-edge technology. We can find a sniper 15 kilometers away with a thermal imaging camera. But we can't find a person lying in front of you because we don't have the equipment to do it. Are we normal people after this?
We worked in the cities of Gaziantep and Erdagi. The whole team started to work at once, looking through all the rooms, all the cracks, all the voids. I crawled inside and heard someone wheezing, and I started searching. I kept crawling. I was crawling towards the sound, and this sound turned out to be right in front of me. I started digging, and eventually I found a person. I dug him out, and I just couldn't bear it. Tears started to flow at once. I don't even know how to put these feelings into words. I started shouting to everybody. I found one. Immediately, everyone rushed there, bringing all kinds of equipment. We had to move him a little bit, but when we were moving him, he was screaming, and my heart was breaking from his moaning. He was crushed. His arm was crushed by a huge slab weighing I don't know how many tons. We finally hollowed out that slab, and one of the guys looked inside, and it turned out he was holding another person's hand. Then we looked further, and there was someone else lying there, but he was already dead. A huge amount of work was done. They brought an acoustic device, such a device that listens to sounds. And before it listens, a man with a loudspeaker would shout in Turkish, "Is anyone alive? If there is, respond, knock, scratch. We are going to listen to you now." At that moment, all the equipment, everything that can make sounds, even people should remain still, not even shuffle their feet on the ground. Everything, literally everything, freezes around, and they start listening. 'Cause 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 If the rescuers hear something, they start digging somewhere in that direction. And it just turned out that there was a person who was deaf-mute. Can you imagine? He just wouldn't even hear it. And some survivors told me, every time we fell asleep, we thought, that's it, we'll probably never wake up again. Just imagine their situation. And they were there for, I don't know, for many days. They were just freezing to death.
One of the eyewitnesses told us that those who survived envied those who were dead. That's a direct quote. Why? Because those people who died immediately, they died. And according to one Turkish seismologist, Ahmet Erkan, 180,000 people were left under the rubble. 180,000 people who were under piles of concrete, with their limbs crushed and broken, their internal organs torn apart. It's painful to even talk about. But they had not been helped for weeks. In some villages, there was no help at all. 20,000 rescuers were sent from 80 countries. That's one person per house. How can one person have to dismantle an entire house to save those who were under the rubble?
Itzik is with us on the line. He is in the city of Adıyaman in Turkey, an earthquake area. Itzik is from Rescuers Without Borders. Hello.
Hello.
Please tell us about your actions since your arrival.
From the moment we arrived, we first went into the places of destruction in order to see the extent and understand how we could help. In a few hours, we were saving and rescuing babies and adults, pregnant women who were alive under the rubble. We tried our best, but unfortunately ended up pronouncing death. We realized we could only help at the hospital. We went to the only hospital in the area, a relatively new building constructed 3 years ago. But it wasn't safe inside. We opened 2 trauma rooms and local staff welcomed us with open arms. They said we could get anything we needed. I cannot describe what is happening here. Every injured person that comes here goes through our rooms. And from there, he goes through triage in the emergency department, gets first aid and goes out. I don't know where. There are no beds. Beds are on the streets now. Now people are starting to arrive after hypothermia and resuscitation starts on the ground. Babies have to be resuscitated. The injured from Syria should arrive. So you understand the load here. What we had before was just a little thing. If we take the trauma room, they have to amputate limbs because people had a huge concrete block on their leg, arm, head or any organ, and this organ has to be cut off. If they don't do it, a person will die. If they do it, he will die. I mean, he's going to die anyway. There are huge mountains of corpses in the morgues. Just unimaginable. I even find it hard to explain what is going on here. We try to be optimistic, try to smile, but medical teams can't keep up with the pace. There are people screaming in pain.
I can also hear people's cries in the background.
Yes, people come here, people who have received the news that their mother or father or loved one likely died, or the people who are in excruciating pain. This is not normal. This is not humane. I cannot even describe to you what their bodies look like. The World War is here. You should understand that there is not enough medical equipment to meet the needs here, because there is no one to treat people, no one to do it. Even if I put 30,000 medical teams here and let them all work, we will only cover one place. But there are places we have not even started to reach yet. There are hospitals that have collapsed. There is a hospital in Hatay which collapsed with the wounded inside. I do not know what happened there. We are just here in the hospital. And if I could shoot a video and explain more or less what happened here, you would be shocked for weeks. It won't end in a day, not in 2 days, not in a month. Not even in the next 2 months. You should understand that there are hundreds of thousands of people on the streets. There is no food, no water, no blankets. I found only one curtain in this hospital. All the curtains were torn into blankets. There is no sterility. There is a lot of blood, a lot of medicines on the floor. It is just horror.
Sounds like a double tragedy. The people you rescued alive also died later because there was no one to take care of them properly. Tell us about the hours you saved people from under the rubble.
People scream. When they see us, they beg. If they see anything or anyone, a water truck or a medical team go by, they just stop them and beg to come to them. There are no rescue teams here. I mean, there are few, but I am talking about thousands of buildings that have collapsed and about dozens of people in every building. We do not have enough rescue teams. We need a large number of rescuers. I mean, people are still alive under the rubble. This is beyond luck. There are people who have been lying under the rubble for 2 or 3 days. We're trying to get in and rescue them. Every rescue doesn't take just 10 or 15 minutes, but it can last 2, 3, 4 hours, even a day or 2. And every rescuer is still managing to get people out alive. Those who have survived, they arrived here, but their condition is so severe that we do not even know how to continue their treatment. In rooms with ultrasound, MRI, there are 5 persons per room. The room is open. We go in and out. I do a scan, but what to do with that scan? What should I do with a person who needs even a simple cast? There is no one who can do it. Little children that I hold in my arms and walk around the hospital with them, looking for beds, walking from bed to bed, just wandering around with them. It is the only first aid that we can actually provide. Try to imagine the biggest disaster that could happen. And this is just the beginning. There is a short circuit every half an hour, and the hospital stays without power for an hour. It's not normal.
Itzik, I hear you, and I ask myself, how can we cope with this? How do you cope with this horror? How do you manage to help in these conditions?
I'm a member of a rescue team. It's part of my job. Every day in Israel, we also train all the time. But all this training ends up, let's say, on the streets. There are tens of thousands injured. It's an insane number. We are talking about hundreds of thousands here. Just try to imagine Jerusalem. God forbid. Imagine that Jerusalem has collapsed. Take Jerusalem, multiplied by the number of people. And there is such a situation. The situation is so catastrophic that I cannot even describe it.
We've just passed near one of the houses. There are 200 people still alive under those 2 buildings. They have been screaming for several days, but rescuers can't get to these people. There's not enough of them because several cities are in ruins.
It took them 2 weeks to assess the needs. Imagine somebody under the rubble is waiting for NGOs and UN agencies to assess their needs. We know what they need now.
What was happening in the towns struck by the earthquake in the days that followed? Well, imagine this, a completely destroyed town, no infrastructure, no working hospitals or clinics, no police, no law and order. There are looters rampaging everywhere. That also happened, unfortunately. There's no water.
We couldn't find any bread. Bakeries were closed. Everyone was on their own.
There was an elderly couple. We helped them the best we could. I asked them, why are you living in the street? Didn't the state give you a tent? He said, no, my son. All tents have already been handed out. No one around us here has given us anything. We're waiting.
They're looters, there are thieves. A person died in Malatya, they took the ring off his finger. Such things also happen. People are in fear for their lives.
Now I'm saying this, and someone is sitting there watching it on TV. Whether it's on TV, on the phone, or on a laptop, it doesn't matter. And for you, it's just an image. It's a movie, but damn it, these are real people. They are just like you. And if there are loved ones, relatives, friends near you, look to the left, look to the right, look them in the eyes. They are the same kind of people, and as long as you watch and think that this is just a YouTube video, just an image, it doesn't sink in. But when you talk to these people, you realize that every story you see on YouTube is a human life just like yours. That was simply abandoned to the mercy of fate. Abandoned by us. We, the survivors, abandoned them to the mercy of fate. Why? Because we don't build the creative society. Because we support the consumerist format. We don't do a damn thing. We're sitting and thinking that it won't affect us. They also sat and thought the same.
Fires are burning everywhere. People are sitting by the fires. Soldiers are walking around with rifles. They're looters. Houses are destroyed. When the breeze blows, you smell dead bodies, corpses. Someone is having a nervous breakdown. I can't describe to you what's happening here. It's so scary And Judgment Day will be even scarier.
The situation is complicated, but again, we are to blame for this situation. We are to blame for the consumerist format. We are to blame for the fact that we do not take the necessary, quick, and effective actions to prevent this. And we're throwing people into the clutches of this Cerberus, which is just tearing them apart, and people have nowhere to go.
There is no refuge for us, except that we fulfill our basic role as humans.
They pulled out a baby the other day. 128 hours later, they pulled out a baby out from under the rubble. I saw his innocent face, and it touched me so much. So many people are dying. I wish people would realize this at least a little bit. I wish they would wake up a little and see where the world is heading. I wish they would be united and all this wouldn't be happening. I mean, you know. I'm a bit emotional.
Why are people dying? Why are people dying from climate change? Because we don't know the truth. Because we don't know what affects the climate. And if we don't know what affects it, we don't know how catastrophic it is, and thus we can't oppose it with anything.
Before the quake, I was working with Barry from the Creative Society. And after the quake, the whole scenery reminded me of the videos and all the facts and truths and all the reports that were published by the Creative Society. What we were speaking about, in theory, we lived in practice. And I hope the whole world will not see what we saw that day.
In this earthquake, the Turkish nation lost a great number of people, unfortunately. We are simply obliged to make sure that this does not happen again. And we do have this opportunity. We can save human lives. But this is only possible in the Creative Society. Any person, if they are a human being, if they have at least an ounce of conscience and honor, they are obliged to join the participants of the Creative Society project and do everything in their power, make maximum efforts, maximum use of their capabilities in order to save the lives of those who are still alive and whom the Cerberus has not reached yet. And we must remember that his clutch is threatening each of us right this second, and where it will strike next time, we do not know.
After watching this film, it is difficult to find words to express what one feels. I'm a mother, and my heart shrinks with horror and grief, realizing that hundreds of thousands of lives were lost in this terrible catastrophe, and how many children's lives were lost, and the pain experienced by the people who lost their loved ones, their mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, their children. What the survivors had to go through, escaping hunger, cold, looting, in fact surviving for the second time. It is simply unimaginable. It really begs the question, how do we, the civilized community, allow this to happen in our 21st century? Has the consumerist format turned us into animals? I want to believe that it hasn't. And thanks God that there are still rays of light that bring salvation and hope. The first rescuers to arrive on the scene of the tragedy in Turkey were the rescuers from Israel, because humanity knows no boundaries and conscience knows no prejudice. In the film about Turkey, you just heard an audio clip of an interview with a courageous Israeli rescuer from the scene. We were very impressed by his words, and the climate is scarier than war. We were able to contact him and record the interview specially for this conference. He was one of the first rescuers who immediately rushed to help people as soon as he heard about the disaster. It is an honor for us to introduce you to this man, Itzik Itach, Israel Rescue Commander at Rescuers Without Borders.
I'm Itzik Itach, CEO of Orca Solar, a company specializing in energy systems, construction, and renovation for over 20 years. I'm also a volunteer of Rescuers Without Borders, which is part of Magan David Adam, ambulance service. I have a lot of experience in Israel because I'm actively engaged in all this every day. At that moment, I'm online and you can hear radio contact for 24 hours while I'm working. Everything goes on as usual. I'm living it every day. Sometimes people look at me and say, "How do you live like this?" It comes in here. I can hear it well and continue talking to you, and then in the middle of it, I suddenly say, "Sorry, bye, I have to go." It's a normal life for me to be in the course of events 24/7. That morning, at 7 o'clock, I turned on my phone and got lots of messages. I said to myself, "What's wrong?" And then I saw, "Itzik, good morning, Turkey." I didn't understand at once what they wanted. Send a copy of your ID immediately, a copy of your passport. You're going to have a flight now. At that moment, I realized that a disaster had happened. I get there, and no one can explain anything. Where are we going? Who is going? Nobody knows. Even the army doesn't know where they're going. We were the first team to fly out to help. On February 6th, we arrived in Turkey, landed there. Even before landing, there was some debate about how to get there. There were rumors that Turkey didn't like Jews and didn't want Israelis. Fake news began to emerge. Turkey says it doesn't want Israelis. If you go there, it's dangerous for Israelis. All this is fake news. But everyone hesitates. The army is debating whether to go or not. We're debating whether to go or not. ZAKA, an Israeli community organization, Disaster Victim Identification, is also debating whether to go or not. Itzik, we're not going. That's what the official organizations say. I am discussing this with a CEO. We sit together for 2 minutes. Itzik, we have come to the conclusion that we're not paying attention to anyone and just going. It's going to be a mess. Itzik, go there. You will be able to handle it. Don't even ask me how, but we arrived there and they welcomed us with open arms. Who are you? I answered and said that there was a debate about going as an Israeli or as a part of a French organization. With a French organization, I'm an international volunteer. No one can tell me anything. If I go as an Israeli, we don't want Israel because there was fake news. I was the only one who said I would wear my uniform, where everything is in Hebrew, with a huge symbol of Magen David Adam, National Rescue Organization for Pre-Hospital Emergency Medical Services and Blood Services, with a huge symbol of the State of Israel. When we arrive in Turkey, a policewoman runs up to me and says something. I answer in Arabic too, as I understand this language too. Where are you going? Who are you? We've come from Israel. I say it straight as it is. She asks me, where are you going? Now, I don't know where. She says to me, what does it mean you don't know where? Okay, fine, come with me. Give me your passports. I was sure she would send us back to Israel because it was also half Turkish, half Arabic, half English, something like that. We were absolutely sure, and I even told my friend about it, that she would send us back to the country. Then she tells us, you have a flight from here. You'll fly from here to Idi Amin. Don't ask me where it is, what place it is. We don't know anything. With a police escort, she took people off the flight as the flight was overcrowded. There were no seats. She saw us to the plane, handed over all our belongings, and we flew to Idi Amin, escorted by police officers. At first, there were 4 of us, me, a paramedic, a doctor, and another nurse. And then more people joined. 3 more people were waiting for us on the spot. And from there, we started to recruit more people who already knew us. Now, for you to understand the quantities of people in the streets, I can't even estimate their number. You only hear cries, only moans and sirens. Somebody was lying here, another there. It's not even possible to describe it. You're just trying to distance yourself, because if you give in to the stress, we'll be in trouble. So we said to ourselves, what can we do? Let's go there. Let's go to that place where the injured are arriving, no matter how much a person thinks or imagines. By the way, A week before the disaster, I was supposed to carry out a large-scale training in Israel on these very issues, bringing a big number of demo bodies, a big number. We're saying that these preparations were to take place in Israel, but no disaster like this has ever happened there. It was only meant to simulate rescue operations and carry bodies to a certain location. This training was canceled at the very last moment. It just teaches us that even if this training had been successful, and all the trainings I took part in, none of them can truly prepare you for real-life situations, because it's like heaven and earth. That's why I'm saying that to understand this case, try to adjust your perception a bit. Take the biggest city you know, the biggest one, okay? Multiply it by 2, 3, 4. How can you cope with that? Not a chance. You can cope in a few weeks, but the first 2 weeks, the first week, the first days, when it's most critical, you can't do anything except ask, how can I help? No technology, and I mean it, no technology helps at all. The disaster that happened in Miami, I was there too, with a collapsed building. The army came with equipment, and it was one building. They came with equipment and did a simulation of how the building collapsed and where people were standing, according to the survey. Then they told us that probably the person would be 2 meters away from point X, so they dug and found him. How long did it take them? A week. One building. Can you use this technology on 10,000 buildings? No, you can't. So there's no technology. There is only motivation and the urge to figure out what I can do for this and what I know. After all, what happened in Turkey, even if they thought they were prepared, they weren't prepared because it came to them in the middle of the night when they were asleep. So you cannot do anything, but there's no politics in healthcare, as well as in saving lives. I went there because I'm not interested in politics. I came to help and give what we could. We brought so much that the situation in the hospital stabilized. We finished, and then we told ourselves that we could go. Thank you very much. In the first 24 hours, there was chaos. I remember a woman coming up to me, to my tent, and asking, "Do you have a nappy for my baby?" You won't believe me. I don't know where you came to me from, but I just got a box of nappies. I don't know from where, really. I said, "Take it." I bring her a pack of nappies. Then she puts her hand in her pocket and pulls out money for me. I say to her, "I don't understand. What's the money for? What am I going to do with money? There's no money. Money doesn't matter. A shekel, like a bucket of bitter wine and sour pickles. And even if someone brought me money, I wouldn't take it. People beg for food. Just bring me something small to eat. Take what I have, because I have nothing else to give." A woman told me she was suffering from Crohn's disease and couldn't eat solid food. "My dear, what can I bring you? Shall I grind it for you with my hands? I have nothing to give you." Provisions began to arrive only a few days later. That's why people couldn't endure it. And coming to hospital alive, they were taken away dead. Right in front of my eyes.
We thank the esteemed Mr. Itzik Itach for his sincerity, honesty, and courage. It is very encouraging that there are people with big and brave hearts today. He was at the forefront of providing aid to the affected people in Turkey, and he is not alone. These heroes, they are among us in our country. This story was hard to listen to, but we need to know what is really going on. Thanks to our fearless rescuer, you and I have learned the truth. And the truth is that we are not prepared for the cataclysms that are already happening, let alone those that are coming. Here is the truth: one rescuer per destroyed house, medics who cry as they save lives, people dying under the rubble or starving to death in hospitals, and machinery that is not there. Here's the truth: We don't have the technical capacity or the manpower to save the most important thing, people's life, our lives. Our society is completely unprepared for disasters of this scale. And given that the force of catastrophe will only increase, what kind of preparedness can we talk about at all? But you know, what is terrifying is the fact that within just 2 minutes of the earthquake, thousands of people were killed and whole cities were instantly destroyed. And this can happen anywhere in the world at any moment, and unfortunately, in our country as well. Even now, you can see on the internet that our country is absolutely unprepared for climatic shocks. Our country is just not ready for such earthquakes. And the mass media don't talk about the real causes of these disasters. But knowing the cause, you can change the future and avoid the consequences. So today, we are going to study with you the truth about true causes of climate change on the planet. Let's find out the reasons for the current catastrophes. Isn't this all happening in our country too?
We have now seen what monstrous phenomena climate disasters lead us to. There are hundreds of thousands of broken lives, and even worse, tens of thousands of deaths. And we hear people calling for telling the truth about climate, not to be silent, because people's lives depend on it. The sooner we know, firstly, the truth about the real climate threats on our planet, and then secondly, the ways to eliminate these threats, the more lives we can save. With great respect, unfortunately, there are some scientists who are not ready to speak about it, but there are scientists who are ready to speak about this. And we are presenting the scientists who are inspiring all the rest because they are ready to speak about the climatic situations. With great respect, we introduce to you Elizaveta Kromova. Ms. Kromova is a geologist and geophysicist. She received a master's degree in geology at Lomonosov Moscow State University. Elizaveta is the head of the Department of Information and Analytical Support of Climate Change on the Creative Society project. Elizaveta leads global monitoring of natural disasters occurring on our planet, analysis of seismic and volcanic activity, as well as the comprehensive study of the changes in Earth geodynamics and geophysics. Today, Ms. Kromova will present a climate report that sheds light on what is really happening on the Earth today. We will also learn what climate catastrophes threaten Israel and its inhabitants in the near future.
Good afternoon, dear organizers and participants of the conference. First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation. It is a great honor for me to be here and present to you the results of the work of the large team of the scientific community of the Creative Society project, which includes not only scientists from different fields of science, but also experts and independent researchers from different countries who strive to provide society with reliable information about the processes occurring on Earth. I will now bring to your attention brief summaries of the climate reports presented at the international forums Global Crisis, Our Survival is in Unity, and Global Crisis, There is a Way Out, which have been interpreted into 150 languages. If you would like more detailed information from the reports, we recommend that you watch the forums. These interdisciplinary reports are the results of long-term research that has been conducted since 1996 by hundreds of scientists and thousands of volunteers of the Creative Society project. These studies have been dedicated to a comprehensive interdisciplinary research on the causes of climate change and geodynamic catastrophes occurring on our planet these days. Now, we will share the key findings of these studies and provide a global forecast of future climate disasters both for Israel and the rest of the world. Today, you will also hear about the solution that the creative society can provide in the current climate collapse situation. We have just witnessed the devastating consequences of a terrible tragedy in Turkey and Syria. This should serve as a reminder that the frequency of such earthquakes will only increase in the future. Such catastrophes will very soon become the reality of our tomorrow. At the forum Global Crisis, Our Survival is in Unity, which took place on November 12, 2022, we presented a mathematical model showing the exponential growth in the number of natural disasters, primarily earthquakes. Even then, before the tragedy in Turkey and Syria, it was known that the number and intensity of earthquakes would increase, and we warned about it. We regret to admit that our mathematical model has been confirmed. One of the main objectives of our conference is to prevent disasters like the ones that occurred in Turkey and Syria and to save human lives. In order to achieve this goal, first, it is necessary to change the vector of our society from the consumerist to the creative one. Today, we will discuss how this can be done. In addition, we need to carefully examine the real causes of climate change. Now, you will hear unique and exclusive information that we will announce for the first time regarding the abnormal phenomena that have started to occur in the territory of Israel and the entire Middle East, which have received little attention, and the danger posed by these phenomena to the people living in this territory and the world as a whole. We are deeply concerned about the fact that the number of karst sinkholes in the Dead Sea region in Israel has been rapidly increasing over the past decades. You might have heard opinions suggesting that the growth of these sinkholes is due to improper construction or agricultural activities. However, to our great regret, the causes are completely different. Let's take a closer look at the data regarding the increase in the number of sinkholes. Dr. Gideon Bayer of the Geological Survey of Israel notes that in the 1990s, several dozen karst sinkholes would appear in the Dead Sea region each year, but now they are forming in the hundreds. Moreover, some of these sinkholes are so huge that even two-story buildings could fit in there. While in the past, the term sinkhole was associated only with the territory of the Judean Desert and the Dead Sea, in recent years, karst sinkholes have begun to appear in the central regions of the country as well. However, just 50 years ago, not a single sinkhole was discovered, whereas today, Israel is witnessing an exponential increase in their number, which already exceeds 8,000 sinkholes in total. Look at this graph and note its exponential growth. You will now understand why we are so concerned about this fact. Over the last decade, huge sinkholes and cavities have been suddenly appearing in many regions of the world. Sinkholes and cavities have also been forming in Turkey long before the catastrophic earthquakes that occurred earlier this year. The largest number of new sinkholes in Turkey was recorded in 2021, just a year before the tragic earthquakes. But why did it happen precisely in 2021, and why do we consider it terrible news for all people living in the Middle East region, including Israel? The mathematical model presented at the forum Global Crisis, Our Survival is in Unity, demonstrated that just like the number of karst sinkholes in Israel, the number of earthquakes worldwide is also increasing exponentially. This is not a mere coincidence. These phenomena share a common nature. Look at these two graphs. Pay attention to the fact that the increase in the number of karst sinkholes was documented after 1995. This is a very significant date, and we will talk about it more than once today. Take a look. Since 1995, the number of earthquakes along the boundaries of tectonic plates on the ocean floor, specifically along mid-ocean ridges, also started to increase. These zones are marked in red on the map. In 1995, an unprecedented increase in the number of deep focus earthquakes began as well. These are very specific types of earthquakes. They occur in the mantle at depths ranging from 300 to 700 kilometers, whereas regular earthquakes usually occur at depths of 5 to 80 kilometers, where the Earth's crust is more brittle and fractured. When deep focus earthquakes were first discovered, researchers were puzzled because the mantle is a ductile medium and there is nothing that could break in it. However, since 1995, the number of earthquakes at depths exceeding 500 kilometers has increased dramatically and is now also increasing exponentially. According to the ISC database, the number of deep focus earthquakes has increased fivefold over the past 28 years, as you can see in the graph. An alarming observation is that the majority of the deep focus earthquakes in 2021 occurred beneath the Middle East. According to the ISC data, as of April 3, 2023, there occurred 190 earthquakes at depths of 700 kilometers and greater in this region in 2021, compared to only 70 in the rest of the world. In our opinion, it was these deep focus earthquakes in 2021 that served as a catalyst for a series of tragic earthquakes that occurred in Turkey and Syria on February 6, 2023. The series of deep focus earthquakes in 2021 caused the Anatolian plate to break apart, which is why over 2,000 sinkholes emerged in Turkey in 2021. Currently, such sinkholes and collapses are appearing not only in Turkey, but throughout the entire Middle Eastern region. The entire region, including Israel, is now in great danger. A bit later, you will learn why deep focus earthquakes became the cause of the formation of karst sinkholes. The increase in seismic activity and in the number of karst sinkholes is not the only sign of an impending catastrophe. We will discuss the others shortly.
Some people think that there are records of increased seismic activity is related to the number of seismic sensors. Elizabeth, could you comment on that?
Indeed, this is a very common misconception. Contrary to this belief, the observed increase in seismic activity worldwide over the past 30 years cannot be explained by the increase in the number of seismic sensors on the planet. Take a look at the graph. The black dots, which form almost continuous lines, indicate the continuous recording of seismic events across the entire planet. This indicates a high density of the observation network. Since 1973, a sufficient number of seismic stations have been installed worldwide to record all earthquakes of magnitude 4 or higher anywhere on the planet. Another significant factor is that the increase in seismic activity, both inland and on the ocean floor, and even in the Earth's interior at a depth of more than 500 kilometers, began in 1995. These data were obtained through different methods from various sources, but independently. They indicate the same process. In 1995, there were also global changes in other processes on Earth. For example, in 1995, there began a drastic acceleration in the drift of the North Magnetic Pole, which increased its speed by 3.5 times. Its drifting accelerated from 15 kilometers per year to 55 kilometers per year. Changes in the Earth's magnetic field indicate changes in its core, as the magnetic field is generated by a dynamo mechanism within the planet's core. Along with the shift of the magnetic pole in 1995, the planet's rotation axis sharply changed its direction and started moving 17 times faster than before. These changes resulted in a shift in the trajectory of the Earth's axis of rotation, as shown in the graph on the right. The blue circles represent the previous rotation prior to 1995, while the orange circles represent the new trajectory, indicating the shift in the planet's axis of rotation. This indicates a complete imbalance in the entire system. Since 1995, we have been witnessing one of the stages of an unprecedented acceleration of our planet's rotation. This acceleration occurs in a leap-like manner. The planet accelerates rapidly, then slows down slightly, and each subsequent leap brings even greater acceleration. Pay attention to the yellow lines on the chart. These are trend lines that illustrate the decrease in lengths of a day. What does this indicate? It indicates that our planet is spinning faster and faster. So we see that in 1995, the following abrupt changes began to occur. Changes in the Earth's magnetic field, acceleration of the planet's rotation, a shift in the trajectory of its axis of rotation, and an increase in the number of earthquakes and karst sinkholes around the world, including in Israel. What could be the cause of all these changes? Only some global processes can have such a significant impact on our planet. Changes in the magnetic field indicate that all these anomalous processes are caused by the changes in the planet's core, as it is the Earth's core that generates the magnetic field. Additionally, the core is the center of the planet's mass, and therefore the changes in the position of the core can also alter the Earth's axis of rotation and its speed. In other words, in 1995, radical changes began to occur in the core of our planet. But what could have such a profound influence on the Earth's core? Thorough examination of geological data has shown that 12,000 years ago, our planet also experienced similar catastrophic changes that we are witnessing today. What happens every 12,000 years on our planet? Find out in the next video.
Changes similar to what we now see occurred before the peak of the crushing disaster just about 12,000 years ago. Those events are called the Alared Oscillation and the Younger Dryas glaciation that followed. 12,800 years ago, global temperatures rose as much as 15 degrees Celsius within just a few years. Most of the ice sheets suddenly melted, and the Earth emerged from a full ice age. At that time, there were extreme floods and other natural disasters, along with an intense sea level rise. The Gulf Stream stopped at that time, just as it is happening nowadays. Scientists from the University of Kansas have proven that about 12,800 years ago, there was a giant fire on Earth that covered a tenth of the entire planet's surface. Other researchers have also found that large fires raged in Siberia 12,000 years ago. Similarly, nowadays there are more and more large-scale fires that cannot be extinguished. Based on an analysis of satellite images, scientists have discovered that 10 to 13,000 years ago, the largest known dunes formed in the Sahara Desert and other regions, indicating the enormous strength of winds during the Younger Dryas. A short-term intensification of winds during that period has also been documented from Greenland ice cores data and research in Alaska. Nowadays, the same phenomena are happening on Earth as during the Younger Dryas. We see winds, hurricanes, typhoons, and tornadoes intensifying and destroying entire cities, razing them to the ground. Right at the cycle change 12,000 years ago, there was a very intensive seismic activity. This is indicated by radiocarbon data, as well as paleographic reconstructions of the Younger Dryas. During the same time period, more than 12,000 years ago, as well as now, there was a drastic weakening of the magnetic field and a pole shift, which was called the Gothenburg excursion. The reason for all these abrupt changes was an abnormal magmatic activity caused by changes in the core. This was expressed in large-scale volcanic eruptions that scientists recorded in the Younger Dryas by dust and traces of acid rains and glacial cores. Analysis of sediments found in Hall's Cave points to volcanic eruptions that caused a volcanic winter about 13,000 years ago, and glaciation across the globe. After the sudden warming in the Younger Dryas, an equally abrupt cooling occurred. This event caused a mass extinction of megafauna. Thousands of frozen mammoths and other mammals were found in the ice on the northern slopes of Siberia. There happened a drastic decline in the human population, including extinction of the Cro-Magnon. All of those catastrophic events occurred within just a few decades. The same catastrophic events occurred on the planet not only 12,000 years ago, but also earlier. Taking into account errors in dating, this cycle is very well traced in the geological data. Catastrophists among scientists wrote about it independently of each other in their books and works. Vladimir Bubnenkov, Vitaly Bushyev, Alexander Baturin, Igor Kopolov, Nikolai Petrov, Maynard White, Douglas Vogt, and many other scientists have come to understand the cyclicity of global cataclysms on Earth with a period of approximately 12,000 years. In geology, paleontology, and archaeology, there is numerous evidence of past disasters of this cycle. Each of these catastrophic events was characterized not only by abrupt changes in the climate situation, but also by complete geodynamic restructuring, weakening and excursion of the magnetic field, widespread disastrous volcanic eruptions, tectonic restructuring, atmospheric temperature variations by 10 to 15 degrees, and changes in the world's ocean levels by 20 to 50 meters, followed by large-scale glaciations. Since every cycle is accompanied by a change in the magnetic field and powerful volcanic eruptions, it clearly indicates that the cycle is associated with changes in the planet's core, just as it is happening now. We are entering the active phase of the cataclysmic cycle.
Let's make brief conclusions from the video. Analysis of geological data for the past 100,000 years shows that abrupt drifts of the magnetic poles occur with a periodicity of 12,000 years. According to geological data, during the same periods, there was a noticeable weakening of the Earth's magnetic field by 8-10 times. Modern studies show that the situation is repeating itself at present. The Earth's magnetic field is weakening 10 times faster than in the past century. Furthermore, analysis of the composition of ice cores indicates an anomalous increase in volcanic activity approximately every 12,000 years. The graph shows the occurrence of such eruptions, with each circle's size corresponding to the scale of the eruption. Note the larger red circles, which indicate more catastrophic eruptions, repeating approximately every 24,000 years. Supervolcano eruptions during each 12,000-year cycle led to the destruction of virtually all life on the planet. As archaeological research confirms, entire Homo sapiens species died out during these catastrophic eruptions. In addition, it is worth noting that every 12,000 years, there is also a sudden climate change, with average temperatures on the planet shifting by 10-15 degrees Celsius. These periods are usually accompanied by catastrophic floods and natural disasters. We are now seeing a critical increase in climate disasters on Earth and critical changes in the planet's core. At the same time, we know that the last time such changes in the core occurred 12,000 years ago. Due to the inaccuracy of the age determination methods, traces of cyclical catastrophes in the geological past of the planet have vague temporal boundaries, and the further in time, the greater the error, which can reach thousands of years. However, cyclical cataclysms occur exactly every 12,000 years. Unfortunately, we are in the next such 12,000-year cycle, which overlaps with a more catastrophic 24,000-year cycle. So, we are in for a worst-case scenario. Interdisciplinary scientific research into the causes of climate change also includes the study of eschatology, that is, the description of the end times and their harbingers in the scriptures. And our research team discovered that the Bible contains the prophecies of the prophet Ezra, who, according to the translations of the second book of Esdras of the Old Testament, spoke of a cycle equal to 12,000 years. These words of the prophet Ezra state, "The world is no longer young, it is rapidly approaching old age. The whole history of the world is divided into 12 periods, and the 10th period has already arrived, and it is half over. Only 2.5 parts remain. So set your house in order, warn your people. You have seen many evil things already, but far worse things are about to happen. As the world grows older and weaker, the evils that will come upon its people will multiply. Truth will depart and falsehood will draw ever nearer. The eagle you saw in your vision is just about to arrive." Here, Ezra clearly says that the age is divided into 12 parts, and by his time, 9,500 years had already passed, after which the most severe cataclysms would follow. Ezra lived about 500 years before the birth of Jesus Christ, that is 2,500 years ago, and according to his prophecy, that is exactly how much time remained until the age would grow old. In other words, in this prophecy preserved in the second book of Esdras of the Old Testament, it is specifically mentioned that the end of the 12,000-year cycle will fall on our times, and terrible calamities await us.
According to the tradition of Judaism, the fact that cyclical cataclysms occur exactly once every 12,000 years is by no means a coincidence. The knowledge that the number 12 is associated with cycle of renewal is deeply preserved in Jewish lore. In ancient Jewish astronomy, astrology, and chronology, 12 is the prime number that symbolizes space and time. 12 is considered to be the number of the chosen ones. Also, in Judaism, the number 12 is closely related to the organization of the cosmos and signifies the stages of renewal and the cycle of change. Moreover, we find the number of 12 in many significant and important aspects of the Jewish traditions. The 12 knees of Israel, from which all the Jewish people descended, the 12 fruits of the tree of life, the 12 gates of the heavenly city, the 12 chapters of each book of the Torah, the 12 jewels in the chestplates of Aaron, the high priest, and therefore, in the traditional garment of the Kohen, the Star of David with 12 corners. Thus, the number 12 goes through our entire tradition, as if not letting us forget that once every 12,000 years, our humanity faces a fateful choice, the outcome of which affects our entire future. After all, the 12,000-year cycle can be either the fall and end of the planet or salvation for humanity. This salvation could be the creative society, but we'll talk about that a little later. As we return to the signs of a growing disaster both worldwide and in Israel, we would like to draw your attention to another prophecy that is coming true right before our eyes. One of the signs of the last days, according to the biblical prophecy, is that there will be life in the Dead Sea in Israel. In the book of Ezekiel, chapter 47, it says, "The Dead Sea is nearly 10 times saltier than the ocean. Nothing survives in such a hyper-salting environment, and yet in 2016, Breaking Israel News reported that for the first time, freshwater ponds teeming with fish and wildlife appears on the shores of the Dead Sea. Proof that fish have been appeared in the Dead Sea came from pictures taken by Israeli photographer Noam Bedain. This suggests that today the Dead Sea is no longer completely dead, confirming Ezekiel's biblical prophecy of the last days. Many interpret that this prediction came true. This is a good sign, but is it? Elizabeth, how can appearance of life in the Dead Sea can be explained scientifically?
As for the causes for these freshwater bodies to appear, there is nothing positive about them, and now you will understand why. Fresh water has started to erode and, in a very short time, to form new karst sinkholes in the salt deposits on the shores of the Dead Sea due to changes in the groundwater level. In 2011, a team of researchers from Ben Gurion University of the Negev sent divers to the bottom of the Dead Sea. The researchers have discovered huge craters on the seabed from which fresh water is flowing. These sources of fresh water are causing erosion and the formation of sinkholes, but why did they appear? Global temperatures are rising across the planet, but what is alarming for Israel is the fact that the temperatures there are increasing at a rate almost twice the global average. Deserts cover 2/3 of its territory, and the amount of rainfall in the region has been declining in recent decades. We have noticed that the Middle East region, which has been experiencing the most severe droughts and heating in recent decades, coincides with the area where the highest number of deep focus earthquakes occurred in 2021. Take a look at the precipitation and heat map. Now we will overlay the deep focus earthquake map on it, and we see how accurately they align. This is not a coincidence, because it was the deep focus earthquakes that triggered the disasters in Turkey and Syria. At the forum Global Crisis, There Is a Way Out, we extensively described how cavitation explosions in magma cause deep focus earthquakes, so we're not going to dwell on them now. The increase in the number of cavitation explosions is caused by magma being heated from the core and the ascent and movement of this molten magma inside the relatively cooler mantle. This occurs because the destabilization, the imbalance of the core, accelerates the rotation of the Earth, increases its centrifugal force, and pushes the magma further away from the center towards the surface. What signs indicate the magma ascent? The magma ascent causes increased volcanic activity and the heating of glaciers and oceans from the bottom up. In 1995, in addition to all other geodynamic anomalies, intensive melting of glaciers in Antarctica and Greenland from the bottom up began, particularly in those regions where mantle plumes are located beneath the Earth's crust. Furthermore, after 1995, there began an anomalous heating of deep waters, and more temperature anomalies appeared on the surface. In 1995, atmospheric humidity also started rising, which in turn led to an increase in the number and severity of floods and anomalous atmospheric phenomena. Over the last decades, during volcanic eruptions in various regions of the world, hotter and more liquid lava begins to emerge from greater depth. Due to the rise of magma from the Earth's interior, internal heat builds up in many regions of the world, changing the regime of underground water, forming new faults and sinkholes, and causing fires along the faults as well as flash floods. As magma rises, it exerts greater pressure on the Earth's crust, causing seismic activity and opening up new fault zones. This allows water to escape from the surface into the depth of the Earth, causing lakes and rivers to dry up, even though the precipitation and flooding increase. All of this indicates the release of excess energy from the Earth's interior as a result of explosive processes in magma. Therefore, the massive formation of new sinkholes in Israel, droughts, and atmospheric warming are the result of magma ascent, just like the tragic earthquakes in Turkey and Syria this year. What is the cause of this 12,000-year cycle? What is affecting the core? Thanks to satellite research, science has been studying other planets for the past 50 years, and it is now quite evident that climatic changes and increase in geodynamic anomalies are occurring on all the planets of the solar system. We have examined all types of interactions and physical forces known at this stage of scientific development and have come to the conclusion that this is a completely new type of external cosmic impact affecting the cores of all the planets in the solar system. At the forum Global Crisis, There is a Way Out, we provided a detailed overview of our research, and the final hour of the forum was dedicated to the innovative hypotheses of the beyond quantum level, which gives an understanding of the forces affecting the core of our planet. We present a video that showcases the processes occurring on other planets of the solar system in recent decades, indicating changes in their cores.
During the 12,000-year cycle, an external cosmic impact reaches the cores of all planets in the solar system. On Earth, this leads to abnormal heating of magma and its rise, resulting in increased volcanic and seismic activity, abnormal heating of the Earth's crust, as well as glaciers and permafrost melting from below. Is it currently possible to detect any increase in internal heat and tectonic activity on other planets, provided external cosmic impact is spreading to all planets? Mercury. Satellite data from the MESSENGER probe has shown that 19 tectonic-related terrain changes formed on Mercury between 2011 and 2015. The planet's core is responsible for internal activity. Previously, Mercury's core was believed to be inactive. The new tectonic changes are concentrated predominantly in the northern hemisphere. What's notable is that the core of Mercury has now shifted in the same direction, according to scientists' assumptions. So where's the extra energy that intensifies tectonic activity on the planet coming from now? Venus. Recently, there has been an increase in volcanic activity on Venus, similar to what is currently observed on Earth, Mars, and Jupiter's moon Io. 37 volcanic structures have been discovered on the planet's surface, with plumes observed within them. Their activity was detected in 2020. The researchers draw an analogy with Earth's mantle plumes that form chains of volcanic islands like Hawaii or the Canaries. As it can be seen on the map of Venus, these volcanic structures are mainly concentrated in the southern hemisphere of the planet, indicating an asymmetrical rise of magma in the planet's interior. The increased volcanic activity on the planet is also confirmed by numerous other independent studies. What has caused the recent rise of magma and plume activity on Venus? Why is this happening in sync with the increase in volcanic activity on other planets? There is also a sign of internal heating on Venus, manifested through accelerating winds. Data from the Venus Express orbiter showed that wind speeds on Venus have increased from 186 miles per hour to 249 miles per hour between 2006 and 2012. These days, similar dramatic signs of warming atmospheres are being observed on many other planets in the solar system. Mars. In 2018, the south pole of Mars experienced an unprecedented warming event. Areas of liquid water 20 kilometers in diameter were found under the ice cap. In other words, the ice on Mars is now melting from below, just like on Earth. As the geothermal heat from the planet's interior increases, the glaciers on Mars, like those in Antarctica, Greenland, and permafrost on Earth, are also melting from the bottom up. In another part of the planet, the Elysium region, there is a sharp increase in endogenous activity, meaning internal activity. Between 2019 and 2020, the rise of magma triggered 465 Marsquakes in the area, and in 2021, a seismic event was recorded that was 5 times more powerful than any previous one.
And in May 2022, a huge mantle plume was detected in this region, causing an even more record-breaking Marsquake. As we can see, seismic activity is now increasing on Mars, much like it is Earth. It is worth noting the similarities between the processes on Mars and Earth. When the Earth's core shifted along its axis of displacement, two heating zones initially formed, one in western Siberia and the other in western Antarctica. Similarly, we have observed two zones on Mars, one near Elysium and the other at the South Pole. This indicates that Mars' core shifted in the same way as on Earth during the 12,000-year cycle. The recent processes on the terrestrial planets point to an increase in the activity of their interior. Mercury, Venus, Earth, and Mars are experiencing a simultaneous increase in volcanic and tectonic activity, with a sharp rise of magma creating zones of anomalous heat. Jupiter. On gas planets, the function of a core is performed by a denser accumulation of gas within the planet. The high temperature of Jupiter's atmosphere is mainly provided by its internal heat. In 2001, scientists discovered that since the Voyager probe's exploration in the 1980s, Jupiter's internal heating had increased by 37%. Moreover, this heating is greater than the energy received from the sun. It is known that internal heat fuels storms and turbulence on gas planets, increasing wind speed. Hence, the sharp increase in Jupiter's internal heat has resulted in the intensification of these atmospheric phenomena. When the Hubble was launched in 1990, no cyclones or thunderstorms were detected on Jupiter. But over the last decade, storms have become increasingly active and intensified. We can see them on images of the planet as spots. Red spots are the hottest areas. Since they started appearing, it means that there is more internal heat. Between 2005 and 2006, another massive red spot was formed on Jupiter for the first time. The already existing huge anticyclone, the Great Red Spot in the southern hemisphere, has shrunk and rounded, indicating an increase in wind speed. It has increased by 8% between 2009 and 2020. All of this indicates that additional energy is emerging in the depths of the gas giant that causes powerful internal heating. Where could this energy come from? Planet satellites also react to external space impact with an increase in endogenous activity. On Jupiter's moon Io, in the northern hemisphere, the most powerful volcanic eruptions have been occurring over the past 5 years. On another of Jupiter's moons, Europa, in 2013, scientists discovered that the ocean at the equator was warming from below. Subsequently, the satellite's interior heated up so much that in November 2019, NASA's research group detected water vapor above Europa's surface. It is noteworthy that the moon Europa started heating up on the side that does not receive heat from the sun. Conversely, the coldest area was found on the sunny side. In other words, the appearance of zones of anomalous heating on Europa cannot be attributed to solar energy. They can only be explained by an increase in internal heat. Saturn. Internal heating on Saturn is known to be the main driver of storms, as it is on Jupiter. Between 2007 and 2010, a chain of 23 to 26 dark spots was discovered, which were interpreted as areas with high heat emission. In 2010, the so-called Great White Storm formed abnormally early in the northern latitudes of Saturn. It became the largest and most intense storm observed in the planet's northern latitudes. A record temperature spike of 150 degrees Fahrenheit above normal was registered in the vicinity of this storm. Subsequently, the processes in Saturn's atmosphere became more intense. In 2018, scientists discovered a series of storms of an entirely new type, also near the North Pole. Previously, the storms of such intensity had never been observed on the gas giant before. We see that Saturn's heating from the interior is increasing, which contributes to the intensification of storms on the planet. Enceladus. Saturn's moon is covered with an ice shell, beneath which lies an ocean, and directly beneath the ocean is the planet's core. Unexpectedly for specialists, the interior of Enceladus has a very high geothermal heat, much higher than all known sources of heat on the planet. When they measured the internal thermal power of Enceladus, it was 15.8 gigawatts, which is an order of magnitude greater than all known sources of heat on the planet. This is 2.6 times the power of all the hot springs in Yellowstone. In 2005, near the south pole of Enceladus, where the sun does not shine, a spacecraft detected a new thermal anomaly, which had not previously
previously been observed. In this area, jets of steam composed of methane, propane, and molecular nitrogen were found to be escaping. In this steam, composition indicates the increasing hydrothermal activity which has emerged at the core ocean boundary. In other words, Enceladus is also heating up from the inside. Where did the additional energy for heating Enceladus come from? Uranus. It is believed that Uranus is warmed by solar energy only, which determines the planet's weather patterns. However, in 2014, when Uranus began to move away from the Sun, solar energy was almost non-existent in its northern hemisphere, and extreme storm activity was detected in that region. This means this activity on Uranus must have been triggered by recent internal warming processes. Neptune. Neptune is experiencing dramatic temperature anomalies. Although it has been summer on Neptune since 2005, data showed that most of the planet had been gradually cooling into 2018. However, between 2018 and 2020, stratospheric temperatures at the South Pole have risen sharply by 11 degrees. Such a rapid pole warming vortex surprised astronomers since it had never been seen before. They could not determine the cause of these fluctuations. However, it is apparent that additional energy appeared in the system which may have caused such temperature anomalies. Pluto. Pluto and its moon Charon are the smallest and farthest objects from the Sun. They have been considered inactive as they cannot store internal heat due to their size. In 2015, a 1,000 kilometers long, that is 620 miles long, field of large cryovolcanoes was discovered on Pluto, spewing ice and ammonia. Planetary scientists were astonished by this discovery, as cryovolcanism requires a mechanism of the planet's internal heating. Heating from the Sun is excluded due to Pluto's distance from it. Researchers were unable to explain the activity observed on the planet with the help of traditional heat loss models. We are clearly seeing internal activity on the surface of Pluto and Charon. Something is ripping apart their ice crust. That is, we can see that the planet and its moon have recently begun to heat up from the inside. What could be adding energy to this heating of the interior of Pluto and Charon? Conclusion. So what is currently affecting the interiors of all the planets in the solar system? It is an external source of additional energy that enters the cores of the planets every 12,000 years. This excess energy in the core is converted into heat. Magma heats up, producing zones of increased heating. There's growth of seismic and volcanic activity, strengthening storms and other anomalies. Moreover, they are often localized in certain areas of the planet and do not depend on solar energy. What you have seen now is but a small part of all the facts that indicate that the heating in the interiors is synchronously increasing both on the terrestrial planets and gas giants and their moons. All these anomalies have only appeared in recent decades, when the number and strength of disasters from the Earth's interior began to increase. In just 5 to 7 years, we will see all these processes on other planets increasing tenfold, if we ourselves remain to live on our planet.
Since similar anomalies are observed on other planets, it can be assumed that our solar system is affected by some external energy factor. Let's call it external cosmic impact. It increases the energy in the cores, causing the planet's interior to heat up, thereby provoking climate change. I would also like to note that even though it may seem that changes in the core of the planet do not yet lead to a huge tragedy, unfortunately, we have to admit that this is already happening. And here's why. Just as in past cycles of 12,000 years, nowadays the Earth's magnetic field has weakened as well. By 2015, the magnetic field had weakened by 15% of normal and continues to weaken ever since. This makes us more vulnerable to cosmic radiation. It leads to an increase in cancer, viral, and other diseases. Magnetic field anomalies affect our bodies through the blood, which contains iron, and through the nervous system, which transmits electrical signals. Therefore, the cardiovascular and central nervous systems are particularly sensitive to changes in the magnetic field. During magnetic storms, there is an increase in the number of heart attacks, strokes, and deaths by 2 to 3 times. Changes in the magnetic field lead to the clumping of erythrocytes and increase in blood coagulation, which increases the risk of thrombosis. It can also cause disruptions in the body's circadian rhythms, impaired melatonin production, anxiety depressive states, and suicide. In recent years, heart diseases, cancer, and mental disorders have also been increasing throughout the world due to the weakening of the magnetic field. What's particularly terrifying is the phenomenon of sudden death emerging among young and healthy people without any explainable organic damage, and it is becoming increasingly common. Sudden death appeared due to changes in the Earth's core, accompanied by the emergence of local magnetic field anomalies that may cause the human body to abruptly cease functioning, much like electric appliances that burn out when exposed to a powerful magnetic field. Due to the increasing instability of the core, this type of anomaly is occurring more and more frequently and poses a serious threat. Moreover, a number of atypical magnetic field anomalies are already causing such phenomena as clear sky turbulence, posing serious risks to air travel and leading to airplane crashes, as well as threatening atmospheric overturns and sudden local temperature changes. For more information, watch the forum Global Crisis, There is a Way Out. Let's go back to the progression of earthquakes. It shows what a terrible catastrophe awaits all of humanity. Look at the progression for yourself. Seismic activity is increasing so fast that it is shocking. Each subsequent stage is characterized by a threefold increase in the number of earthquakes. If your income as entrepreneurs grew in the same progression, you would be the richest person on the planet. But unfortunately, this is the progression of our end. This progression promises a catastrophe that will lead to the end of all life on Earth. To learn when and how this catastrophe will occur, let's watch the excerpt from the forum Global Crisis, Our Survival is in Unity.
Our economists from various countries have calculated how this progression of cataclysm will affect the world economy. You see the graph of that progression here. The dynamics are obvious. It suggests that the collapse of the world economic system will happen as early as 2030. Already in 2030 year, the world's GDP will not be able to cover all the losses from the climate. In fact, the entire businesses worldwide has no more than 6-7 years left. And from here on, the processes will worsen even more critically. Why? We now arrive at a very sad conclusion. If we had lived in a 20,000-year cycle, we would have lived through this as a civilization and continued our existence, albeit with great losses. But we are in a 24,000-year cycle. Considering how our planet endured it before, it was complete devastation. Supervolcanoes exploded and most of the life was simply swept away.
Ignoring these facts is suicide. What awaits the divided humanity in the near future if we do nothing? The damage will increase exponentially and irreversibly on a massive scale. The hotbeds of catastrophes will break out and escalate until they envelop the entire planet, turning it into another dead planet like Mars. Inversion of magnetic poles will lead to critical weakening of magnetic field by 8 to 10 times, which will render all living beings unprotected against rays of ruthless cosmic radiation. suddenly awoken stratovolcanoes all over the Earth will start to spew magma. Eruptions of ashes and lava will destroy all life on their way. The atmosphere filled with volcanic ash will shield the surface of the Earth from sunlight for many years, plunging it into darkness and cold. Volcanic ash will be shed with torrents of deadly acid rains. Groundwater heated by magma chambers will evaporate and fall in endless showers. There will be a rapid rise of the level of the ocean and rivers. Ice caps will start to crumble and disappear due to the activity of the volcanoes awakening under them. The whole coastal megalopolises and states will vanish underwater within few hours. The Earth will be overwhelmed by the mightiest earthquakes with the magnitudes over 10, the ones humankind has never faced before. Giant waves of tsunamis, dismissing any obstacles, will go around the planet many times, wiping cities from the face of the Earth. Winds and hurricanes will gain power of unprecedented strength and will become chaotic. The burning gases escaping from the bowels of the Earth will lead to a large-scale natural fires in the remaining regions that have not been flooded. Abrasive radioactive particles at enormous speeds will grind cities into dust. Billions of people will die from natural disasters in their first few months. Imagine what it would look like in our consumerist, immoral world when disasters of this magnitude only begins to mount. Food, economic, energy, and social crises would grow until civilization collapses completely. The usual life will no longer be available to any of the inhabitants of the Earth. Lack of portable water and food would turn people into packs of embittered armed gangs killing each other for a piece of bread. Unsanitary conditions, outbreaks of epidemics, pestilence, looting, and devastation would engulf the cities. Survivors would roam around lifeless lands in search of food and shelter. Those living will envy the dead. Such is the cycle of 12,000-year cataclysm in its apogee. And this time it will be stronger than usual because it falls on a difficult period of time when a very sick planet, which we ecologically tormented, is added to a 24,000-year cycle.
What is this, if not our end? Already in 2028, life will be almost unbearable. That's literally in 6 years. Just think, your comfortable family life, your business, your plans will be over in 6 years.
We have calculated different variants of events development and came to the conclusion that in any, even the mildest variant of the current cycle, all humanity will die. And according to our mathematical model, this will happen no later than 2036.
Further development of these events leads to the internal cracking of the Earth's crust. There will be microfractures in the crust in some places, which will increase magmatic activity. And it will keep increasing even more until it provokes a large-scale rupture in the thinnest part of the crust, which is in the ocean. This is inevitable. There is a 99.9% probability that this rupture will occur in the area of the Mariana Trench. A gigantic volume of magma from the magma plume will rip the Mariana Trench in an instant, and billions of cubic meters of water will meet billions of cubic meters of magma. There will be a huge explosion. This explosion will be equivalent to thousands of times of the entire stockpile of nuclear weapons available on Earth. Under extreme pressure, the ocean won't just boil, it will explode. This will raise a huge column of steam mixed with dust. Under tremendous pressure, this gigantic column of steam will rush so high up that it will tear through our atmosphere. The atmosphere will curl up like a blanket and be blown away by the solar wind. Meaning, our atmosphere will literally be swept away along with the entire water cover. Also, at the same time, this gigantic explosion will cause a powerful hydraulic impact directed inside our planet. There will be a very powerful blast wave directed into the center of the planet, into magma, which will spread tangentially, and this will provoke additional cavitation processes. This will lead to an abrupt expansion of magma in all directions by a factor of 10. That is, there will be 10 times more magma. This will literally tear the planet from the inside. With such an impact, magma will behave like a gaseous substance. All volcanoes, cracks, fractures, all boundaries of lithospheric plates will burst and erupt simultaneously. The Earth will be flooded with lava flows, just as it happened on Mars. Naturally, due to the impact, the inner core will bounce away and the motion of the outer core will stop. Our planet will die. But we, humans, will no longer be threatened by this, because as a consequence of these events, we, as humanity, will already cease to exist completely. Before your eyes, you see a timer that counts down to the time when the planet, as a living planet inhabited by life, will no longer be able to exist. This is the fact that we have been living with for more than 10 years, and as of today, you will also have to live with it. So now, you can imagine what awaits our planet if humanity continues to remain inactive in the face of the imminent threat. The end of all life awaits us already by 2036. This prediction is based on a reliable mathematical model, and unfortunately today, we can clearly see its confirmation in the form of a rapid growth of destructive cataclysms worldwide.
What we have now seen in the video is really scary. In fact, you and I, our loved ones, our families, our children have no more than 5 years to live a relatively peaceful life. And what will happen next? It's hard to describe. And what is even more frightening is that this scientific prediction of climate events is also confirmed precisely by the words of our prophets. Many centuries ago, they warned us about the end times, and the picture described by our ancient prophets exactly coincide with the model of climate cataclysms which we have just seen. For example, in Tanakh, the prophet Isaiah said, "As you can see, this description fully fits the description of the terrible catastrophe that may occur in 2036 due to a hydraulic impact when our Earth will lose its atmosphere and the Moon will either fall to the Earth or will be thrown back to the Sun." The prophet Malachi also said in the 3rd chapter, "For lo, the sun comes, glowing like a furnace, and all of the audacious sinners and all of the perpetrators of weakness will be subtle, and the sun that comes shall burn them up, so that will leave them neither root nor branch, says the Lord of hosts." And the prophet Daniel also said, "And it will be a time of distress that never was since a nation existed until that time." These words clearly indicate that such a disaster have never before been experienced by our Earth, which is also consistent with the results of the mathematical model that was presented at the forum Global Crisis, Our Survival is in Unity. How could our prophets have known what would happen several millennia later, if not from God Himself? Is Is it not a mercy for us that we were warned of these terrible events by our prophets, that so we could change this scenario? Elizabeth, in your opinion, as a scientist, how it is possible to change this catastrophic scenario? What is needed to be done?
Thank you very much for this question. It is very timely, especially since temperature anomalies show that Israel is warming twice as fast as the rest of the world, which suggests that living there will soon become impossible, not only due to drought, but also due to the risk of earthquakes. This problem must be solved, but it can only be solved in the creative society. To solve such a serious problem as changes in the Earth's core and to be able to save people's lives, we must change the format of society from the consumerist to the creative one, where human life will be the highest value. Only in this format will it be possible to unite the smartest people on the planet and provide unlimited funding to science for solving these issues. Although external cosmic impact affecting the planet's core has not yet been studied by modern science, research in this direction is already being conducted in many classified laboratories. Unfortunately, these efforts are not aimed at stabilizing the Earth's core, but rather for military purposes. Scientists already possess the necessary skills, experience, and understanding, but they cannot share their research and knowledge with the rest of the world. Their talents cannot be used in this search for a solution to ensure the survival of our civilization, because no country in the consumerist format of society will reveal its best minds to the world. This is because the world is still engaged in a race for dominance, influence, and power. Scientists cannot come together under a common goal to overcome the climate crisis in the current consumerist format of society. In order to survive, we need to change the model of our society. We must create a format of society that does not contribute to unleashing wars and is not ruled by a minority. It's a format that values human life and which we call the creative society. In the creative society, we can find solutions to protect us against cosmic impacts, prevent climate disasters, and stabilize the Earth's core. This society gives humanity a chance not only to survive, but also to build a united civilization which guarantees that we will no longer face such challenges in the future. The creative society is our real chance for life.
Elizabeth,
we thank you for this comprehensive climate report, for your courage to voice the truth about climate to the world, and for your example. We would also like to thank the enormous team of volunteer scientists from around the world who work tirelessly to give humanity a complete picture of how critical the situation is today, with the disruption of the planet's core, the rise of magma, the increase in the number and strength of earthquakes, and what it all leads to. And most importantly, why we, humanity, need to act urgently now. We are very happy that people today have the opportunity to hear this vital information in 50 languages. We thank all the volunteer simultaneous interpreters who are doing their best right now, each in their place, to bring this valuable knowledge and understanding to their people. We, as a global community, can no longer ignore what is happening to our planet's climate. We can already see how much volcanic and seismic activity has increased on Earth, and this is an undeniable fact. In recent months alone, we have witnessed dangerous volcanoes awaken one after another. Nevada del Ruiz in Colombia, which is considered one of the most dangerous in the world, is showing signs of increased activity. In different continents, almost simultaneously, two volcanoes began erupting, Etna in Italy, and Popocatépetl in Mexico. In Kamchatka, Shevelich, a nameless volcano woke up. Ebica in Kuril Islands, Java in Indonesia, Kilauea in Hawaii, and many, many others. And today, scientists are concerned about an even more serious problem, namely the possibility of activation of supervolcanoes such as Yellowstone in the United States and Ira in Japan. The explosion of just one of them can wipe out all humanity from the face of the earth and plunge our planet into volcanic winter for many years. By a chain reaction, other volcanoes can also be activated. The consequences will affect everyone. Earthquakes, poisoned air, ash, hunger, and cold over the planet. What is the likelihood of such an event happening in the near future, and is there any way that we can prevent such an eruption today? An international expert in the field of elementary particle physics, member of the CERN Laboratory's Future Circular Collider project team, and Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory's National Ignition Facility user team, educator member, International Association of Intelligence Educators will talk about this. Dr. Egan Chalakan.
Good day to everyone. My name is Egon Chalakian. I am a retired international tax law professional who was also a qualified particle physicist. For the most part, I reside in Cambridge, Massachusetts, USA, home to both MIT and Harvard University, where I have academic roots. Equipped with a combined legal and physical science background, I developed a professional career within the national security, legislative affairs, and academic communities, commencing very early on. Today, I shall be speaking on the interface between climate change, Earth's geophysical disruption, legislative affairs, and national security. Because the character of my chosen topic requires a cultivated expertise typically obtained only on the job, particularly with respect to legislative affairs and national security, I'm also going to give you a bit of my professional background in these same domains as well. In this regard, very early in my career, I served as a legislative tax analyst attached to the President's Commission on International Trade and Investment Policy, the White House, under President Nixon and President Ford. And while affiliated with the Harvard Legislative Research Bureau, and while serving on the board of editors of the Harvard Journal of Legislation, I simultaneously served as a legislative tax analyst with the Joint Taxation Committee of the Committee on Ways and Means and Finance, U.S. House of Representatives and Senate, 92nd and 93rd sessions of Congress. Thereafter, I worked with the Reagan Kitchen Cabinet and Reagan White House, where I was intimately involved with President Reagan's Strategic Defense Initiative project. In total, I have worked with 4 U.S. presidents. While I am, in fact, based in Cambridge, Massachusetts, the lion's share of my current professional activities do in fact take place on Capitol Hill, Washington, D.C., where I have recently commenced a specialized legislative affairs practice centered on climate change and national security-related matters. Incidentally, if you're wondering whether or not I still keep my hand in the physical sciences, well, yes, I do. In fact, I am duly cited in all 4 volumes of CERN Laboratory's Future Circular Collider Conceptual Design Report, and I retain a very active role in the FCC's development. Additionally, I am likewise actively involved in NASA's NISAR mission as well, with a 2024 launch date rapidly approaching. CERN is the preeminent particle physics laboratory worldwide, and the FCC project is deemed to be one of the world's most sophisticated engineering challenges. And with regard to NASA's NISAR mission, which is a partnership between NASA and the Indian Space Research Organization, it is the first satellite mission to collect data in 2 microwave bandwidths, called the L-band and the S-band. In fact, it measures changes of our planet's surface, including movements as small as a centimeter, thus allowing the mission to observe a wide range of Earth processes, from the flow rates of glaciers and ice sheets to the dynamics of earthquakes and volcanoes. The tools provided by NASA's NISAR mission will likely be available to many of you within this audience within the very near future. Now I will turn my attention to the interface between volcanoes, the oceans, human anthropogenic behavior, and legislative affairs and national security. Starting with the oceans and human interaction, the anthropogenic factor has indeed destabilized our ocean's ability to mitigate Earth's ever-increasing volcanic activity. Historically, we as humans could place reliance on Earth's oceans to provide a natural cooling system for the plates and magma beneath Earth's crust, which in turn prevented magma from achieving critical temperatures. By simply cooling the plates and the magma through the release of excess heat into the atmosphere, the oceans routinely prevented the prospect of potentially catastrophic consequences of magma breaching through Earth's crust. Now, unfortunately, it would appear that humans have seen fit to handicap our oceans from performing this vital service. Growing evidence would suggest that the thermal conductivity of ocean water has been decreasing at a molecular level as a direct result of microplastic pollution. Microplastic pollution has decreased the ability of the ocean to release heat into the atmosphere, consequently causing the ocean to heat up and the magma beneath the plates to receive insufficient cooling. As a direct result of this activity, the opportunity for enhanced seismic and volcanic activity has dramatically increased. Routine results reveal that magma flows that are currently being released reflect higher temperatures and significantly different chemical compositions than those observed in the past. And magma that was previously retained at greater depths is now freely evacuating to the surface, further supporting the validity of this statement. Now let's talk about volcanoes. This portion of my presentation will be centered on the cataclysmic volcano activity, both historical and forthcoming, and on the impact likely to be visited upon mankind. Whether viewed through the national security or national disaster lens, the threat warrants immediate global attention. Accordingly, from the introductory presentation, it is hoped that a blueprint to address this issue at hand may ultimately be born, and to the same end, a 12,000-year evolutionary volcanic cycle will be embraced, from which we shall examine the factors which give rise to my assertions. My choice to employ a 12,000-year cyclical barometer was drawn from traditional geological interrogation, which included an empirical examination of ice core data, sedimentary deposits, glacial traces, paleomagnetic research, and archaeological excavation datings. The enhanced frequency of extraordinary geophysical events indicates pronounced instability in the Earth's core. This same instability will consequently manifest itself in the form of intense heat and subsequent magma, as witnessed just a few weeks back. The seismic events unfolding before us today should not be overlooked or discounted. Earthquakes realized in Turkey and Syria, compounded by a succession of volcanic eruptions and subordinated activity, ought to provide ample warning of imminent danger at our doorsteps. Should an earthquake occur in a geospecific region of China or elsewhere on the planet that produces a force magnitude similar to that recently visited upon Turkey, such an extraordinary event could actually trigger volcanic activity as far away as Yellowstone caldera, located in North America. Volcanic networks are indeed incestuous in all respects. If this were to happen, the consequences could be devastating, potentially resulting in a consequential eruption of the Yellowstone supervolcano. Moreover, such a catastrophic incident could also activate an interconnected network of volcanoes worldwide. In this lattermost scenario, the fate of mankind would likely be at stake. Volcanoes erupt when mandatory conditions are met. Currently, an increase in magnetic activity is observed on the Earth's interior, and this will ultimately bring about enhanced volcanic activity from both volcanoes and supervolcanoes alike. As magma escapes to the surface, even if external impact on the Earth's core were fully arrested, the presence of inertia would suggest that the eruptions would persist. This inspires the inevitable question as to whether or not volcanic eruptions could be controlled, regulated, or even precluded by man. Can we actually diffuse volcanic eruptions? The eruption of a volcano is instigated by the ascent of magma and the buildup of pressure within the conduit of the volcano. Upon reaching the surface, the magma is discharged as a result of degassing. The process of eruption is also accompanied by a series of small earthquakes that cause the surrounding plates to shift, which can influence the upward movement of the magma. In fact, volcanoes function as a remediating mechanism for our planet, with the goal of stabilizing magmatic outflows. What about earthquakes? Earthquakes are not a mere consequence of plate destruction, but rather a fundamental mechanism of natural remediation, a protective mechanism for our planet. A series of earthquakes within the Earth's crust indicates that the crust of our planet itself compensates for an increase in pressure of magma in the trough, thereby averting volcanic eruptions. During the eruption, only a portion of the accumulated magma is spent, with the remaining balance falling subject to the natural remediation process. This same process manifests in an integral series of stabilizing earthquakes of varying magnitudes, which further serves to stay magma escape. Such a mechanism of natural compensation does not, however, apply in the case of supervolcanoes. A supervolcano possesses a massive magma chamber embedded in the Earth's crust, where magma can ascend and penetrate through the tectonic plate, resulting in a volcanic eruption. Unlike regular volcanoes, Earth's crust is unable to manipulate and restrain the powerful supervolcano eruption through the movement of its plates. Instead, the tectonic plate succumbs to its elimination through a process of melting, which allows magma to flow less impaired directly from the magma chamber under enormous pressure. In the present moment, we have an unprecedented opportunity to avert such catastrophes. These are not fanciful theories, but rather fundamental principles that are being implemented today. We have acquired the knowledge of how to properly degas and unload volcanoes. By implementing a controlled preemptive degassing strategy, we conceivably could harness the potential of alienating the buildup of pressure in supervolcanoes, thus preventing magma from burning through the Earth's crust, and thereby averting the catastrophic consequences of a supervolcanic eruption. To properly perform degassing measures and activate the compensatory mechanisms already in place, it would be necessary to control both the plates and the pressure of magma in order to regulate closure of the trough. By carefully controlling the processes, we could release the growing pathological tension in the areas most influencing the lithospheric plates, thereby reducing the frequency of earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. In other words, the process of earthquakes can be influenced and possibly regulated. In closing, we can prevent the catastrophic eruptions of a supervolcano. However, this can only be achieved after we stop the external impact on the core, which takes place every 12,000-year cycle. This is an undeniable fact. If we fail to take corrective action or improperly conduct degassing, the excess energy will intensify the cavitation process of magma and lead to a sharp expansion of magma pressure, which the crust would not be able to withstand. In such a case, our planet may well face the same fate as Phaethon, a catastrophic explosion that would transform it into an asteroid belt. The issue at hand is not just a matter of national security, but rather a supranational one that should capture the attention of intelligence agencies and governments worldwide. It is critical that we act with urgency, as the consequences of inaction would be catastrophic. In fact, we should have acted yesterday. And this is the reason that I stand before you today, delivering this message with the utmost seriousness and urgency. The paradox of the current consumerist format lies in the fact that despite our understanding and solution to the problem, we are unable to implement them in practice, because executing the degassing process effectively requires a globally coordinated effort that involves the territories of different countries. However, in a world where everything starting from private enterprises to the states themselves is divided and focused on defending their own interest, such efforts are unfortunately seen as a potential threat to national security. Reaching agreement on these issues at the international level can take decades, And this is concerning, given the urgency, especially when these challenges should have been resolved yesterday. The second factor that hinders progressing towards these goals in the current consumerist society is the lack of financial resources allocated to such activities. Despite claims of enough funding, the reality is that there are insufficient investments in these areas. While funds are directed towards wars and conflicts, no funds are allocated to provide for pressing human needs because the consumerist society places no value on human life. Therefore, I assert with confidence that if we persist in the consumerist model of international relations, we are bound to fail. The terms of the game are such that even if we possess a solution, we are not able to execute it. We people are the root cause of all crises. Nevertheless, regardless of our past mistakes, we can always stop and do things in a different way. However, given the current state of affairs, any small delay in addressing the climate threats will result in irreversible consequences. Soon we will no longer be able to do anything against the climate, and all of us understand this perfectly well. In light of the dire climate situation, I have come before you today to discuss a possible solution. I believe that the only way to overcome our current crisis is to transform our society from a consumerist format of society to a creative society. The model of the creative society instills in us three key conditions that will enable us to combat climate change. First and foremost, in the creative society, human life is considered paramount, and thus its preservation and protection are prioritized above all else. Secondly, the creative society operates as a single economic space that is both open and transparent, which means there are neither wars nor geopolitical conflicts, nor hidden agendas. This will allow us to execute a global degassing strategy. Finally, it is of the utmost importance that the transition to the creative society provides unlimited funding for scientists to quickly solve the climate issue. This will ensure that scientists have unlimited funding and enough resources to expedite the resolution of the climate issue. In the creative society, sufficient resources will be directed towards the control of volcanic eruptions, thereby enabling us to alleviate the pathological load and pressure from the tectonic plates. With such proactive measures in place, we can even prevent the impending eruption of Yellowstone and corresponding earthquakes. This is not far-fetched, this is a realistic goal, and we are actively working towards achieving it. In addition, not only will we be able to forecast powerful earthquakes such as the recent ones in Turkey and in Syria, for example, but also be able to prevent them. Through the implementation on such measures, we could achieve a stabilization on the planet's geodynamic processes. Of course, this will only be possible once we have stopped the external impact. I am confident that we will discover the necessary solution, but it is extremely crucial that we initiate this work in the near future. Please note that control over geodynamic processes will have a nearly instantaneous impact on the atmosphere, culminating in the control of typhoons, floods, anomalous precipitation, and other cataclysms as well. We envision a future where humans can control climate, including natural disasters. Creative society truly opens up an opportunity to create a world in which cataclysms can be prevented and every person's life safeguarded. This prospect has been the subject of my thoughts and aspirations for a very long time. Therefore, when I was in Washington and encountered the presentation on the Creative Society, I immediately realized that it is precisely what we need. I recognize that the Creative Society is our way out, and thankfully we have such a way. This is something that can enable scientists to act without constraint, stop an external impact, save our planet, and protect human life. That, to me, is the most significant aspect. I know how to solve this problem. I hold the keys to the future in my hands. But as of now, I lack the opportunity to utilize them. This opportunity can only be provided through creative society. Only through the establishment of a creative society can we actually unlock the true potential to implement the solutions to prevent climate catastrophes and secure the safety and well-being of every individual. Ladies and gentlemen, Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak before you this day. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Yes, thank you, Professor Cholakan. You have voiced the fact that the Creative Society will enable us to implement a proper degazing strategy on a global scale, that is, throughout the planet. And now we need to ensure sufficient funding for scientists to research and solve the problem of climate as soon as possible. If we unite the scientific potential, we will be able to stop the external impact on the core of our planet and stabilize geodynamic processes. We will be able to prevent typhoons, earthquakes, abnormal precipitation, and other natural disasters. In short, we will be able to control the climate, but only in the Creative Society. Today, climate change is the threat to the existence of the entire humanity. If we do not start taking action now, we may not have enough time to prevent this threat. The situation is very acute. Climate is a faceless and ruthless enemy that recognizes no borders or nationalities. It doesn't care about your social status or your wealth. You cannot bribe it. Your high fences will not stop it from destroying you. To save ourselves, we need to unite the whole world, all the people, the entire scientific potential. And our people have the greatest scientific potential. We, Jewish people, are one of the smartest people in the world. Although we make up only 0.2% of world's population, more than 25% of Nobel Prize winners are Jewish. Our people are also the winners of the Turing Award, the most prestigious prize in computer science, the Fields Medal, awarded by the International Congress of Mathematicians, and many other prestigious awards. The achievements of Israeli scientists have greatly contributed to the strengthening of Israel's international status. Our country is considered a high-tech superpower, attracting the attention of major international companies which open their research centers here and invest in startups in various industries. There are more than 70 venture capital funds operating in Israel. Every year, $12 billion, or 4.7% of GDP, is spent on innovation development, which is one of the highest rates in the world. 300 major international companies have innovation centers in Israel. Among them, Intel, Google, Microsoft, Facebook, SAP, IBM, Oracle, Dell, Cisco Systems. Israeli science has contributed significantly to improving the quality of life of billions of people around the world. Israel is one of the top 10 nations in space exploration. But despite all these achievements, Israel will not be able to save itself and survive alone in the conditions of the rapidly changing climate. It is impossible to solve this problem within one country. Even if Israel chooses the path of building the creative society, all of Israel's most advanced technology will not protect it if neighboring countries remain in the consumerist format. Despite our rich scientific potential, our nation, like the whole of humanity, is on the brink. We have enormous potential, but now we're channeling it into the existing consumerist format, a world that is crumbling before our eyes. So there is an urgent need to channel our minds and our intellectual potential to bring people together to deal with the climate issue. It is up to us, the Jewish people, to set an example of unity and to unite the entire world community. We can do this because our people are all over the world. We rule the world. Look, our people are everywhere. Even if the president of some country is not a representative of the Jewish people, his advisor is our person. There is not much time left, but we know how to get the things done. We need to unite, to make the most of our potential, relying on the richest resources of the Jewish people, which are our intellect and experience. Since we have this potential, we must apply it for survival of the people of Israel and the survival of all humankind. We need change. And if we can change something, it is better to change it for the better and to change the format of society to the creative one, to a format where everyone's life will be valued and secured, to a format where each person's life will be worthy and prosperous.
Creative society is beneficial for all the Jewish people. It is the best future we can build for ourselves. It is a society that guarantees us prosperity, security, and unlimited development for our great people. With a great pleasure, we invite you to watch a video about the wonderful prospect of the creative society and all the various benefits and bonuses of the creative society for you personally and for every person in the world.
Worldwide survey of the Creative Society Project. What kind of society does every person dream of living in? Tens of millions of people surveyed in 180 countries, hundreds of thousands of hours of video footage, terabytes of data, more than 15 million hours of personal time of Creative Society Project participants from around the world, all to show how people from around the world want to live. Only in the Creative Society, all people's desires for a comfortable, safe, and happy life will be guaranteed 100%. All of this is laid out in the 8 pillars of the Creative Society, which is the foundation of your happy future. Watch this video and you will understand why the Creative Society is exactly what you want. First pillar, human life. The highest value in the Creative Society will be human life, that is, your life, as well as the life of any other person. All of humanity will become a unified civilization, and this guarantees the absence of wars, various conflicts, and crises. You will finally gain confidence that you are truly protected. Second pillar, human freedom. In the Creative Society, you will be free and protected. No one will be able to violate your rights and freedoms. You are a citizen of the world, and you will be able to travel freely. And if you want, you will be able to easily change your place of residence. The Creative Society is true freedom and equality. In the Creative Society, there will be no need to fight for the rights of minorities because there will be no one superior or inferior. Everyone will have one highest status, the status of a human being. There can be no one and nothing on earth superior to a human, their freedom and rights. Third pillar, human safety. The Creative Society guarantees your safety. The economy of the Creative Society ensures the absence of crises and inflation for every person. You will be protected and have all the comforts of living. During the transition period to the Creative Society, you will be provided with free housing of a minimum of 60 square meters per person in private ownership, and you will not have to pay for utilities. Every home will be equipped with an FFG, fuel-free generator that will provide you and your family with free and unlimited energy. Moreover, in that same transition period, every month you will receive a universal basic income equivalent to $10,000 as of today, without having to pay any taxes. You will only need to decide how to spend your money. You might as well start thinking about this now. Do you think you will pay off all your debts first? But they will be written off. Do you think you will spend this money on healthcare or education? You will have the best education and healthcare free of charge, available to you 24/7. In the Creative Society, your safety will be the top priority, and all technologies will be directed towards improving your quality of life. Each household will be equipped with a matter replicator, providing you with your favorite clothing, food, and other necessary items. Thanks to the health capsule, you will forget about illnesses forever, and you will always be healthy. Isn't this what you've been dreaming of your whole life? But that's not all yet. Fourth pillar, transparency and openness of information for all. In the creative society, the media will belong exclusively to the society. The media will serve the interests of the people and reflect information truthfully, openly, and honestly. Additionally, you will be able to receive accurate information about the movement and distribution of public funds at any time. Money owed by the public is, first and foremost, your money, and you should know how it is spent and for what purposes. Fifth pillar, the creative ideology. You will no longer have your mind manipulated, nor be frightened with imaginary enemies. We will not be pushed to confront each other and be divided into us versus them anymore, because in the creative society, any propaganda of violence, inhumanity, and segregation will be prohibited. The creative society will establish all the conditions for the development and education of a human with a capital H. Our children will be raised on the principles of humaneness, kindness, friendship, and mutual respect. These particular qualities will form the basis of relationships between people in the creative society. Sixth pillar, development of personality. In the creative society, you will be able to study wherever you want and train to become whatever you want, and it will all be absolutely free of charge. Education in the creative society will unlock your individual potential by 100%. You will be provided with a program specifically tailored to maximize your intellectual abilities. Any educational process will be interesting and engaging. You will have access to cutting-edge technologies in education and development. You can study anywhere in the world at any time that suits you. In the creative society, the world of knowledge is open for you. Seventh pillar, justice and equality. If you decide to work, you will be able to choose a profession that brings you joy. There will be a 4-day work week with a 4-hour workday. Moreover, you will have 2 fully paid vacations per year. Every job will have a decent compensation. The pay for identical positions, specialties, and professions will be the same worldwide. Furthermore, justice and equality will ensure that there will be no more private monopoly and irrational use of resources. All natural resources will belong to all people, including you. Eighth pillar, self-governing society. In the creative society, for the first time in human history, a unified, all-human civilization will be created. All power will belong to all people, to you. People know what they want and how they want to live. All socially important issues will be decided by people themselves on an open online platform. Specialists will be responsible for implementation of the tasks assigned to them. They will be appointed and controlled by people themselves. Since all processes will be transparent, corruption and dictatorship will be impossible in the creative society. In the creative society, you will decide for yourself how to live. For the first time in human history, your future will be in your hands. The 8 pillars of the creative society are formed from our desire to live as human beings. Everyone wants to live in a world without wars, without violence, without tyranny, without poverty, without inflation or any crisis, without absurd and total consumption. If you want peace, security, confidence, free and high-quality healthcare and education, freedom of movement around the world, a universal basic income, access to free energy, then the creative society will fulfill all your dreams. All of this can easily be achieved in the coming years. How to do this? Just tell this to as many people as possible, to everyone. Your dream world is separated from you by your neighbors and everyone around you who don't know about the creative society yet. Do you want the creative society to come as soon as possible? Act. Tell everyone about the creative society. For the first time in human history, your future is in your hands.
איך אני כבר רוצה לחיות בחברה יוצרת. How I want to live in a creative society already, in the world without wars, I want peace so much. No one is safe now, and anywhere, at any time, a war could begin when you don't want it and don't expect it. But in a creative society, it will be different. The highest value will be life of each person. It will be a beautiful, safe world for us and our children.
Yes, Jews want peace more than everyone else. And in the creative society, not only will all of humanity live in peace, but all of our problems will be solved, even such everyday and pressing ones as mortgages. As soon as I imagine that I don't have to pay this money, I feel so relieved. And I will be able to go on a trip around the world with the whole family. And my children, while traveling with me, will be fascinated with the interactive way of learning. To be honest, I myself have long wanted to learn a new profession. Olga, what would you like to do in the creative society?
I'm a professional musician, but I have a family and responsibilities, and now I have to do something completely different. But I would love to go back to playing the cello.
After watching the video, the question may arise: how realistic is it to implement in life? And also, where will we get money for all that? One might think that this is such a distant future that our generation won't live to see it. In fact, this is not the case. One of the conditions for building the creative society is a transition to a new economic model. Let's see a presentation of this new economic model.
In the transition period to the creative society, each person will have universal basic income equivalent to $10,000 US, free housing at least 650 square feet per person, free healthcare of the highest quality, free education for a lifetime, safety in every part of the world, work 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, paid vacation for 2 months a year, equally high salaries across the world, no taxes for individuals, small and medium-sized businesses, fixed prices on all goods.
When I look at the picture of this kind of the world, a thought comes to my mind. This is incredible. This is incredibly cool. And yes, I want this kind of life. But just like in any person, a skeptic inside me begins to rant and says, first of all, it is impossible to implement. And even if it is possible, it certainly won't happen in my lifetime. And goes on to affirm, no one will let you do this. And you know what I reply to him? You're right. And indeed, he is right in today's economy of the consumerist format in which we exist nowadays. This cannot be implemented. This requires a different economic model. We need to look beyond the confines of the current system. And I invite you to learn about a new model of economy that will provide a high standard of living for every human being. This model has been developed and proposed by experts from around the world. It takes into account the economic needs of each person, technological advances, and the need for our civilization to develop and evolve. This innovative model will change our lives from the first day of its implementation. I want to draw your attention to the fact that its implementation is possible only if the format of society is changed from consumerist to creative. And further, I will explain why. Unlike the current economic model, the new model will have a different goal: to provide the high standard of living for every human on the planet. There are two key requirements for the new economic model to function and achieve this goal. The first requirement: the new economic model can only work on the planetary scale.
It cannot work in a single country. The second requirement is the self-governing society. All power must belong to the people. The economy, along with other strategic spheres, will also be managed and controlled directly by society, represented by every person, each of us, via the electoral platform. So, we have formulated the goal of the new economic model and outlined the necessary requirements for its implementation. These requirements can only be met in the creative format of society. I now invite you to model the near future. After we have successfully completed all three stages of building the creative society, informational, political, and the global referendum, the world community legally and peacefully transitions to the creative format of society that we all have chosen together and become one civilization. From that moment on, it will take a small amount of time to launch the new economic model. 6 months, according to preliminary calculations. After that, we will enter the transitional period to the creative society, which will last 5 to 6 years. As soon as we enter the transitional period, everyone will be provided with the monthly unconditional basic income in the amount equivalent to $10,000, with their own housing of at least 60 square meters per person. Education and healthcare will be of high quality and free, as well as resources, electricity, water, heating. All debts will be written off. Loans will be interest-free, and there will be no more taxes for individuals, small and medium-sized businesses. Of course, this raises a lot of questions. Will people work? What will the prices be? Will there be inflation? And the most common and important question, where will the money come from? So let's take it in order. Where will we get the money from in the transitional period to the creative society? In the new economic model, money will be created by a single fund for global financing, which belongs to society and serves its interests. The single fund for global financing will only serve the function of creating and redistributing funds. It will not accumulate money like the funds do today, nor will it make money as the banks do in the consumer model of the economy. There will be no banks in the transitional period to the creative society because there will be no need to keep money, because money will be exclusively digital. In fact, there will be no money in the conventional sense of the word. These are just numbers and equivalent for exchange. That's your assets. You can exchange them for something, a product, a service, and so on. The more the economy grows, the more means of exchange, what we now call money, are created. In contrast to the consumerist format, all financial transactions will be open and transparent to everyone. The task of the single fund for global financing is to supply the right amount of means of exchange at society's request. How will this work? Society decides what needs to be improved, created, and what projects and initiatives to implement. Experts will use the artificial intelligence to calculate how much money is needed to achieve those goals. And the single fund for global financing will create the necessary amount of money. If there is a request for the implementation of a project in a village, city, or country, an application is submitted to the electoral platform. For example, if a city decides to replace its asphalt pavement, it submits a request, and funds are allocated for this from the single fund for global financing. It's just like in the family. You know what everyone needs, and you allocate money from the family budget to buy the necessary goods: pants, sneakers, a piano. It's the same at the city and global levels. The only difference is that our budget as a society is not limited. We can spend as much as we want if there is something to spend on, and we need it. This approach does not limit the development of the economy. The economy develops and our opportunities increase. In the new economic model, there will be no budgets of cities and countries. There will be no such thing as state money either. The only place where money can accumulate is your personal account, and you yourself dispose of it as you please. If a country, city, or village has a budget, there will inevitably be those who will try to make a profit from that budget, local officials and others. And when there is no budget, it cannot be taken away. And this is the answer to the question of why there will be no corruption, theft, and bureaucracy. There won't be a situation where the asphalt pavement was changed last year and this year it is changed again, and someone makes money on it. It will not happen because the monitoring system will guarantee the transparency of all operations. Monitoring that the money allocated has been used as intended will be done with the help of technologies that already exist, such as the multipurpose complex Voskhod. You won't be able to buy building materials for a higher price than those that are sold everywhere, and everyone can see their price. How is it possible to steal if what you buy and sell can be seen immediately? Money flows are transparent. Anyone can see what every penny is spent on. Now, in the consumerist format, this information is hidden. But in the transitional period to the creative society, it will be available to everyone. You can see exactly how money has been spent in any part of the world, regardless of where you are, because society's money is your money. For the convenience of transactions and complete transparency, a new single monetary unit will be introduced, which can be used anywhere in the world. It will belong to society and be created by the single fund for global financing. It will be digital. It will not be possible to seize or freeze it, and it will not lose value. You cannot lose digital money. It cannot be stolen, and its flows are completely transparent. From the first day of the transitional period to the creative society, an exchange of existing currencies for the new monetary unit will take place. All savings, capitals, and assets of people and enterprises will be converted into it. Why will the single currency be digital? Because firstly, it guarantees the transparency of all financial transactions. And secondly, with modern technology, there is no need for paper money or documents. Digital money is both environmentally friendly and convenient. A person doesn't need to carry a wallet, a passport, or a plane ticket. No chips or third-party devices are needed. A person can be identified by retina or a fingerprint. All this information will be stored in a single database that would be under the control of society as a whole, rather than individual countries or special services, as it is today, where everything is fragmented. This high-tech approach would simply eliminate any illegal activity. It will be impossible to engage in stealing or money laundering. It will all stop. In the creative society, a person has nothing to fear or hide. They are absolutely open and free. Everything starts with a clean slate. The key mechanism of the new economic model will be a limitation of wealth, which is the limit of maximum wealth per family that we will set as a society. At the present time, the recommended amount is $10 million, and it is confirmed by recent research. This is the total amount, including all movable and immovable property, all the assets and liabilities of each family member. This amount is more than enough for a comfortable, prosperous life, but not enough to gain unlimited power. When a person's wealth goes over the set limit, the excess funds simply disappear. They are not credited to anyone's account and are essentially written off. We are used to thinking in terms of the economy of the consumerist format, but here you have to understand that this is a different form of settlement, not the usual banking form. Therefore, money is not accumulated. When society needs money, the single fund for global financing simply allocates the necessary amount, which goes into circulation. Society is financed without limitations for as much as required for its needs. In the transitional period, money is needed as an exchange fund to limit the wealth so that humanity or a group of people would not build empires and usurp power again. This would create a high standard of living for all people. Let's summarize. In the consumerist format, money is a means to retain power. People try to accumulate it, hide it, take it away, while in the transitional period to the creative society, money is a tool to achieve society's goals. And money is needed only during the transitional period to the creative society, as a temporary measure for 5 to 6 years, and it will not be needed in the future. And later we will explain why. Nowadays, they say that the problem is not money, but its quantity. As we have already understood, in the new economic model, there will be no such problem. But the question is different. Will it lead to inflation? The answer is simple. There will be no inflation at all. It is impossible. In the current economic model, this would indeed lead to skyrocketing prices, hyperinflation. But in the economic model of the transitional period to the creative society, this simply could not happen. Why? Because prices would be fixed worldwide by law for all resources, goods and services. They simply cannot be raised, and this means that inflation cannot be created. But it raises another question. At what level will the prices be fixed? Will the bread cost $1,000? Well, if you make that decision, of course it will, because we will decide as a society anyway. The optimal prices will be calculated using artificial intelligence, considering all the costs and profitability, but the final decision on pricing will be made by people. Therefore, you surely understand we are unlikely to want the bread to cost $1,000. We would rather want it to cost less than it does today. And it will. All prices will be less than they are today. And thanks to what? Because there will be no interest on loans and taxes for medium and small-sized businesses included in the prices. Electricity, water and gas will be free. There will be a single economic environment in the creative society. And the absence of borders means no taxes on exports and imports, no duties, no excise taxes and no customs duties. The introduction of robotics, fuel-free generators and smart logistics will contribute to lower prices for goods. At the same time, quality standards will be equally high for the same goods all over the world. For example, the same hamburger that today costs $6 in America and $1 in Romania will cost, for example, 40 cents worldwide and will be equally delicious and juicy and healthy. Tasty and healthy food will be available to everyone. Right now, in the consumerist economy, 8 billion people is a lot. And in the creative society, 50 billion won't be enough. But even in the transitional period, we will not need to add worms, bugs and other insects to our food, because the production of organic and quality food will increase many times as new technologies are introduced, such as vertical farms, which we already have now, but it is not profitable to introduce them in the farming in the consumer's format. And in the new model of the economy, it will become completely natural. Today, despite the addition of insects to our food, 2 billion people are starving. And in the transitional period to the creative society, there will be neither hungry nor poor. I'm already anticipating your next question. Such a rapid improvement in people's living standards and purchasing power, including an unconditional basic income of $10,000, lower prices and free utility services, won't all this lead to a shortage of products? It won't, but friends, the truth is, not everything is going to be so easy. You will have a new headache, where to spend the $10,000, because the selection of goods and services will be huge. In the transitional period to the creative society, almost immediately you will see a huge increase in economic growth, because people will have enough money and there will be an unconditional basic income, which means that the purchasing power will increase many times over. And this is a massive boost for trade turnover. Moreover, ideal conditions will be created for manufacturers and business. These include interest-free loans, no taxes for small and medium-sized businesses, free water, gas and electricity, access to the latest technology, and most importantly, a great demand for their goods and services. This will be a huge stimulus for them to create more goods, develop and expand. The new economic model is a real paradise for consumers and entrepreneurs. First of all, the absence of taxes for small and medium-sized businesses means not only a reduction in prices, it also means economic freedom. All the money you earn is yours and you are free to spend it as you like. No one will be able to take them away as it is done today through taxation. Taxes will be simply not necessary because there is a wealth cap and funds above a certain amount are already directed towards the needs of society. And this money will anyway be exchanged for goods and services which will make manufacturers themselves richer. This is much more beneficial than taxes. Secondly, loans for small and medium-sized businesses will be interest-free. You can take out a loan and develop your business, but this does not mean that you can borrow without limit and not pay it back. Obviously, there will be a mechanism for control. Of course, you have an obligation to repay the loan. No one will allow anyone to live off their back. It is not good for someone to live off the president's back. And considering that each person is the president, you cannot get a free ride on anyone. But on the plus side, no one can get a free ride on you. And thirdly, another key benefit for business is the economic model itself. It will be structured in such a way that any entrepreneur will always know what is in demand. This will be possible because we will use a planned economy model, which will be calculated using artificial intelligence on a global level. This means that any businessman can always visit the electoral platform and, with the help of artificial intelligence, find out what will be the demand for their goods and services in a particular location. Artificial intelligence will help them process the data and make the right choice so that their business becomes profitable and successful. For example, you have decided to open a coffee shop. You can go to the electoral platform and see how many coffee shops are in your area, how busy they are, and if there are already 2 half-empty coffee shops, it would be foolish to open a third one. Such a business will fail on its own and harm others. At the same time, the artificial intelligence will prompt you that there is no bakery in this area. Therefore, opening a bakery will be profitable. This way, you get to understand which profitable business you can open for the benefit of yourself and society. Moreover, when starting a business, the same artificial intelligence will offer you options for premises, purchasing goods at the most favorable price in nearby places to reduce logistics costs. It will connect you with a logistics company, calculate the required loan amount if one is needed, and also calculate the cost of necessary repairs of the premises. Find the companies that will do the repairs at the most advantageous price. Find options for design solutions and propose the necessary employee candidates in the required location. All on a turnkey basis. At the same time, it is you who chooses from the options suggested by AI, and all final decisions are up to you. The same artificial intelligence will calculate how much time it will take from the moment you apply on the electoral platform for your business to start making a profit. Additionally, the AI will calculate the necessary number of employees and help you draft their schedule. This is very useful considering that the work week will be 4 days, 4 hours a day, meaning that in order to cover 12 hours of daily work for that very coffee shop, 3 people per day are needed per shift. Of course, after this, many people will say that everyone will become an entrepreneur. They won't, because running a business requires a certain character, motivation, responsibility, time commitment, and most importantly, organizational skills. For many, and this is the overwhelming majority, it is much easier to go to work 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, receive a good salary in addition to the universal basic income, and enjoy life, rather than continue developing their business and work on it almost 24 hours a day, despite all the help from AI. Even if artificial intelligence does the calculations for you, it's still up to you to do the work. AI will help you launch the business and assist you in the process, but it is you who will run the business. Communicating with customers, overseeing production, the responsibility for all this will be on you, right down to picking out the design, starting from the smallest details in the process of launching the business. There is no getting away from it. You will be engaged 24 hours a day, despite the simplicity and ease of the process. And it is up to you to decide whether to work 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, or to be an entrepreneur. Some people want to earn more, while others are satisfied with their salary and a free, wonderful life. Naturally, all of these conditions, such as no taxes, interest-free loans, understandable demand, etc., will have a positive impact on increasing wages. Wages will need to be increased regularly because companies will need skilled workers to meet the growing demand for goods and services. Since unconditional basic income allows even those who used to be low-income individuals to purchase quality goods, there will be an increase in the number of companies needing employees to meet this demand. For example, let's consider a medium-sized business. A person has an enterprise with 200 to 300 employees and a turnover of several tens of millions of dollars. They don't have to pay taxes. All the money earned belongs to them. And of course, they will raise wages, because competition for specialists in the labor market will be high. While unemployment will inevitably increase in today's world, in the creative society, on the contrary, there will be competition for good workers. They will be needed. And we come to another often asked question. Will people want to work if they already have a comfortable life provided by universal basic income of $10,000? People will still work because a $120,000 universal basic income per year for a person is just an average level of prosperity. Few people want to be in the middle class. People strive to live better. For example, if a person wants a new good car, then to buy it, they will have to live on just their basic income for several years. Wouldn't it be easier to go to work to buy their dream car faster? In this case, a person could earn an additional $5,000 to $10,000 or more per month, and in a year they could save up for their dream car and drive it to the job they love. You will also want good watches, a good phone, and a new laptop. Why? Because you have the opportunity to buy them. You will want to go to a good restaurant. You will be too lazy to cook, and you will go to a restaurant near your home to eat there. This requires money, and this is a good incentive to work. Not to mention that the transitional period to a creative society implies working for 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, and having 2 months of paid vacation and high salaries worldwide. Furthermore, thanks to the implementation of new technologies, boring professions and hard labor will gradually disappear. People will have much more interesting work to do because there will be many new professions that will reveal their potential and talents. Everyone will be able to easily and freely learn a new trade or train for a new profession. Thus, we understand that people will have all the conditions to earn themselves a good house and even more than one, any car or real estate. And then this question arises, what about private property? Everything a person earns, up to the wealth cap, belongs to them, their house, their yard, their car, and so on. An entrepreneur's private property may include a store, service areas, manufacturing, restaurants, cafes, and the like. But all minerals and resources of the earth will belong to the entire society. It is thanks to this that electricity, water, and gas will be free for people and small and medium-sized businesses. Thus, the new economic model creates all the conditions for the maximum development of both businesses and entrepreneurship, as well as the development of every individual and society as a whole. One more reason why the world economy will become many times more efficient in the transitional period to the creative society is the use of a planned economy at the global level. Just think how much unnecessary money and resources are now spent on overproduction, as well as on liquidation of finished products in order to increase the value of the remaining products. And yet, at a time when a third of the ready-to-eat products are being destroyed, there are countries where people have never ever tried these products. Meanwhile, those countries have things that are needed in other countries. The new model of the economy will solve this problem with smart planning and smart logistics. Logistics will be calculated by experts with the help of artificial intelligence in order to efficiently redistribute goods so that everyone will have the opportunity to buy everything they need. In the model of the transitional period to the creative society, there is no limit to improving human life. It will be possible and necessary to improve life, but prohibited to make it worse, and it will be fixed at the legislative level. Remember, the highest value in the world will be human life and his benefits. Well, friends, let's sum it up. Now you understand how the economic model of the transitional period to the creative society works. It provides everyone with a high standard of living. This includes a monthly unconditional basic income equivalent to $10,000, fixed prices for all goods, high level of wages, free and high quality healthcare, education, and excellent conditions for business development. What's more, there's only a part of its advantages over the current consumerist format of economy. The absence of wars, inflation, crisis, and stable income, all of this makes society healthier, and this is extremely important. There's no need to commit crimes, no reason to risk a happy life. The simple question is, what for? When human life comes first, the world changes drastically. Your happy life is what you will treasure. These are your opportunities, and these are the opportunities for the entire civilization. Today, humanity stands at the threshold of controlling matter. This is the reality of today. Only minor gaps in understanding separate us from controlling matter. The only thing we really lack to fill these gaps and make a scientific breakthrough is scientists from around the world working together in this direction with unlimited funding. And this will be possible from the very first days of the transitional period to the creative society. And most importantly, unlimited funding for science is the only chance to eliminate the climate threat. Because this is the top priority vital issue today. As early as this stage, we will be able to save the planet from climate collapse and launch the processes to solve environmental problems. The transitional period will take about 5 to 6 years. After its completion, we will enter the creative society. And the creative society is a world of incredible possibilities where the latest technologies will be available. The health capsule will allow everyone to extend their lives beyond the species limit and live in a healthy and young body for at least 1,500 years. The replicator is the technology that will enable us to create anything from the tiniest particles, manipulating matter at the quantum level. These technologies will be in every home. And that's the answer to why we will no longer need money. The creative society solves all our economic problems and opens up a new world of incredible opportunities where you can unlock your true potential. If you want to live in such a world, it is now important to act together with millions of people. You and I are now launching a worldwide demand for the creative society, which will very soon become the main trend of humanity. If each of us takes an active part in this first and most difficult stage of building the creative society, the stage of informing. In one way or another, each of us is suffering in the economic model of the consumerist format. But we are searching for a way out within the familiar paradigm. However, the way out is only in the creative society. Therefore, for those who understand what the way out is, it is important to tell others about it. Creative society will open up perspectives for growth and development of each individual and of society as a whole. This is what will make us free. In the consumerist format, there can be no real freedom for a person. There's always the exploitation of the majority by a few individuals. But even those few individuals are themselves enslaved by this format. Therefore, not a single person has freedom in the consumerist society. It is only in the creative society that the person can attain true freedom.
מדהים. כסף תמיד יהיה כמה שכולנו צריכים. אני בטוחה.
Amazing. There will always be as much money as we all need. I'm sure that's what everyone dreams of. Yes, everything is in our hands. We can live in such a beautiful world. Moreover, we still have to think about where to spend the money. I've already started making a list.
I did know about this. As a child, my mother told me that there will be times of salvation, times of unification of our people. When being united, we will revive all of the highest human values in the world. And it will be the time of true happiness. The first pillar of the creative society is the value of human life. Everyone's life should be valued as one's own. In Talmud of the Torah contains the following words: anyone who saved one soul life from the Jewish people is as if he saved an entire world. In Torah Vayikra, 19th chapter, it said, "You shall not stand by the shedding of your fellow's blood. You shall not go around as a gossip monger amidst your people. You shall not stand by the shedding of your fellow's blood. You shall choose life so that you and your offspring will live, to love the Lord your God, to listen to his voice, and to cleave to him, for that is your life and the length of your days." Our scriptures teach us to cherish our life and the life of others as one's own. We are instructed to choose life, and in our times, to choose life means to choose the creative society.
And when I saw the regeneration capsule technology of the creative society, I understood in a new way the meaning of what is said in the scriptures, that everyone will be cured. There will be no such thing for a person as incurable disease. Then the eyes of the blind shall be opened, and the ears of the deaf shall be unstopped. Then the lame shall skip like a hart, and the tongue of the mute shall sing, for waters has broken out in the deserts and streams in the plain. It will be available thanks to the health capsule technology. To understand better what the regeneration capsule is, I suggest watching the film about this capsule and its function.
Cody, any news for me?
The regeneration capsule has been installed and configured. It's also synchronized to your personal medical assistant.
Cool. Cody, I want chocolate milkshake.
The recipe from Gabby Kozak.
Yeah, that milkshake is amazing.
Done.
Wow, you are a beauty indeed. I see they implemented all my design suggestions. Wonderful.
Greetings! I'm a regeneration capsule, the first generation. Would you like to undergo the body regeneration procedure?
Do I have to?
When analyzing the data from your personal medical assistant, I discovered that you suffered a fracture at the age of 10. It healed but left a slight dislocation, which deformed your joint, causing pain and potential damage to the joint cartilage if you exercise. The surgery that you had at the age of 16 to remove your appendix left a scar on your skin. Your frequent unbalanced diet has also caused your body to malfunction. I can eliminate all the consequences and restore your body to its perfect condition. Would you like to start the treatment?
Yeah, I guess so. But first, I'd like to know more about you.
Shall I start the presentation video?
Yes, go ahead.
The regeneration capsule of the first generation 1.0. The regeneration capsule is a unique daily comprehensive care for your body that includes diagnosis of your body, prevention and treatment of any diseases except mental disorders, restoration of lost body parts and organs, body shaping according to your wishes, hygienic procedures, and cosmetic body care. Thanks to this innovative method, you will be able not only to revitalize your body, but also to extend your life up to 1,500 years. The regeneration capsule works at the information and physical levels. At the physical level, the regeneration capsule will detect any parasites, viruses, bacteria, or toxins in your body, extract energy from them, and transform it into useful elements for you. It can urgently remove any pathological changes, such as blood clots, hemorrhages, or stones, eliminate inflammation, and restore damaged organs and tissues in the body. Thanks to this technology, there is no longer a need for hygienic procedures such as taking a shower or brushing your teeth. Epithelial particles or any dirt will be broken down into elementary particles and used as useful building material to transform your body. At the information level, the health capsule restores all the functions of the body and rejuvenates your body at the DNA level, as it contains all the information about how the body should function. The capsule only changes the program inside the DNA and corrects just one pixel at the beyond quantum level. The rest is done by organism itself according to the new information. In this way, any cell can be reprogrammed. Everything unnecessary is removed and everything necessary is added. Thanks to this technology, you can change your appearance, change your height, weight, body volume, and set a program for the regeneration of limbs and organs. By changing information at the beyond quantum level, you can make a cell, as well as the entire body, rejuvenate and live a long life. Moreover, the whole process takes place at the micro level, completely painless and safe for you. Thanks to the regeneration capsule, any diseased organ can be repaired instantly, and its function will be restored. There is no need to replace your heart with someone else's to make it start beating. It is enough to run the necessary program on the regeneration capsule. Now you can choose any look you want. To transform the entire body, it takes time depending on the scale of anthropometric changes for the body to transform according to the new information in the DNA. Physical transformations in the human body take place over a period of 9 to 14 months. Start the rejuvenation and life-sustaining program in your capsule, and every day you will feel healthier, younger, and stronger until you reach the biological youthful age defined by your program. It is possible to extend human life by an average of up to 1,500 years in a young and healthy body. You can also change the characteristics of your body according to your preferences. The capsule technology allows you to become an athlete with any body type, muscle tone, and level of training, and maintain this form according to the parameters set by you. You don't need to spend any personal time exercising. Just 30 seconds spent in a capsule in the morning can replace hours of workouts, freeing up time for your personal development. All necessary procedures, including hygiene, are performed simultaneously with the transformation program. The capsule technology is very easy to use and completely safe for everyone. Information about your personal parameters and preferences will be stored in a unified database. When you travel anywhere in the world, you can activate your personal program with any other capsule. All you need to do is to use your individual code, and a perfectly tuned capsule is at your service. The regeneration capsule is an innovative technology that allows you to stay healthy and youthful for many hundreds of years. Forget about any diseases and improve the quality of your life. We wish you a creative use.
Wow, that's awesome. So you can really cure all diseases?
Yes, in fact, most diseases are caused by infections. I can eliminate them very quickly. For example, Alzheimer's disease is caused by a parasitic infection. These microparasites generate a calcium casing around themselves, resulting in excess calcium on the axons, and that in turn leads to neuron connection breakdown and brain cell death. On the other hand, these are living microorganisms, so I can extract the energy from them, remove the excess calcium from the axons, and relocate it to where it's needed. The excess calcium is then removed from the body. All relevant neurons will be restored based on your individual DNA program. If you want to increase brain functionality, I can also create active neurons and increase their number. As time passes, you will gradually adapt to the increased brain functionality. The complete program to cure a person takes 30 seconds, and they will leave the capsule completely healthy.
Oh, it's good to know I won't have to worry about Alzheimer's. But can you make me look pretty?
You have very beautiful facial features and body shape. What changes would you like to make?
Well, I'm not really happy with my nose, and I wish my hips were smaller.
No problem, just choose a program.
Wow. So I don't have to go to the gym anymore?
Only if you like to, for the sake of enjoyment and socializing with other people. I can make external changes to your body without any negative effects on your health. For instance, if you have excess weight, I can dissolve fat inclusions in your tissues and remove any excess fat cells. This will reduce your body weight and volume, all while keeping the process fully under your control. Additionally, I can help increase your muscle mass, allowing you to improve your physical strength and endurance, as well as strengthen your bone tissue and ligaments. All this is possible without compromising your health. This entire body transformation program can be completed in 9 to 14 months.
So I don't have to follow any diet anymore?
You can eat whatever you enjoy as much as you want. You don't have to follow any diets anymore. I will add whatever is necessary to your body and remove the unnecessary. This is covered in the daily care function and will take 30 seconds.
Are there any restrictions on use of the capsule? Age restrictions, for example?
There are no restrictions.
So wait, even newborns can be placed in the capsule?
Yes. In fact, it's even necessary. And moreover, the capsule completely controls the fetal development from the moment of conception until the birth of the child. Starting with the first cell division, there will be complete control over the development of the fetus. After all, it is already an organism with an organism. As the baby is born, it is under complete monitoring and care. It will have a perfect body, with a perfect program, and a perfect immune system. The capsule can accompany the pregnancy and be used during the delivery. It monitors the fetus and the mother. It can create an absolutely comfortable and proper state during the delivery.
Also, I'm a bit confused. What do you mean that we don't have to wash ourselves anymore? So we don't have to wash our hands either?
This is no longer necessary. All the more, a conventional shower cannot cleanse your body as perfectly and safely as I can. After the daily care function, all excess epithelium, germs, earwax, and other bodily secretions will be cleansed from your skin. These, as a valuable construction material, will be converted into elements that are necessary and beneficial for your body. If you prefer, I can also remove all unwanted hair from your body.
Now that sounds pretty good to me. It really sounds tempting. But I'm just a bit concerned. With all this manipulation with our DNA and body parts, would I become a mutant at some point?
No, that's impossible. The first foundation of the creative society is the value of human life, which is why all my functions are set up only to improve and maintain your health and well-being.
Oh, the first foundation. How could I forget? Now you convinced me. I'm ready.
Which program do you choose?
Daily routine for starters. Should I not breathe and stay still?
That will not be necessary. Feel at ease. Let me remind you that all procedures are absolutely painless and safe. Scanning your body now. You have a left middle cerebral artery aneurysm. If not removed, there remains a higher risk of hemorrhagic stroke, restoring the integrity of the vascular wall. The aneurysm has been removed, and there is no longer any risk of stroke.
Wow, that was incredible. Did you just remove the risk of a stroke in just a couple of seconds?
Yes, ensuring your well-being is my priority. Starting the daily care routine. This will take 30 seconds. Would you like me to turn on your favorite video?
Yes, please.
The daily care routine of your body is complete.
What do you mean?
30 seconds are over. Have a great day.
Feels better than after a whole day at the spa. Mom, hi! Look what I've got!
Looks gorgeous. Have you tried it just now? I've been testing mine for weeks. This is something incredible.
My capsule just saved me from a stroke. It detected an aneurysm and removed it in a couple of seconds.
Gosh, really? I'm so happy these capsules are available to everyone now.
That's true. But what about you? Are you seeing any changes?
Yeah, I ran mine right away under the Health and Rejuvenation Program, and my skin has already improved. The spots are gone, the wrinkles have already started decreasing. Look! And the best part is, my joints aren't aching anymore. The other day, I purposely walked up to my apartment without taking the elevator just to check that. And to my surprise, I didn't experience any joint pain or shortness of breath.
Look at you, Mom. You got to hang on a capsule way quicker than I did.
Oh, it was so easy to use. It tells me everything. It told me I would take 9 months to fully rejuvenate. But I already feel like I'm 25.
Oh, Mom, I'm so happy for you.
Yes, my dear, me too. I am happy that we were able to build the Creative Society. And now all diseases and aging are a thing of the past.
Definitely.
Oh, I've got a call. I've got to run. Bye.
Speak to you later, Mom. I wonder, what other amazing discoveries will our scientists make? It's breathtaking.
Удивительно.
Amazing! I already want such technology, a regeneration capsule. No need for beauty salons anymore, where we waste a lot of time and money. You can deny yourself nothing and eat whatever you want. And the best part is that the development of this technology is already underway.
Cool capsule. Imagine we won't have any more genetic diseases. So many lives could be saved. And what about the prospect of living about up to 1,500 years old?
It has now become clear that there are not fairy tales. These are the facts stated in the scriptures. These technologies really existed and were used, but they will only be possible in the creative society. Remember Sarah? Not only was she very beautiful and attractive at the age of 90, but she was also able to become pregnant and give birth. We can assume that she was using rejuvenation technology. And in those days, people's lifespan was exceeded that of a modern person. And this is described in the Tanakh. Adam lived 930 years, Noah lived 950 years, Matusal lived 969 years, Seth lived 912 years. That is, all these technologies of prolonging human life beyond the species limit were described to us. In Sephariah, it said until the time of Abraham, there was no aging. In Torah, it stated, and all of the days of Seth were 912 years, and he died. I will definitely use this kind of technology in the creative society. I imagine meeting my parents, and it will be impossible to tell whether this young couple, my dad and mom, are maybe my friends or my parents. Imagine all the grandparents in the world will be young.
The scriptures also describe the times to come, the Messianic era. It is a time of peace and universal brotherhood without crime, war, and poverty. All the descriptions about the Messianic era are exactly the creative society. The technologies that are described in the Tanakh and the Torah will again be given to the creative society, but they will belong to all humankind. Only in the creative society, all the material problems that currently distract and hinder the development of inner talent and self-improvement of a person will be solved. Each of us longs for that time because it will be a pinnacle of justice, an era in which kindness, wisdom, knowledge, and truth prevail. Then the only aspiration of the whole world will be to know the Almighty. As the scriptures say, they shall neither harm nor destroy on all my holy mounds, for the land shall be full of knowledge of the Lord as water covers the seabed. And it is also reflected in the Torah. And it shall be formed from the moon to the new moon, and from Sabbath to Sabbath, that all flesh shall come to prostrate themselves before me, says the Lord. Isaiah 66:23. It will be a time of true freedom and equality with other nations. Isaiah 66:22. For as the new heavens and the new earth that I'm making stand before me, says the Lord, so shall your seed and your name stand.
Yes, and in the Torah, it is described as such. In that era, there will be neither famine nor war, neither envy nor competition, for good things will flow in abundance, and all of the delicacies will be freely available as dust.
Available as dust? So this is about the replicator. Let's watch together a fragment from the film about this technology. From the Global Crisis, There Is a Way Out forum.
In the creative society, thanks to such technology as the replicator, each person will have the opportunity to get everything necessary for life. A device the size of a microwave oven can be installed in every home, a household replicator. You can forget about the arduous chores, cooking, washing, dishwashing, and even buying many products, because with a replicator, it will be possible to create anything out of elementary particles. How will it work? We can say that the replicator will manipulate particles, but in fact, it will manipulate what the particles are made of. that is, snakes. Moreover, in their linear state. Each particle contains a few certain types of snakes, which have a strict sequence determined by the information embedded in them. Thus, by replacing one or several snakes or their sequence in a particle at the beyond quantum level, we can create a new particle, and thus a new material object. After all, the difference between a ball and a hamburger is only in the characteristics of the snakes that make up their particles. This is a principle of how the replicator works. In order to create something from particles, we need particles themselves. Where can we get particles from? And in quantity to ensure the creation of different kinds of food and clothing for each person throughout their lives. From the particle recycler. After all, if we know how to create objects out of the tiniest particles, we will know how to disassemble those objects. That's what the recycler will do. It will disassemble your dirty clothes, for example, or dirty dishes into particles. After disassembling the unwanted matter into particles, the recycler will pack them into a nano cartridge, which will then be used in the replicator to create new objects. Naturally, in the cartridge, the particles will be stored in a coiled state of snakes in the form of leptons and quarks. Since snakes in linear state cannot be held, they're constantly in motion, whereas in the form of particles, that is, in the coil state, under special conditions, they can be stored in the cartridge without loss of properties and power infinitely long, up to billions of years. What size should this cartridge be to store such a large number of required particles? About 1 million nano cartridges can be placed in one human hair. 1 centimeter of a nano cartridge can contain about 10 to the 36 quarks. So, 1 centimeter of human hair can store as many particles as to create a great number of material objects about the volume of an entire city. Thus, a cartridge the size of a human hair is able to serve a person for a lifetime and much longer. It seems incredible that such a small size can hold large volumes. In a cartridge, particles will be stored in a compressed, compact manner, not interacting with each other, while there are enormous distances between the particles that make up material objects. The distances between elementary particles in the microworld are similar to the distances between stars and galaxies in the universe, and the reason for this fractality is in the beyond quantum world. Having this knowledge, we will rethink the value of different materials. For example, the same plastic that we simply throw away today will become the most valuable material. Why? Because the tangles of hydrocarbons contain the largest number of different snakes, 33 types, from which you can create a lot of combinations, gold, hamburgers, and so on. For the same reason, cotton will also be valued because it is close in characteristics to plastic and many other particles can be created from it. To understand the process of replication better, we'll give you a figurative example. Imagine that we put a knitted jumper into a device similar to a microwave oven. At that time, a special device reads the shape of the jumper and the position of each hair in the threads of the jumper. A special device, like a crochet hook, is then used to pick up one thread and unravel the jumper all the way down to the hairs, and each hair is disassembled into its component parts. All these components are stored compactly and tightly packed. Thus, our seemingly large jumper fits into a small box. When we need to make a jumper again, the previously recorded program reconstructs the hair components in the right sequence and converts them into wool strands, which are then converted into the yarn that will knit the jumper anew. All this information gives the understanding that everything in this world has been programmed and created. It's a whole programming table, but there's nothing complicated about it. Now in programming, we only use zeros and ones, whereas in the beyond quantum world, we use several hundred combinations. By comparison, our alphabet has only about 30 letters, but over 1 million words are made up of them. It is not difficult for a human to manipulate letters and form words, nor is it difficult for an artificial intelligence to analyze all the possible combinations of snakes, which can be quite numerous, and to analyze the characteristics of any material object at the snake level, and thus recreate its exact copy according to this information matrix.
וואו, גם אני רוצה אחד.
Wow, I want one too. I finally won't have to cook, much less do laundry and the cleaning. Today's rubbish will become the most valuable cartridge filler for the replicator, and that way we can recycle all the rubbish on the planet.
I now understand how the Jews survived for 40 years in the desert by eating the manna from heaven. The manna from heaven, according to the Tanakh, is the food that God fed Moses and the people during their wandering after the exodus from Egypt. So the Lord said to Moses, "Behold, I'm going to rain down for you bread from heaven, and the people shall go out and gather what is needed for the day, so that I can test them whether or not they will follow my teaching." Tanakh, Torah. The legendary Ark of the Covenant is exactly an analogy of the replicator. It's amazing that back then this technology already existed, so it is real and it is possible. There was also another technology presented at the forum that will be very useful in the creative society. It has been known since ancient times as the Vajra. I suggest watching the fragment about this technology. You will be shocked at what you will learn next.
The Eye of God, Vajra. Secondly, guided by the hypothesis presented, humanity will be able to use not 6, but all 32 types of energy as in ancient times. This means that such legendary technologies of ancient times, which we have already mentioned, Vajra and the Eye of God, will become available to us. How do they function, and what opportunities do they open? The Eye of God makes it possible to see and identify a person by their individual neural signal, no matter where they are, while Vajra makes it possible to remotely influence the operation of neurons. In essence, these are two components of a single technology that work with neurons of the brain and the entire human body. During their work, neurons produce a certain radiation, a signal which is yet unknown to science, and which is unique for every person, like a fingerprint or a retina. This is a kind of individual neural code that remains the same from birth throughout life. The kind of energy that Eye of God and Vajra operate with is impossible to shield. Those are signals that instantly reach each other across all galaxies. And the same kind of signals are perceived and emitted by the neurons of the brain, which has already been experimentally proven. This gives the understanding of why we actually need so many neurons and what their true function is. The Eye of God and Vajra technologies, introduced already in the transition period to the creative society, open up many prospects for us. How will they improve our lives? Safety. Thanks to the Eye of God technology, not a single person in the world will go missing or be kidnapped without a trace. Today, millions of children disappear without a trace every year, while the Eye of God is able to locate any person anywhere, anytime, no matter whether they're in a cave or in outer space. Moreover, thanks to the Eye of God and Vajra technologies, any crime will become impossible. A person intending to commit an unlawful act will be instantly identified and immediately held accountable. It's important to note that Vajra cannot read thoughts, but it can read emotions, such as fear or aggression. For example, if aggression is recorded in a group of people and a person close to them experiences fear and the threat of violence, it is evident that this person is in danger and needs help. Immediately, the appropriate measures are taken to ensure that person's safety. All manifestations of aggression will be under control, so your life will always be completely safe. Also, in the creative society, these technologies will be synchronized with an NPC Voskad, which will be able to not only see any perpetrator, but also to identify who they're connected with, see their financial flows, and make decisions to neutralize them. The Eye of God and Vajra will also help in case of emergencies, if a person is in trouble, catastrophe, or injured. Suppose there is a major earthquake, and many people are trapped under rubble. The Eye of God technology will instantly indicate exactly where a living person is, whereas Vajra technology can remotely make changes to their body that will allow them to survive. For example, by interacting with a person's neurons, Vajra will instantly stop their bleeding, eliminate the painful shock, and if necessary, put them into an artificial controlled coma. As processes in the body slow down in a coma, rescuers have more time to get to a person and save them. By the same principle, in case of an accident, Vajra will help a person before the ambulance arrives. And these are just a few striking examples of the use of these technologies to ensure people's safety. There will be no more accidents on the road due to drunk driving. Vajra technology will simply not allow a person under the influence of alcohol or drugs to get behind the wheel.
Can you imagine how safe our world will become without wars, without crime? A person can be saved in any part of the world. I just remembered the staff of Moses, also called Nehushtan. It was used to control a person's life. The technological capabilities of this staff are very similar to the functions of the Vajra. With this staff, it was possible to take a person's life, but it was also possible to help a person, as Moses did. The Lord said to Moses, "Make yourself a serpent and put it on a pole, and let whoever is bitten look at it and live." Tanakh, Torah, Bamidbar 21:8. Moses made a copper snake and put it on a pole, and whenever a snake bit a man, he would gaze upon the copper snake and live. Tanakh, Torah, Bamidbar 21:9. Moses raised his hand and struck the rock with his staff twice, when an abundance of water dashed forth, and the congregation and their livestock drank. Tanakh, Torah, Bamidbar 20:11. And take with you this rod with which you shall perform the signs. Tanakh, Torah, Shemot 4:17. When Pharaoh speaks to you and says, "Produce your marvel," you shall say to Aaron, "Take your rod and cast it down before Pharaoh. It shall turn into a serpent." Wow, now I realize that the scriptures reflect grains of truth. And what we'll learn now are merely crumbs of information. Imagine that all of humanity can study their scriptures. How many more interesting and inspiring facts we will find together.
Earlier, when I was studying the Tanakh, I didn't understand why the staff transformed into a snake and how it was possible for people to stay alive after being bitten by snakes. It was at the forum that I saw a detailed explanation of how the Vajra and the snake technology works. It turns out that this technology is not new. It was used thousands of years ago. In the creative society, this technology will only serve for the good of humanity. It will help save people's lives and provide first medical aid. And most importantly, not a single person in the world will disappear without a trace. It will be impossible to commit any act of terrorism. The perpetrator will be identified and neutralized instantly. You don't have to worry about your children. They will be perfectly safe.
What incredible prospects. Yes, indeed. With technology like this, the world will change. We will live in safety, and we will forget what hunger is. And we won't have to worry about overpopulation the planet due to a lack of natural resources, as we are being led to believe now. In the creative society, not just 8, but 50 billion people will not be enough. And you know, that is also written in the scriptures. "And your seed shall be as the dust of the earth, and you shall gain strength westward and eastward, and northward and southward, and through you shall be blessed all the families of the earth, and through your seed." I want it already. There will be many more of us, and that means more prospects for each of us. We will have a big family, all of humanity.
Okay, that's all great. But the question might arise, where are we going to get enough energy to sustain technology and provide 50 billion people with everything they need?
Don't you know about fuel-free generators? These technologies were invented a long time ago. They just can't be applied in our consumerist format. I suggest watching the video about FFGs from the forum. Global Crisis. Our survival is in unity.
Energy is not only a tool of manipulation, but also a tool of political influence. It brings billions of dollars in profits for energy corporations, which will be gone instantly with the implementation of FFGs. Consequently, their power over us, those who buy energy and depend on this resource, will disappear too.
However, despite all the obstacles, we have working devices from officially recognized inventors. Let's take a look at some of these developments.
Magnetic generator. Its original inventor is considered to be John Searle, who used custom-made magnets in his machines. Since 2019, based on a similar technology by the inventor, Dennis Danzig, a U.S. company has been supplying power to its customers using plants with a capacity of up to 25 kilowatts.
Since 2019, it's no longer science fiction. Only those who are far from science and do not monitor new technologies laugh on FFGs as a fiction. Therefore, those who make fun at FFGs themselves gave fun on others. Let's continue.
A whole range of fuel-free generators was developed in Ukraine. The principle of operations of these generators was based on a looped electromagnetic gun, a pulse power system. For example, one of the systems produced 25 kilowatt of free energy on a conventional generator with an input of 3 kilowatt. The efficiency is 833%. Gravity generators. In one type of such machines, the pneumohydraulic principle is used. The generator runs on the buoyant force of water according to Archimedes' law. The output of such units depend on their size. The most famous generator of this type is called kinetic power plant. It is also known as Roche generator. Such generators are produced by a German company which has branches in Mexico, Serbia, Switzerland, and Colombia. According to official expertise, the compressor of the generator of one of its units consumes 4.5 kilowatt, while a generator itself produces 11 kilowatt of electricity. That is, the efficiency is more than 200%. How much is that? Is a typical country home power consumption. 6 kilowatts per hour. Radio wave generators. Their inventor is Maxwell Chikumbutso from Zimbabwe. He is called the African Tesla. A very compact African technology made it possible not only to create a free energy generator, but also to upgrade a car so that it could move without fuel or recharging. As a result, even a helicopter was upgraded. Recently, the inventor presented a very small 500-watt power generator. Its output allows you to power a widescreen TV from free energy. And there are dozens of less-known inventions in different countries. In the USA, Malaysia, Georgia, India, Turkey, Japan, Uzbekistan, Mexico, New Zealand, and many other countries, there are research teams developing fuel-free generators.
How is that, you may ask, and how it's possible to launch these technologies? How inventors are still alive and their generators are not yet been destroyed?
That's because they get energy for free and sell it to consumers for money, while the generators themselves cost crazy money. The percentage of people currently receiving energy from these systems is negligible compared to all of humanity. Therefore, FFGs that are actually working now are in no way helping all people to become energy independent.
So why isn't this amazing technology available for everyone in the world? Because we are living in a consumerist format of society.
If FFGs are introduced all over the world without changing the format of society, then this will result in a big disaster. Millions of people will lose their jobs. Everyone who is involved in the power industry, from CEOs to janitors. This will inevitably lead to a collapse of the economic system, growth of unemployment, poverty, crime, and chaos. But when we gradually change the consumerist format to a creative one, then a new economic system will allow us to introduce FFGs everywhere. All power plants, factories, mines, dams, oil pipelines that harm the environment and pose a threat to people will be shut down. We will use hydrocarbons more efficiently instead of just burning them. While people working in the energy sector, just like every person on the planet, will be provided with a universal basic income, they will be able to easily shift into any other field of activity, being protected and well provided by the society.
So let's see how the world will be like in the creative society after the introduction of the FFGs in all the spheres of life.
Humanity will have a source of free, stable, safe, and environmentally friendly energy. We don't pay for it anymore. No more energy bills and utility bills. Each home will have its own compact autonomous generator of electricity and heating. This will make us independent from the centralized energy system, which is very important in the period of escalating climate disasters. Cars will no longer need to be refueled, and we will not be limited in traveling anywhere in the world. Fuel-free generators will be installed not only in houses and cars, but also in helicopters, airplanes, ships, and space stations. Robots and automatic systems that do all the hard work will be powered with an uninterrupted energy supply of the necessary capacity. Our planet will become free of the wires and pipelines that entangle it.
Free energy is one of the conditions for the transition of a civilization for a new evolutionary stage. During this transition period of creative society, energy will be available and free for everyone, everywhere inside the world. If you want FFG to be installed in your house and in your car, support creative society and tell your friends about it.
The benefits of the creative society are obvious to us, and they are all described in our scriptures. So our task is to implement the precepts of the prophets and tell the world about them. Share this information with all your close ones, acquaintances, neighbors, and friends. We, Jews, can and must be the heroes of our time. Unite ourselves and unite the world around us and build the creative society.
You know, everyone who is active in building the creative society will receive a prize, because those who are now performing the most difficult and the hardest stage in forming of all people are the heroes who are saving the world. And these people deserve to receive the Peace Prize. For example, as of today, those people who inform a few people who, let's say, put "I support the Creative Society" stickers on their cars, who talk to their colleagues, friends, and acquaintances everywhere, such active participants will get $1 million as a prize.
Those people who inform dozens of people. It could be cafe owners, bloggers, in other words, those who drive, tell, talk, who are not shy to talk to people in buses or in other places, who are massively, actively informing dozens of people. They will get 2 million each. Those who inform hundreds of people will get 3 million each. And those who inform thousands of people will get 4 million. As for those who will be able to reach out to millions of people, those very bloggers, people who address vast audiences, participate in conferences, for example, singers who give concerts and millions of people watch them, they will get 5 million each.
As soon as the transition period to the creative society starts, everyone will receive these funds immediately. After all, this money they will receive is the money that goes into economy anyway. Any microeconomist will say that this is a huge infusion of funds that will give a turnover, and we will definitely build a monumental building with an alley of glory that will honor the people who saved all of humanity. For example, a building with 6 floors like this. On the ground floor will be the name of every volunteer of the Creative Society, and on the other floors will be people who helped those volunteers to do something. So the philanthropist will be honored on the 5th floor, on the 5th floor, but on the 6th floor there will be a stele with a sign of the Creative Society on it. And on this stele there will be portraits of those politicians who were the first to openly declare that they support the Creative Society.
But in order for this to happen, we really need to spread the word about the Creative Society as quickly as possible. How can we do this? Establish coordination centers in your country, states, cities, and districts. The size of an area you can cover depends only on your willingness and proactive actions. Remember that you have to do everything within the law. It is not difficult to create a nation center. If there are at least 2 people in your neighborhood or city who understand the importance of the Creative Society, do not wait. Open a coordination center. Start informing other people about the Creative Society. In a week, there will be 5 of you, once 25, and in 2 months, everyone will know about the Creative Society. We can do this only together. Therefore, the best, or one might say the only investment into your future, the future of your children, is investment in Creative Society.
Now that you've learned about the Creative Society and understand that, thanks to its implementation, we can first of all avoid all global climate catastrophes as humanity, and secondly, gain a life beyond our wildest dreams. This is free housing of a pretty decent size, an unconditional basic income of $10,000 a month, plus free healthcare and new technologies that will be available to everyone. You'll be in perfect health and able to extend your life in a young, beautiful body. You'll be guaranteed safety and a peaceful life. Free education anywhere in the world, so you will have the opportunity to maximize your potential. Not to mention a vast array of prospects and possibilities for every single human being. Informational support for the Creative Society format is provided by a volunteer project of the same name, which is being actively implemented by volunteers from more than 180 countries around the world. Now, it's impossible to establish the Creative Society in one single country. It can only be implemented all over the world in a legal and peaceful way. This means that, first of all people in the world must learn about the Creative Society and support it. This will lead to the creation of an electoral demand for its development. Therefore, the first and most important step in building the Creative Society is to share information with everyone about the existence of this format and the immense benefits it provides for every individual. Maximum activity and creativity from everyone are needed in this effort. Where should you start? You can tell about the Creative Society to your friends, family, and everyone around you. They, in turn, can inform everyone they know. The Creative Society should be known and discussed everywhere. If you want to learn more about the Creative Society, your primary resources will be the creativesociety.com website, especially such sections as international forums and questions and answers. In the Act Now tab, you can learn about the effective ways of informing others and start applying it in practice. Informing a single person about the Creative Society already makes you a participant. By doing this simple action, you have joined the first and most crucial stage of building the Creative Society, the informational stage. This is a step to your bright future. Yes, it's that simple. There are no fancy badges with titles, no lists of volunteers, no membership fees, and no exploitation of each other for personal gain. The Creative Society is not a commercial project. Nobody profits from it, and no one benefits at someone else's expense. People from all over the planet come together to build a society based on one simple principle. Only by improving life for the entire society can you improve it for yourself. This is the main principle of the Creative Society format, which guarantees benefits for everyone. The project's implementation relies solely on the goodwill and initiative of the people. Even one person can do a lot to build the creative society, and by uniting, more can be accomplished in less time. When we coordinate our actions, our abilities to inform others multiplies. Do you want to inform others about the creative society quickly and effectively so that it can be implemented sooner? Join forces with others around you, neighbors, friends, relatives, and co-workers, to establish creative society coordination centers. Your coordination center will be a community of like-minded individuals who also endorse the creative society. It will serve as a hub for people of your building, street, neighborhood, and city who take action on a volunteer basis, taking into account local legislation. If there is no coordination center in your vicinity, that needs to be fixed. Waste no time, inform your neighbors, find like-minded people, and create your own volunteer coordination centers. What do you need to create a coordination center? Opening one is simple, and anyone can do it. First, you should inform the main coordination center about your decision through the official email on the creativesociety.com website. Then, by joint efforts with others, do everything possible within the framework of the law to inform even more people about the creative society. You, the people, are the center of coordination. You can gather in person or virtually. You don't even need to be in the same place as other participants. You can organize your own communication through a chat on any convenient social network. Meetings and coordination can take place online using audio and video calls. The main thing is the coordination of your actions, which means a joint agreement on how you will organize the information sharing process. If you create a coordination center, it means that you are making a platform where you can communicate, coordinate your actions to inform people about the creative society in your region or city, hold conference calls, plan meetings, discuss results, distribute tasks among yourselves, brainstorm, and look for new approaches. If you have any ideas, you can bring it to a general conference call or meeting and discuss it together on how to implement it. For example, together you can print car stickers, put the logo on clothing and products, arrange for advertising in public places, and much more. You can download the designs for free from the creativesociety.com website. By coordinating your efforts, you can inform and engage your immediate surroundings and even entire communities, groups, organizations, districts, cities, internet resources, and local media, telling them about the creative society. Don't limit yourself. If you want to, you can inform your entire country and even your neighboring countries. You can organize coordination centers based not only on where you live, but also on your sphere of interests, including various lifestyle communities, sport clubs, business networks, etc. You can also interact with other coordination centers from different cities, countries, and the entire planet, joining in a virtual format of coordination. The Creative Society is a union of all humanity, all organizations, all people, all those who want to live in the creative society, and all those who understand the doom of the current consumer format are welcome here. The Creative Society is beneficial to absolutely everyone. How do we know that the first informational stage of building the Creative Society is complete and we can begin the second stage, which is political stage? Imagine that you are walking through a city and you see the logo of the Creative Society everywhere, and all the people around you are talking about the Creative Society. All the social networks are filled with information about the Creative Society. It's becoming mainstream. When your whole city and your entire country know and support the building of the Creative Society, It means that most of the citizens of the country have formed their electoral request to politicians for the formation of the creative society. In this way, we move on to the next stage, political. At this stage, we have a new responsibility and task to vote in our country for those politicians who support the development of the creative society and pledge to introduce the 8 pillars into the country's constitution. In addition, we need to legitimize the electoral platform as the highest body of legislative power. The electoral platform will be how the society will be self-governed. Every person will be able to control and recall politicians and vote for or against specific laws. This resource will be publicly available, transparent, and protected by the most advanced technologies. Through the electoral platform, power is effectively returned to the people. It returns to each and every one of you. Implementing the creative society is an entirely new approach without any revolutions, and everything happens within the legislative framework of each country. Thanks to this, we can peacefully transition from the consumerist to the creative format through an evolutionary path. We can not only save our lives and the lives of all humanity, but also open up opportunities and perspectives that we never even dreamed of. The creative society is a unique format that can solve all modern problems and crises. Never before in the history of humanity has anything like this been attempted. Its implementation depends on each of us. So act now. Do not wait for someone else to make your life better. Act now if you want to live the way you always desired. Act now if you want to live in a free, secure, and prosperous creative society.
As we can see, it is easy to build a creative society if we act in an organized and cooperative manner. All of the more so for us Jews, who are famous for our organizational skills and unity. Together, we can easily think of new ways to spread the information about the creative society, especially now that we are fully aware of its benefits to us. Therefore, everything is in our hands. Yes, let's show the whole world that it is Jews who can achieve any goal if they know why. And now we know why. Yes, moreover, the creative society gives all of us another advantage. The creative society opens up for us many unexplored possibilities.
Advanced thinking people, those who actively participate in building the creative society, are true heroes. Their deeds will be known to everyone. They will receive respect, recognition, and attention. And as we know, attention is power. But in the consumerist format, where there is a strict hierarchy, it is necessary to make every effort to maintain at least some order. To control and to keep all of this within certain limits, we need a huge power. But here we are talking about not physical power and strength, but about the power of influencing the masses. In order to accumulate this power, various ceremonies and rituals are performed. But those who know about this power cannot fully understand what it is. In the consumerist format, this power will always be in the hands of a narrow circle of initiated individuals and aim towards satisfying their needs. That is why we, as ordinary people, will not have access to that power. But as soon as we, as humanity, become a civilization, each of us will be able to possess this power, and it will be directed towards improving the life of every person. Thanks to this power, we will be able to manipulate matter at the level of elementary particles and get everything we need, as well as control the state of human health. Currently, we operate and manipulate energy, but not real power. We do not know what real power is and what energy is. And our science is a science of observation, but not creation. The only manifestation of power that a human being possesses in the consumerist form is attention. That's the power that truly has a serious impact on the external environment. It allows not only to change matter, but to create. And this is its major difference from energy. We can carry out various manipulations using energy, but we cannot create. More details on the difference between power and energy we will learn from the video with the participation of esteemed Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, Power and Energy.
That energy which will be revealed to us if we build the creative society. It's not even energy, but power. It is the power of transformation. This is really something. Where nowadays, we as a civilization, again, we are not a civilization, as a community, where we are trying to stick our scientific noses in and to study it, right? This is the world of, shall we say, elementary particles, or the micro world. Yes, we observe. Yes, we do not understand anything yet, but we see certain laws that are absolutely different from the macro world, from that world where energy exists. And look, there's power there, and all these connections are more related to power, while the energy which we use in this world moves bigger objects. Well, or let's put it this way for a greater or better understanding. Let's compare. For example, this energy controls the movement of elephants.
Such a coarse matter.
Yes, a coarse one. Meanwhile, for instance, our elephants are made up of ants. So a mass of ants gets together and builds up an elephant. It's clear, isn't it?
Yes.
There is such an elephant made of ants. So the power controls ants. It makes them assume one or another shape, live, and release energy by processing power. And it turns out that certain forms of life or existence, by processing power, so to say, they manifest energy. In other words, we have learned to manipulate elephants, and now we are trying to observe the life of ants. Meanwhile, do you know what puts all of this in order? Information. That's the most mysterious thing as of today. And it is nearly inaccessible to us at our level of development. Why? Yes, when we get to the first level of civilization development, we will be able to possess this power. But what is the power in? A simple question. What do you think?
In information.
In the ability to manipulate information. In the literal sense of the word, while possessing information is much more important than possessing power. Why? Even if we possess power, but cannot control information, power is meaningless. It's like nowadays, we do possess power, friends. We have a lot. We have prana. Our attention has a tremendous power. Indeed. And it is very important for those who know how to accumulate it, collect it, and what to do with it. But without information, we simply dissipate the power of our attention, not understanding or realizing how valuable it is. We cannot invest it in something that will bring us really positive results in the future, something that will make our life and the life of the entire civilization more wonderful. Just look, it is simply a lack of understanding of the value of information. And not knowing that our attention is valuable, we dissipate it everywhere and anywhere. You can see how simple everything is when there is a mass of people who support that. However, we can all together invest attention in the creative society. right?
So that not just one person feels good, but all people.
But all feel good. And then,
To direct attention to this common.
of course, then everything becomes balanced. And then we get tremendous opportunities and access to power. And not only to power, but to the ability to control information. That's the most important thing of all.
Thank you, Igor Mikhailovich. Yes, indeed, the creative society only the beginning of our rapid development. And if in the creative society we have the ability to manipulate matter, then as we transition to higher levels of civilization, we'll get tremendous opportunities, access to power, and also to an opportunity to control information. And as you said, possessing information is much more important than possessing power. Unfortunately, at this stage, we do not understand the importance of information and do not know how valuable our attention is, so we scatter it wherever we want. However, it is crucial for us right now to invest it in building the creative society. Indeed, attention is a great power. If we channel that power into one goal, we will very quickly get the result which we want. In order for everyone to invest attention in one goal of building the creative society, people should be aware of this goal. And for that, the most important task right now is to inform everyone about the creative society. Ways of informing about the creative society are diverse. Some people wear clothes with the creative society logo, others inform people in the streets or talk to neighbors and colleagues. Someone spreads information on social media, while someone else writes songs. Now let us listen to a beautiful song about unity, that power which increases our capabilities tenfold. This song was written especially for our conference.
Let's
This is a beautiful song. Indeed, only together are we stronger. We, Jews, are by the faith scattered all over the world, but we remain united, and that is our advantage. This increases our chance to build the creative society on all continents in the shortest possible time. And isn't that the mission of the entire Jewish people? Let's hear what the people of Israel have to say.
We wonder what Israelis talk, think, and dream about. What kind of world do they want to live in? Do they think the Jewish people have a special mission? We decided to take a little trip around the country, talk to people, and ask them some questions. We started our journey in a small town in the north of the country, Nazareth.
What kind of society would you like to live in? And what would you like to change in society?
We, the bus drivers, also work with people, with the elderly, and we often have to put up with a lot from them. And we don't get a decent wage, but we live in a very good country, in a wonderful country, and we love it. That's the most important thing.
Imagine that you live in a creative society and you have a house with no mortgage, you have free healthcare and education, and a basic monthly income of $10,000. Let's imagine, what would you do with that money?
I believe we would improve the lives of those who cannot afford it.
What do you think is the mission of our people?
I believe that first of all, we need to make peace with each other so that everyone feels safe and confident in their abilities, and that everyone has many opportunities to fulfill themselves and enjoy everything around us.
Nov Hagalil.
Hello, dear friends. Welcome to the International Chocolate Festival, which is taking place today here in Nov Hagalil. What should society be like for you to live well in it?
We want people to be healthy. We want everything to be fine. And we want to live together.
Tell me, please, what unites all people in the world?
Love. Love. Mostly love.
What would you like to change and improve in society today?
There should be more tolerance, more support.
What unites? Love, solidarity.
First of all, let's stop looking at politics. That's the first thing. Because there will be no change from there. Let's start to change ourselves from the inside. While being among people, we should change everything. Where do we start? With education, with health, with social and mental change.
Paris Hannah Karkur.
I would like to ask you, do you know that the people of Israel have a mission?
Yes. I think our people are very strong. They're creative people, and they have a lot of useful things for everyone. We need to learn to develop ourselves in everything we know.
We took the train to Herzliya and also asked questions.
What kind of future do you want for your children?
What kind of future? Every mother dreams that her children do not have to join the army, that they live in financial well-being. Of course, health is above all, and the standard of living should be high but not expensive, so that all people can receive proper medical treatment, so that education is not so expensive, and so that you can buy a house, so that people can eat good, healthy food, but not expensive, with God's help.
Herzliya.
Do you think the people of Israel have a special mission?
Absolutely, yes. The people of Israel are considered a virtuous people, a special people. The holy and blessed God has singled us out amongst all nations. That's what we are called, the chosen people.
What unites and what do all people in the world have in common, regardless of religion, nationality, or social status?
Selfless love. What should unite them is selfless love. The second temple was destroyed because of unjustified hatred. And as soon as unconditional love appears, as people say, the Mashiach will come.
Jaffa.
What do you think unites all people in the world, regardless of religion, nationality, social status, or politics?
May life be good all over the world, including Israel, so that there is no war, and so that everyone would love his neighbor.
The most important thing is you need to be happy.
Everything, each and every work you do, it might be a lower class job or a higher class job, you should love it. And the wages you earn, you should live your life on that. And with other people's like friends, other peoples all around the world, love everyone. That's my theory. So love and peace, love everyone.
We want the world to have as much Torah and commandments as possible, as much Judaism as possible, because it is believed to purify the world. And now it's time for Mashiach to come.
Tel Aviv.
What kind of society do you want to live in?
In a society of honest people, people who care about each other. This is the society I would like to live in, and I live in it. My society is people. We are not significantly different from each other, but most people are good.
What do you think unites all people, and what do people have in common?
The desire for good, a desire to live, a desire to live together.
I think it's the hope of the living, in fact. To get up every morning to live. It is love, unity. This is my opinion of the world itself, of the world as a whole.
What do you think unites people all over the world? What unites is probably the whole environment, everything we see, the sea, the trees. I think that it is nature. A joyful society, modern. Is there a special mission for the Jewish people?
Of course, this is the chosen people. God has chosen them, blessed be He, and we have to be an example, to behave well, and to be good people, so that everyone will say, this is the way God's people should be, blessed be He.
I think that the mission of the people of Israel is to be a light for foreigners. Going. In our Torah, there are many things related to morality. As have been already mentioned, we need to spread this around the world.
First of all, let's start by going from slander to modesty. I really hope that God will bring everyone back to repentance. This will be with God's help. We, the Jewish people, are worthless without religion and faith. We're zero, nothing. For many years since creation, only religion has supported us.
The mission of the Jewish people is to spread God in the world, so that people understand that this world did not exist. It was created. Someone created it, and someone controls the whole world. Even if we think it is being done by all kinds of governments of one sort or another, it's not so, or that way. There is one who rules the world.
The mission is, first of all, to reconcile with everyone and with each other, and then we will see what will happen in the world.
Everything in this whole world exists thanks to the Jewish people. The Jewish people have spread much love, much goodness across the world. Now, for example, there was an earthquake in Turkey. And who came first? The Israelis, Jews. Even if we are not on the best of terms with them, to guarantee peace, we are probably very important in the world.
We're here for unity. We believe in God. I think the people of Israel are always eager and able to support each other in difficult times. It is our mission to do good in this world. We know that we are light to others, an example to them, and above all, we should be an example to ourselves and our people. Each person, as an individual, should be an example to his family, his community, and the entire world.
Jerusalem is one of the most famous places on the planet. People from all over the world come here with their innermost desires.
It's very important that people talk to each other, and that's why we meet in this country. And the only thing we want to show is that all people want to live in peace, regardless of what religion we belong to and what color our skin is.
אנו רואים שעם ישראל פשוט רוצה לחיות בשלום.
We see that Jews simply want to live in peace, prosperity, and love. We dream of a world where we can live in peace, unity, and security. Simply put, we dream of the creative society. What is the choseness of the Jewish people? We are the light, we are the knowledge, we are the engine of the progress. We are in charge of this world, and therefore, we are the ones who can change everything.
To sum up everything mentioned above, it is worth noting that we need radical changes in all spheres of life. Who can do this within the shortest possible time? In the Holy Scripture of Judaism, in the book of Isaiah, the following is said, "And he said, it is too light for you to be my servant, to establish the tribes of Jacob, and to bring back the besieged of Israel. But I will make you a light of nations, so that my salvation shall be until the end of the earth." In order to gain a deeper understanding of the meaning of this quote, we spoke with the esteemed Rabbi Abraham Mordecai Gottlieb, a Kabbalist and teacher of the inner work in oneself.
Greetings and welcome all. In general, the people of Israel come from the power of the Creator. That is, the power of giving, the desire to influence and love, pure love for one's neighbor. All manifestations of love are the spiritual root of the people of Israel. That is what is special about the people of Israel. The spiritual DNA that is capable of manifesting supernatural love, manifesting supernatural faith. Faith and love go hand in hand, because when you love someone, you believe in them. When you believe in someone, you also love them. That is what is special about the people of Israel. This essential DNA that comes from the upper worlds, that is what is found there. But it is important to say that there are malfunctions and there is multifacetedness. This means that in every man and every woman from the people of Israel, there is Israeli divine part, and there is part that is not Israeli. This means that the other part is the desire to receive, meaning this part is selfishness. The people of Israel are distinguished not only by national characteristics, but also by spiritual ones. Also, in other nations of the world, in all the peoples, it is possible to discern both the divine and non-divine characteristics in every man and every woman, because this pair of love of others and self-love, creator and creature, is like light and vessel. It is found everywhere, those in the people of Israel. The Israeli trait is stronger, and it is also found in the nations of the world. When we say, "You have chosen us out of all the peoples," we're referring to the divine part within us. But we also have selfish traits, and that is not what the Creator chose. He chose only the divine part. And if there's a divine part in other nations as well, then He chose it in them. Because wherever there's a characteristic called Israel, this word Israel is made up of two words, Yashar, which means straight, and El, God, meaning I live my life in the direction straight to God. What does that mean? It means that just as He created the entire universe and influences the universe and gives to the universe, I want to connect to this characteristic, and that is called straight to God. And if this trait is found among the peoples of the world, they are also close to God. The role of the people of Israel and the state of Israel is to create a social model of love for God and man. This model is a way of life that has no coercion, no police, no prisons, no courts, no armies, or any form of power. Rather, it is a form of love, understanding, friendship, acceptance, and tolerance.
כל כך מעניין. תודה רבה לך.
Oh, how interesting. Many thanks to you, esteemed Rabbi Gottlieb, for such valuable information. To create a model of society based on unconditional love for God and for each other, that is the mission of the Jewish people and the state of Israel. As you said, a format of life where there would be no place for authority, there would be no need for army, police, or prisons, but where a form of love, friendship, acceptance, and patience for one another would prevail. This is exactly the format of the creative society. How wonderful it is to know that this is precisely the mission of our people. When God chosen us, the Jewish people, to achieve a higher purpose, He accordingly gifted our people with beautiful talents, gifts, and skills to fulfill His will. Our people have a pronounced ability to organize and inspire people. We, the Jews, never hesitate to achieve our goals and always remain optimistic no matter what twists and turns fate might bring. And we can teach that to others as well. We will be able to set a real example of how to get things done quickly and as effectively as possible. This is why humanity needs us, the Jews, more than anyone else to build the creative society. We have a unique tradition of developing, working, and learning from a young age. We have high mental abilities. We can feel people and their needs. The value of society prevails over personal ego in us. Rabbi Chaim Donin writes in his book To Be a Jew that God ordained the Jews to play a unique role in the history of the world. He commanded them to be an example for all the peoples of the world. Our distinguished guest will tell us more about the mission of the Jewish people. We're pleased to introduce you to the real researcher, a man with a broad outlook and creative approach. Shimon, you have the floor.
Hello, everyone. My name is Shimon. I've been doing scripture research for over 20 years, primarily Hebrew scriptures, Kabbalah, Torah, and so on. I'd like to tell you about the mission of the Jewish people as I see it. We are talking about the mission of the Jewish people. The mission means the purpose. I've always said that the religion of the Jewish people is not a religion, it is a mission. What does it mean? How do you spell Yehudi in Hebrew? It's spelled Yod He Vav Dalet Y. But if you replace the letter He with Ayin, it becomes Yehudi. Destiny means mission. The Jews are destined. They have a mission. So it's for a reason that the Jews are said to have a mission. We do have a mission. It's also in our name, in our second name. Because in the past, when languages were remade and changed, different writers wrote the letter He, and some wrote the letter Ayin. There are also many places where He was replaced by Aleph. In other words, this is the result of letter substitutions. And a true Jew means destiny. He has the mission. And what mission is that? According to foreign translation, an American or an English one, the original Jews are called luminaries of Israel, which means the light of Israel, or as we are told, we are the light for all nations. The Jewish people, who are actually the source of the light, came here for the purpose of saving the world. This world is hidden. It is in darkness. And the light of Israel came to illuminate this world. If there is no light, darkness will prevail. Even according to the official science, the brain is entirely made of electricity and light, and we have the ability to use only 10% of it. Why not 100%? Because 90% of it is in darkness. Darkness forces it to remain in the dark. That's why we use only 10% of our brain energy. This energy is actually the light. The Jews, the missionaries, are actually the source of energy for this world. If there are no Jews, the missionaries, there will be no world. The first Jews embarked on a mission to vivify space, to illuminate it, to expel darkness from it. Because wherever there is life, there is also light. Every home that is filled with laughter and noise is said to have life. This home is alive. It is our mission to keep the darkness away. We have a song that we sing on Hanukkah. We came to expel the darkness. That is exactly what we came to do here. That's why it is important to preserve the Jewish people, because there will be no universe without the Jewish people. Now, how can we know who a true Jew is? You are a true Jew if you spread love, if you are kind and compassionate, you do whatever is needed for the development of humankind, which includes building the creative society. Everything you do for the development of humanity, for help and prosperity, you implement the desire of the original God. That is what he wants. Do not look at the purpose of the Jews solely through the lens of religion, but rather look at it as the purpose of the people of mission. We are on a mission here. On a mission not just to wear a kippah, a beard, and side curls. So even if you were not born Jewish, and it is not written in your identity, God did not send us an ID card, did not send us papers, yet God has created us all destined. It is you who chooses whether to follow the mission He assigned to us, or switch to the other side. God did not send us an ID card, a form of vaccination certificate. God sent us a description of the soul, righteousness and purity. He sent us on a mission. We are all here on a mission. If you have chosen to fulfill the mission He assigned to you, good for you. If you choose to side with the enemy, that is your choice.
Thank you, esteemed Shimon. You have revealed interesting facts about the Jewish people. It turns out that a Jew is a man of mission before God and all mankind, one who is created to spread love and sow goodness, one who does everything for the prosperity of the world. And what is the best thing that you can do for God? It is demonstration of love towards one another, towards your neighbor. And as Aryeh Carnell said in his book, Judaism, Jewish Way of Life, God's good name is in our hands. We are God's people, the people of the Torah. Our behavior in everyday life, our relationships with others affect God's honor, affect the way other people treat Him. God has sanctified us by giving us His Torah. Now we must sanctify Him in the eyes of all mankind. A kind human attitude toward each person is one of the conditions for the prosperity of all humanity. Building the creative society begins with such attitudes. Our distinguished guest, Rabbi Mordecai Gottlieb, will tell us about the need for a new social model based on love.
These goals that you talked about integrate and align with the path of the Torah. The first thing you mentioned is called the sanctity of life in our terminology, meaning that in the eyes of Judaism, life is sacred. According to the wisdom of Kabbalah, there's no doubt that we need to establish here a way of life based on love for one another, without any deceit, any profit motive, any intermediaries or confusion. We need the connection of the religious and the secular, the right and the left, the connection of Ashkenazim and Sephardim, Jews and non-Jews. The Holy Zohar talks about this and calls it 3 lines, the right and the left. That's what we have discussed. And the middle line is their synchronization in the middle. We also see that our body has paired organs, 2 eyes and 2 ears. There are many paired organs. The right side comes from the Creator, and the left side comes from the receiving force, from the created force. We need joint work. We cannot prefer one eye over the other. So we need full joint work on all sides. Joint work is called a middle line. The solution to all these issues, including the problem of global warming, is to connect us all, like the hands and the feet of one body. And as I said before, I can't prefer my right eye over my left eye. It doesn't work that way. We're all part of the same body. In fact, all of humanity is part of one great soul. And if this is a case, we, both Jews and non-Jews, need to cooperate to learn these things and start figuring out how to implement them. This means coming to the middle line, where the middle line ensures that the power of giving is slightly greater than the power of receiving. We should receive it as well. Yet, the power of desire to give should prevail. What happens without this knowledge and without learning the Kabbalah is that the force of receiving dominates on a grain scale. And then we see that the world is being destroyed, with everyone only caring about themselves. I would like to wish everyone a brand new start, meaning to start with a clean slate.
Thank you, esteemed Rabbi Gottlieb. It was very well said that the way to solve the multiple problems and crises in our society is to unite people in one goal. This is so inspiring. In our sacred Zorah, it is said about the importance of cooperation between people regardless of their nationality and religion, that we are all different and that we complement each other. In his commentary on the Torah, the chief rabbi of the British Empire, Dr. Yosef Hertz, wrote that on the one hand, the Jews as the chosen people can be regarded as kind of a tool necessary to achieve a certain higher goal. On the other hand, revealing the magnificent qualities of this tool in the process of achieving is a goal of itself. The people of Israel has been chosen to be a light for all generations and blessing for all humankind. The chosenness of the Jewish people is not connected with the establishment of power, honor, or privilege, but with a commitment to selfless, up to self-sacrifice service to the Almighty. What a beautiful words! We can become a light for other nations if we build a creative society. Creative society, which was told by our prophets, and creative society will save everyone on the planet Earth. And this is the highest purpose of our nation. Inner need for service, every person experiences, and everyone has it in their own way.
הרב איציק סנדרוי ישתף בחוויותיו מהחיפוש הזה.
I'm Itzik Sandroy. I grew up in Israel since childhood. Today, I'm 41, and I'm a father of 9 children, and God willing, there will be more in the future. The nation of Israel, in essence, is alive and still exists. I say that the nation of Israel is alive and still exists, since it is alive and exists, so we can truly live by salvation. What is salvation? It is what is embedded in the letter Aleph. What is Aleph? It is God. Aleph is God. In Hebrew, exile, gola, is the same word as salvation, geula, but without Aleph. We take exile and add the Aleph, and then we get the word salvation. What does it mean to add the Aleph? Exactly to bring in this seed, God. This seed is our eyes and the way we look at reality. If I look positively at every Jew in the world, at every non-Jew in the world, at every human being in the world, no matter who they are, if I look at them in a positive way, I bring salvation. So, first of all, it starts with ourselves. We need to see the good in others. And when we see it ourselves and help others to see the good, we create salvation in the whole world. That is actually the process of salvation. So, Maimonides, Rambam, was actually saying that it is thanks to the angels. The children of Israel, meaning the people of Israel, are the chosen people. The Holy One, blessed be He, chose them not so that the chosen people would be occupied with their own existence, as I said at the beginning, but rather live to change the whole world. In other words, the goal of the people of Israel is ultimately to turn the whole world into a different reality. And our role, our mission in the world consists of the mission of each of us. Our mission, as they say in Hasidic, is to discover the sparks that exist everywhere. Actually, what you're saying in the Creative Society Project is a beautiful thing, is to know how to look at everyone, at all human beings in the world, because they're human beings. First and foremost, let's look at them as human beings, not judge them by their actions, by what they do, first and foremost, as human beings. When we look at a person as a human being, that is where we can start to fix everything. There's nothing that cannot be fixed. And the role of the people of Israel is not in the sense of segregation. Or we can say that the people of Israel are chosen because they truly have a great mission in this positive perspective to bring the whole world to this place. And the Holy One, blessed be He, chose the people of Israel as He made a great choice, precisely because their souls comes from the highest place that exists. Every Jew, let's take a trough as an example. You take a big trough and put many vials in it, and you pour out a bucket of water, and initially, the water fills everything all together. But then, when you pour all the water into the vials, each vial now separates the water from the rest of it. That means all the water that was initially together is now separated into many vials. What does this mean? It means that initially, the souls were together, but the Holy One, blessed be He, took the souls and divided them into many bodies, into our bodies, each one. I have my own soul, you have your soul, another person has got their soul. Now, we cannot connect together. What separates us? This glass, meaning our body, separates us. One loves this and the other loves that. One believes in this and the other in that. But what can unite us? The soul. Yes, our souls are connected. So how can we connect the souls? By destroying the body? That's not our mission in the world. Break the glass? That's not our mission. So what is our mission then? It is to elevate the soul above the body. After all, the soul is primary and the body is secondary. First of all, I would like to wish everyone, all the viewers, in general the entire people of Israel and the whole world, I want to wish you that with God's help, we will achieve salvation. We don't want to wait for tomorrow. That each and every one of us will experience personal salvation as well as universal salvation.
Thank you, Rabbi Itzik Sandroy. It was perfectly said that God chose us not just to exist as a chosen people, but to live. We must change the whole world. That is, the goal of the Israelites is ultimately to change the whole world into a different reality, which means to build the creative society. This is the ultimate goal, the highest mission of our people who follow the Torah. Right now, we see the world at the edge of an abyss. These are the very times of which we were warned in the scriptures. These are the times of Mashiach. When crisis has penetrated deeply into all areas of life, we are the people who can initiate the transformation. We are entrusted with the mission to create the kind of world in which the Mashiach will accelerate positive change. If we do not create such a world, if we do not unite, if we do not set an example of cooperation, an example of unification, of order, if we do not build the creative society, then all of us and this world will end. As long as we spend our resources, our potential on maintaining the consumerist format, we're looked upon with hatred. But we can change that. Everything is in our hands and it depends on us. If we fulfill our mission, all the nations will support us because that is what they are waiting for. We Jews must unite and unite the whole world around us because unfortunately, you cannot build creative society in Israel alone. But we're all over the world. We run the whole world. Unfortunately, we don't have much time, but we have everything to make it happen. Experience, knowledge, and motivation. We need to come together to use all of our unique potential. Our greatest treasure is our intellect, our intelligence, our experience, and our motivation. All of this must be used in order to save the people of Israel and to save the whole world. The only ones who can do it are we, ourselves. Without us, nothing will happen for sure. It is time to change the vector. Only the Jewish people have the ability to keep this world together today. This is what is called becoming a light for the peoples of the world, to set an example of unification for all, so that all of humanity becomes one, as part of one great soul, as our distinguished guest, Rabbi Mordechai Gottlieb said.
Along with being chosen, we also have a responsibility. We cannot shift this responsibility to others. We, the Jews, must create a world that will be worthy of the coming of Mashiach. Each one is waiting for his coming.
It is clear that all these years we have been waiting for him, and today we're waiting for him too. Not that we know exactly what will happen next, but we know it will be good.
What are we supposed to do for the Mashiach to come?
To be better, each person in their own place. We must be better than we are.
Are you waiting for the Mashiach?
Of course, I believe in his coming.
Do you think people are supposed to do something for him to come?
Of course. First and foremost, it is to love your neighbor as yourself. This is the most important thing. Help the poor, then he himself will come. But for this to happen, we should believe that he will come.
I think that first of all, we should be kind to each other, live a peaceful life, help and support. And then the Mashiach will come as a result of our behavior. We will always be waiting for him.
No one knows if anything needs to be done for him to come. We're just trying to be the best we can be.
What do you know about the coming of the Mashiach?
We pray every day. We hope that the Mashiach will come. We wait for him every day, and every day we hope he will come. This is what we say in our prayers at the end of the prayer. We believe that he will come, and eventually he will come. But apparently, we are not yet worthy so that he will come in this generation.
Are there any signs?
There are all kinds of signs. The Zohar says that there are several signs that the Mashiach is coming.
Are you waiting for the Mashiach?
Of course I'm waiting.
What are people supposed to do for the Mashiach to come?
Repent, of course. We need to repent in order for the Mashiach to come. We have a lot of problems in the land of Israel. Unfortunately, there are many problems.
Of course, I'm waiting for the Messiah every day and every moment.
What should be done for the Messiah to come?
Treat each other better, but the most important thing is unconditional love.
I am waiting for the Mashiach to come.
Do people have to do anything to make it happen?
I think no. I think it is a special feature of the Mashiach to come unexpectedly when people really need him at the most difficult time. We have been waiting for him, and we have been waiting for a very long time. When we really need him, we will feel it. The times will be very difficult, but I think we are already in such a difficult situation that he will come maybe in a year or two.
Are you waiting for the Mashiach?
Of course.
Do people have to do anything to make it happen?
Only unconditional love. Love one another. If we observe the Sabbath today and love one another, the Mashiach is already here.
Tell me, what are people supposed to do for him to come?
Observe the commandments and practice unconditional love. Everything that is happening now, all those who died in the terrorist attacks, they are all our brothers and sisters. All the rabbis point to unconditional love. You need to practice unconditional love regardless of what is happening in the country, regardless of whether you are right or left. You need to love one another, and then, of course, he will come. The Mashiach is already here with God's help.
Tell me, are you waiting for the Mashiach?
Of course, sure. What does it mean, are you waiting? The Mashiach is already here. He just has to reveal himself.
כפי שהראה סקר חברתי, כולם מחכים למשיח. האמונה בביאתו
As
היא...
our social survey showed, everyone is awaiting for Mashiach. And
של היהדות, אני מאמין באמונה שלמה בביאת המשיח, ואף על פי שהתמהמה עם כל
As the
זה,
12th principle of Judaism says, I believe with complete faith in the coming of Mashiach, and although he may tarry, nevertheless, I wait every day for him to come. The time of the coming of Mashiach is spoken of in Isaiah 60:22. In its time I will hasten it. At the appointment time implies a date for this event. I will fasten it means that it can happen before the appointed time. How to understand this? If they are worthy, then I'll hasten it. If not, then it will be at the appointed time. The scriptures say that Mashiach is ready to come at any time if only people wish. Whenever you want, he wants. Oh, if you would but heed his charge this day. According to the Talmud's prediction, the world has existed for 6,000 years and should have changed as early as 2 millennia ago. The Mashiach should have come as early as the 4th millennium because, as it says, the world is to exist 6,000 years. The first 2,000 years were chaos. The next 2,000 years are the period of the Torah, and the following 2,000 years are the period of the Mashiach. Through our many sins, a number of these have already passed. It is our sins, our unwillingness to live as human beings according to the commandments that have led to inequality, lies, hypocrisy, and hatred for one another flourishing in the world. Now more than ever, we realize that the world we live in is in deep crisis. There are many wars, a decline in the economy, an increase in people's diseases and fears, strife and quarrels, and society is on the brink of an abyss. This is another sign of the end times, the moral decline of all mankind. This is a time that is also considered to be the time of the coming of Mashiach, as it is said in Tractat Sanhedrin 98a. If you saw a generation whose troubles inundate it like a river, await the coming of the Mashiach. The Torah also describes the time when Mashiach will come. In the footsteps of the Mashiach, insolence will increase and honor dwindle. The vine will yield its fruit abundantly, but wine will be dear. The government will turn to heresy, and there will be none of them reproof. The meeting place of scholars will be used for immorality. Galilee will be destroyed, Kablan desolated, and the dwellers on the frontier will go about begging from place to place without anyone to take pity of them. The wisdom of the learned will generate fewer degenerate. Fearers of sin will be despised, and the truth will be lacking. Yes, youth will put old men to shame. The old will stand up in the presence of the young. A son will revile his father. A daughter will rise against her mother. We all see that what is written millennia ago is happening right now. Also, the scriptures talk about the restoration of the temple. But let's try to work it out together. Should we build the temple first and then will Mashiach come? Or will he come first and then we will build the temple? The reason for the destruction of the temple in Jerusalem and the continued exile to this day was divisions, injustice, hatred, and disunity. The sages say, every generation in which the temple is not rebuilt is like the generation in which the temple was destroyed. But which temple are we talking about? The main functions of the temple are to be the receptacles of the Shekinah and they unite the chosen people. According to the book of Rabbi Judah Loem ben Bezalel Netzach, the main functions of the temple are to be the receptacle of the Shekhinah and to unite the chosen people. The religious philosopher, theologian Nahman Krochmal referred to the Shekhinah as a pure spiritual force. In the earliest work of the Kabbalah, Sefer Bahar, translated as Book of Bright Light, the Shekhinah or Malkut is described as a princess, a daughter, a feminine principle. In Jewish encyclopedias, one can also find similar information. The Shekhinah is the female divine principle, the source of the created world and the power that sustains it. She is the guide of the divine light that preserves the entire created world. Meaning, in the original understanding, the temple is the receptacle of God, the receptacle of the source of divine light, His pure spiritual power, which both creates the world and sustains them. What should this temple be like? In Judaism, there is a view that the temple will be rebuilt by Mashiach in a miraculous way, and this temple will not be a material place, but an invisible abode of this pure creative spiritual power. It is a temple built in the heart of every person, and this is the main condition for the manifestation of the Mashiach in the world. What does it mean to have a temple in your heart? It is to live with God in love and in harmony with all people. People shouldn't fight. They should live in peace. And this is also what the scriptures say, that we should always be together and listen to the voice of God. The radiance of the Shekhinah strengthens the angels in heaven and the writers in Olam Haba. By the way, Olam Haba is the name of the world to come, which is to come after the transitional period, the Messianic era, Yemei Mashiach.
בתהליך הכנת הפורום תקשרנו עם אנשים שונים.
During our preparation for the forum, we were talking to different people. Some of them said that the Mashiach has already come. That is, these people feel that the Mashiach is in the world, but he cannot reveal himself because the conditions for him are not created. For Mashiach to reveal himself, we have to put our own house in order. All nations have to stop the enmity. Then he will rejoice and make our world even better, for he will come to all nations. It is also mentioned in the scriptures. For my house shall be called a house of prayer for all peoples. People will bless themselves with him, he, Mashiach, and he shall speak peace to the nations. The value of human life, peace, kindness, security, freedom, and the absence of any authority are the conditions we must create in our society for Mashiach to reveal himself. This will be the era of the coming of Mashiach, when everyone on the planet will find happiness, joy, prosperity in their soul. Then no one of us will wish any harm to himself or to others. In other words, when all people will have hearts and souls filled with love, gratitude, benevolence, that will be the manifestation of Mashiach in the world. The Mashiach is to come to everyone's heart, to awaken within everyone. He should not come from outside and tell us something, but awaken within us through our responsibility for ourselves and the world, through our good thoughts, words, and deeds. Mashiach must reveal himself in us through our desire to save the world, to survive and to live like to live a life worthy of a human. And as the scripture says, the year of the Mashiach will come when there will be no envy and no disputes. The ultimate liberation will apply not just to one nation, but to the entire world. The return to the promised land for all humanity will be transformation of society itself, a change in the way of life, when people themselves will create the conditions for the coming of the Mashiach, building a society of peace and prosperity, the creative society. They will welcome the guest not with wars and strife, but with unity and building a world that will make him want to stay longer and feel at home. The Mashiach will come when we, humanity, build the creative society. And when that happens, the world will be changed. The Tanakh Old Testament says that the days of the coming of Mashiach will be the era of cross-national and social positive change. And they shall beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation shall not lift the sword against nation, neither shall they learn war anymore. When you see the nations defending each other, look in the direction of Mashiach's feet. The days of Mashiach mean that the time has come to pull us out of our selfishness to the level of love for our neighbor. Mashiach, from the root masha, to pull, to attract, refers to the power that pulls man out of his selfishness, out of his desire to use everyone for his own benefit, towards a sense of oneness with all people, as one man with one heart. The times of the advent of the Golden Age are described in the Tanakh as follows. May the righteous flourish in his days. May there be an abundance of grain, and they will blossom forth from the city like the grass of the earth, and they shall neither harm. What is this chosenness, and why do our people have a special responsibility to meet the Mashiach and build a peaceful creative society? Our distinguished guest, Shimon, who has been an expert scholar of the scriptures of Judaism for over 20 years, will tell us.
I'd like to tell you something special about the conference Global Crisis, the mission of the chosen people. So, there's a secret that I've been studying for quite some time, and I want to share it with you. It has to do with the Jewish people. You should know that everything starts and ends with the Jewish people. Again, look at Judaism not as a religion, but as a mission goal. We are all here with a mission, all human beings. Many people wonder what we are doing here, why we exist here. We are all here with a mission. We are all sent here to revive the universe, to illuminate it, and to sustain life in it, because that's what the Creator gave rise to. It is our mission to sustain life here and keep it going. We are in a very difficult period right now, a period that has seen a lot of turmoil, a lot of hardship. Many people whose belief systems have been undermined are starting to lose the line between reality and imagination, beginning to lose ground beneath their feet. What happened? 3.5 years ago, before the coronavirus, everything used to be stable here. Everything was running its course. And suddenly, everything changed and turned upside down. So what really happened? We are in the time of the arrival of the Mashiach. The period of the manifestation of the Mashiach spans over several years. I don't know exactly how many, but from the information I have, it is 7 years. And during that time, the whole world, and especially the Jewish people, will go through upheaval and move from place to place. We will literally turn around 180 degrees. Whatever we think is good will seem bad to us, and vice versa. As the verse says, Woe to those who put darkness for light and call good evil. Everything has turned 180 degrees. Our belief system is changing. We no longer know what is true and what is not. Many people ask questions and have no answers. They live in anxiety, the level of which has risen. Pressure has risen. Nerves are frayed. Things are getting worse. We don't know where we are going. Everything is in the hands of the Mashiach. It's going to be a period of upheaval for 7 years. And we can easily understand this since our ancestors already told us about the unfolding events. The symbol of the Mashiach is the crown, La Corona in Spanish. It's already been 3.5 years of the Corona, meaning we have already lived 3.5 years of the Corona and of the times of the Mashiach, and we still have another 3.5 years to go. So, as you may know, the world is not going in a positive direction. Everything is going in a negative direction. Everything is intensifying. Everything is aggravating and gaining momentum. Everything is getting worse. And it is time for the creative society to stop these confrontations, to stop this darkness, to unite and connect the light between everybody. Otherwise, this world will cease to exist. I would say that now, if not yesterday, is the right time to unite. And I believe that the Creative Society Project is establishing the exact conditions to do so. Another very important thing for the Creative Society is the unification of the Jewish people. And as you may have noticed, the abbreviation of the Creative Society is Chet and Yod, equaling High. High is a symbol of the Jewish people and one of the names of God, which means the way of the Creative Society is right and pure, and has one goal, to bring everyone together. Unite everyone and the Jewish people, which is really everyone. Everyone is called. I repeat, everyone is called. Judaism is not a religion, it is a mission. We are all here with a mission. Every living thing, every human being is important. So it is forbidden to commit suicide. It is forbidden to take away life. God doesn't create for no reason. And the further we distance ourselves from Him, the more we serve the darkness. What father would want his children to separate, much less kill each other? Every father and mother would want their children to be united and together. We also learned during the pandemic that estrangement brings about bad, negative things. It's time to unite. So, you ask yourself, okay, we got it, but what do? We have understood that there is an original creator. We have understood that it's time for darkness to go away. We have understood that we need to unite. So what do? There is a saying in Judaism that says, turn away from evil and do good. This sentence consists of 2 tasks. One task is, first and foremost, turn away from evil. Do no evil, harm no one, curse no one, even at the level of energy. Start with turning away from evil. Don't do evil. Be honest with the light. But that's not enough. You also have to do good. You have to do good deeds. It's not enough to sit on the sidelines and think that if I don't do bad things, then all is well. Because as soon as you don't move, you let the darkness integrate and take over. And at some point, it will come to you as well. Whether you want it or not, you can't be idle. You have to be active in doing good. That's our goal as the Creative Society. This is what we begin to do, getting involved and increasing the light. And that is how we will move forward.
Thank you very much, Shimon. It is very interesting to know that the acronym CO, in Russian meaning Creative Society, is an important word for our people and has many meanings. It is one of the names of God, life, living community, and the 8 pillars. And this is very symbolic. You also said important words, We are all here with a mission. Every living being, every human being is important, and that mission is to sustain life here and keep it going. And for that, we need to unite and act. Now is the time to do that, and the Jewish people must be an example of such unity. They are to help Mashiach change the rest of the world at the end of days, to be an example to all the other nations. And this is what the ancient sages said. So, for example, in Isaiah 49 book 6, the Lord says, I will make you a light of nations, so that my salvation shall be until the end of the earth. We are now living in very difficult times, times of crossroads. And at the same time, these times are blessed because we are the ones who are honored to meet Mashiach. We only need to fulfill the precepts of our prophets, to fulfill our mission, to transform our world, to build a creative society. The end times has come. Jews feel that Mashiach is in the world and talk about it with one another, share this news, sing songs about it. We do this because we know that with the coming of Mashiach, we have a chance for a new age and a new world. And if we build this world, the world of love, unity, and creation, we will pave the way for Mashiach, and he will reveal himself. Our distinguished guest, Rabbi Itzik Sandroy, gave us an invaluable gift. He gave us a song about Mashiach and our responsibility to him.
Music is something that exists in every human being in the world. We just need to know how to listen to the strings and sounds in our environment. And if we are already talking about salvation, then salvation is truly a great sound, a sound of positivity and singing. We see Moses and Miriam singing after they crossed the sea. This poetry is a new song that leads us to salvation. I live for music. I love music. And I write, create, and play it. The Revelation of the End Times is a song written at a very difficult period of my life. I mean, my youth, when I was 17 or 18 years old. At that age, this song, the idea of the song began to take shape in my mind. In fact, all this time, I've been observing and feeling an inner desire to bring salvation to the world, and to be, if not that very person, then at least part of those people who lead the world to the better, healthier place, with more positive relationships between each other, with unity, love, peace, and bringing the divine feeling into the world, something that we lack so much, and which is embedded in everything and everyone. And this is by providence of the Creator, and there's nothing accidental. And this song, the Revelation of the End Days, tells a story of what will happen at the time of salvation, why it is so enjoyable, so good, and why it is something we always need. And in this very video, I showed my life journey, which is essentially about getting everyone together and bringing them to this place. It's impossible to go there alone. So we need to find out how to gather everyone and come there all together. And that's the beauty of the song in this process. I want to present to you as a gift so that we all see this revelation and have a desire for it, and so that we have hope to reach better times, and so that with the help of God, we become more united and healthier.
ילד משתובב צחוק על פניו, אמא עומדת בצד ושומרת עליו, ירוק פורח מרחבים של שמחה, מרחבים של אור, של התחלה חדשה. חזון אחרית הימים, שלום ואהבת חינם בין כל העמים. כך ייראה בעזרת שוכן מרומים, חזון אחרית הימים. גוי אל גוי לא יישא עוד חרב, גוי אל גוי לא מלמד עוד מלחמה. אין איבה, אין שנאה, יש רק שמחה ואהבה, כי הנה משיח בא. חזון אחרית הימים, שלום ואהבת חינם בין כל העמים. כך ייראה בעזרת שוכן מרומים, חזון אחרית הימים. חזון אחרית הימים. בית המקדש נוצץ, צופה על ישראל כאילו, מכריז ואומר קדימה אחי. מגיע גואל, לווים בשירתם, כהנים ועד הרם, כל המתים קמים, קמים מקברם, גאולה באה לעולם. חזון אחרית הימים, שלום ואהבת חינם בין כל העמים. העמים כך ייראה בעזרת שוכן מרומים, חזון אחרית הימים. חזון אחרית הימים.
אנו מביאים תודתנו העמוקה לכבוד הרב איציק סנדרוי.
We express our deep gratitude to the esteemed Itzik Sandroy for the touching song. Thank you so much for the wise words and the bright message of this song. I'm sure that all who are watching this conference now and listening to your song will be filled with confidence and inspiration to act. Yes, together we can truly build a creative society, thereby paving the way for Mashiach. This song captures the essence of the hope of salvation, of a future beautiful world that Mashiach will come. We express the deepest gratitude to our distinguished guest for such a beautiful gift. And now we want to present to you the eye-opening message of a man who wanted to voice the truth. Unfortunately, due to his official position, he decided to speak incognito. He gave us an interview. It is pre-recorded. We have no doubts that this man is telling the truth, because in a conversation before the interview, he hinted at the structures where he works and shared what only a person who works there can know. His words deserve your attention.
Greetings. Please pardon my anonymity, a precaution I have to take due to the work I do. In the line of duty, I interact with the power players of the global financial world, including their high-ranking representatives, and I am compelled to remain incognito. I was brought here by your forum, Global Crisis. There is a way out. I carefully watched and analyzed it. I was particularly intrigued by the solution you proposed for the serious climate threat that humanity is facing today. Honestly, for the first time in a long while, I felt hopeful that we can address this issue. Your mathematical model projecting climate catastrophes until 2036 certainly presents a worrisome reality of the present day. And perhaps you believe that people are unaware of this. But in reality, that's not the case. Those who need to know are well aware and preparing for it. Throughout my career, I've been working for the global elite who control all the economic processes on the planet. These are incredibly intelligent individuals capable of managing macroeconomic processes. Despite being involved in designing the world's economic processes, to these people, I'm just a clerk or a regular executive. I often attend their meetings, and over the past year, I have noticed a growing pessimism in their assessment of the global economic prospects. I'm not in a position to make definitive statements about the awareness of political leaders regarding ongoing processes. However, I can confidently assert that the financial elite has no illusions about the imminent economic downfall and anticipates the collapse of the global financial system by 2030. Within these circles, there is a clear understanding that by 2030, conventional forms of currency will lose their functionality and value. Traditional financial assets, such as investments, stocks, and even precious metals will become essentially worthless. A total collapse of the banking system is predicted. My responsibilities include working with financial documentation on an international level, and unfortunately, I can confirm that current financial models and strategies are not being developed for decades as they were before, but rather with a focus not later than 2030. And thank God, we still have time before that. The top financial elite fully understands that our planet is on the brink of destruction and is already abandoning long-term plans for bunker construction, despite actively investing in such projects just a year ago. Over the past year, bunker construction has been put on hold. There are no options to leave the planet either, despite the fact that money, as you may understand, poses no problem for people within their circle. They can clearly see that the current level of technological development will not allow them to leave Earth. Today, instead of bunker construction, they're occupied with something else. Take note of how prominent financiers have been rarely seen leaving synagogues lately. Many of them have suddenly become deeply religious and actively visit sacred places. What is the reason behind such behavior? The answer is simple. They know and fully comprehend the real magnitude and catastrophic nature of the current situation. It's true, they don't inform people. Indeed, they don't. But why? When there's no understanding that there are real alternatives, what good does such information serve? If I hadn't learned about the creative society, that there is a way out, I wouldn't be having this conversation with you today. I was in an extremely oppressed state until I came across your forum. Honestly, it has been very inspiring for me. I even tried to share this information with one of the representatives of the highest financial circles to show him your forum. But he declined, saying, "Oh, 12 hours. Where can I find the time for that? Then, of course, I tried to briefly explain the essence of the matter to him, to which he replied, I'm glad that there are still intelligent people in this world who understand reality, but unfortunately, they're too naive because they don't even comprehend the scale of the approaching disasters. What can we do against these catastrophes? How can we stop them? Humanity doesn't have the means to do so. That is why we won't have time to do anything. They simply don't understand the magnitude of the impending disasters. You see, they're not particularly interested in listening. They're not interested in other people's opinions. Moreover, their mentality shapes an approach where they rely solely on themselves without expecting help or counting on others. Other people simply don't fit into their frame of reference. Nevertheless, I'm confident that we still have a chance to succeed. With God's help, we can overcome the challenges ahead, but we can only do it together as united humanity. The question is not about who or what is hindering us. The question lies within ourselves, within people. As I said, representatives of the financial elite perceive the entire situation through their own prism of perception, based on their familiar thinking paradigms. They overlook the potential that each of us as individuals possesses. Why? Because to them, we simply don't exist. In reality, they don't even consider us as full-fledged human beings. They never take our intellectual capabilities seriously. As an example, I hold several degrees and titles, but in their eyes, I am at best an ordinary assistant and perhaps even comparable to a character from your movie, The Idiot. Everyone is entitled to their own opinion. However, today, they realize that bunker construction is futile, and instead, they dedicate their time to visiting synagogues, holy places, and the like. They have simply given up on themselves and humanity, accepting the impending catastrophe as inevitable. Contrary to this, I am convinced that the current situation can be changed. You are absolutely right. Only people are capable of overcoming this, and now it truly depends on each and every one of us. Remember the lines from Deuteronomy, Mishneh Torah. I have set before you life and death, blessing and curse. Choose life so that you and your descendants may live. God Himself implored us to choose life, which means we can do it. We can come together and choose life, and thus create a creative society. Let us recall what was said in the Holy Scripture, that peace and salvation can only come through the Jewish people. Therefore, all my hope lies in my people and our ability to unite. Of course, to the best of my abilities, I also try to inform my acquaintances. However, as you understand, due to my professional situation, I cannot actively and openly engage in this. I am aware of the seriousness and importance of the situation, but providing for my family remains a priority, which limits my ability to speak openly about it. Nonetheless, I do everything within my power to spread the word and inform people. I sincerely believe that building a creative society is possible and attainable. May we have even more strength. Best of luck.
Thank you very much, esteemed speaker, for revealing the truth, which not many people dare to voice today. This is truly shocking information. We have now heard that neither the global elite nor the financial elite are able to save humanity from the climate catastrophe. They are powerless. The fact that the highest financial circles are expecting a complete collapse of the economic system by 2030 unfortunately confirms that climate catastrophes are growing exponentially, and that by 2030, life on the Earth will be unbearable. The climate report presented at the forum, Global Crisis, Our Survival is in Unity, provided an economic forecast based on a mathematical model that takes into account the increasing progression of climate catastrophes. And according to this prediction, a complete collapse of the financial system will have occurred by the year 2027 and the end of all life on the earth in 2036. The fact that the financial elite are aware of this information and their figures are close to ours is supposed to be reassuring. But as we heard from the speech of our esteemed speaker, the situation is unfortunately the opposite. They receive only pessimistic forecasts, which do not include any variance of solution. And how can they know about the solutions if they hear reports from those who cannot do anything themselves? So, although those at the top are fully aware of the monstrous threat to all life on Earth, they see no way out. It is ridiculous that those of lower rank continue to build bunkers, discussing financial prospects and hoping for some kind of rescue, not realizing the real scale of the upcoming disaster, while their masters have already frozen all shelter and bunker projects. The higher elites are no longer hopeful because they know better than anyone else the state of our modern science. They see how science is divided. There is no unified potential, there is no motivation, and under such conditions, it is impossible to achieve a scientific breakthrough that we now need to address the climate threat. So those representatives of the upper echelons believe that they, like the rest of humanity, are doomed. And the worst thing is they do not believe in ordinary people and their abilities, and do not know about the way there is a way out.
Of course, and they will not know. Try to get through to them, and even if you manage to get through, you have a maximum of 5 minutes of their attention. Try to explain within just 5 minutes the entire concept of the true way out, which was discussed in detail at the Global Crisis Forums. That's what our much respected speaker, whom we've just heard, tried to do. And he was confronted with the fact they do not want to listen. The elites have their own mindsets. They are too busy to listen to our solutions. And do you know what the paradox is? Those very people who have enormous resources and influence, free access to all the world's mass media, and they have the ability to unite all of humanity in a matter of seconds. They can accelerate construction of the creative society and thus unfold the scientific potential that will help eliminate this threat looming over our planet and over our lives. However, they show no desire to do that. Although it is difficult for us people to unite on our own. Why? Because we simply do not want to hear and listen to each other, to understand and accept each other, because we have been divided for 6,000 years. As a result, we are losing precious time. And it turns out that if we leave things as they are, the entire world will cease to exist. There will be no future either for us or for our children.
Just think about it. Why are we not uniting? Simply because someone at the top is not familiar with this information and doesn't want to get acquainted with it, because it requires 12 hours to watch the forum and then spend time analyzing and thinking over the information. You see, it is too long for them. It turns out it is easier for them to lose their lives and hundreds of years of potential life in a young body than to watch a 12-hour forum and that talks about the real way out. After all, in the creative society, thanks to the regeneration capsule technology, everyone will be able to rejuvenate their bodies and extend their lives up to at least 1,500 years. 1,500 years! It is realistic. It is not a fantasy. It is possible with the new technologies that will be available in the creative society. And today, in the consumer's format, even this elite doesn't have access to the technology of true rejuvenation. No matter how much money they have now, they cannot extend their lives up to 1,500 years or make their bodies perfectly beautiful and young, no matter how much they desire it. While in the creative society, it will be possible. And most importantly, we will have the opportunity to save our lives, the lives of our loved ones, and the life of all humanity. Think about it. What we are choosing between a beautiful world of creation which provides us with everything, and a world of devastation where everyone will fight for themselves until the bitter end. The closer we get to the end and see the global nature and settlement of this situation, the more everyone will try to move somewhere else, to flee, just to live for a week longer. That's why they distract us the best they can from the real problems with the climate, from the fact that climate disasters are skyrocketing in number and power across the planet. Look at what is happening in the world right now. Various distractions such as pandemics, financial crisis, and wars are being forced on us so that people don't think about anything. And this will continue until we are all eaten up by the climate Cerberus. Why are they distracting us? To keep the crowd in the dark, so that people don't start rioting. This cannot be allowed to happen, because if people really understand what's happening to the climate, what will happen then? People will run from one place on the planet to another in billions, pushed by dreadful climate cataclysms. One can only imagine the level of panic and chaos that will ensue. Everyone will try to prolong at least one day of their existence, but it will already be pointless running around. Basically, we can conclude that the more serious the climate situation becomes, the clearer and more apparent that this is the end, the more the elite will rise the level of absurdity, which they'll try to use as a cover-up. Idiocy and madness, pedophilia, cannibalism, divisions and confrontations. All this is already being artificially introduced by the elite, just to keep people busy with something else instead of looking around and seeing the climate disasters already occurring worldwide and the terrifying rate at which they are escalating.
And yet, we can live differently. What wonderful prospects of life were shown at the forum, Global Crisis, There is a Way Out, and we have discussed them today. Among them, this is Regeneration Capsule, a replicator, a world without wars, and where everyone feels financially and physically secure, where every person is provided with all benefits. And we can live like that. All we have to do is to unite and build the creative society. The quickest way to do this would be through social media. But as we have seen today, neither the elite nor the world media will help us, because these media don't publish anything without a blessing from the top. They can only say what they are commanded to say. Therefore, we have to use other methods. Since we cannot rely on those at the top, the only ones we can rely on, are ourselves, are clever and brilliant people. This is our way out. It is us. Our people are the way out. And it is paradoxical that we don't see it. We kind of ask God for help. It comes, but we ignore it. It reminds me of a joke when a man was drowning and asked God for help, and God sent him a boat 3 times. But the man refused 3 times, saying, God will save me. He ended up drowning, and when he arrived at heaven, he asked God, why didn't you save me? God replied, I sent you a boat 3 times. And today, the situation in the whole world resembles this joke. We are our salvation boat. In fact, we have to be honest. If our nation does not understand and doesn't support the creative society, then it's the end for all of us, because others cannot do it without us. Let's look at it honestly. Representatives of our great nation, the Jewish people, are present everywhere in the world today, holding many leadership positions, key positions, if not the leaders of countries. Then they are close to them as advisors, diplomats, and scientists. And we are all endowed with talents, insightful minds, unique organizational skills, and more importantly, a special sense of chosenness and unity. We are the smartest nation on the planet, and we have the opportunity to unite the world around us and to build the creative society. If we don't engage in making these changes, they won't happen. It is our responsibility to reach out to all people, and it is up to us to think about how to do it. Then we will truly become heroes. We will become a nation of heroes for all humanity. We can do it. We just have to be responsible. If the world is in our hands, we must be responsible for it. Don't wait for Mashiach to come and save us all. Mashiach has come to our heads, to everyone's mind. Mashiach have to wake up in each of us. It is our striving to live and our responsibility. Today, we appeal as Jewish people to Jewish people, to those who have intelligence and understanding. Let's act. What is happening to our planet today already concerns everyone. And we have something to change for, a world that is coming to its end, for the wonderful world of the creative society, where we will be able to cure any disease, including genetic diseases, and prolong our lives in a young body up to at least 1500 years. Yes, in the creative society, we will not have the power of few individuals. Instead, we will have life. No one will take our religion away from us. Actually, there will be no power in any scenario. Either the climate Cerberus will destroy us, destroy everyone, and then there will be no power. Or there will be no power because together we will build another format of society where everyone will embody the power. The creative society is the only opportunity to come together and really save this world. It is a chance that should not be missed. And now, the main idea and the main question for us is to find ways to reach out to people. After all, we are the Jews, the smartest people. We have all the skills, abilities, and networks to make this come true. If we don't solve the task of uniting the whole world, no one will. Our people are everywhere. The entire scientific world is infused with our nation. Everyone knows that, and it is time to act. Our intellect, our talents, our abilities allow us to find unique solutions which no one else can come up with. We need to come up with what we can do. And it's worth it, because we have what to lose. Let's recall what we can gain in the creative society: a comfortable life in wealth and security, health and youth for 1500 years. And this is not a fairy tale. Research in the field of the life extension for humans is already actively underway, and there are numerous developments. It is important to understand that technologies allowing to prolong human life to 1500 years can be implemented only in the creative society. Why would these technologies can be impossible to implement in the consumerist format? The first reason is overpopulation. In the consumerist format of society, the elites are fighting overpopulation not because Earth cannot sustain a large number of people, but because they cannot control a large population. The problem lies not in resources or ecology, but in the complexity of control. Under the current consumer system, effective control is possible over a maximum of 1 billion, or preferably 500 million people. With 8 billion people, chaos is already evident, and when the population reaches 10, 12 billion, it is completely spiral out of control. You understand this perfectly well. It's elementary mathematics. And that time is not far off. Imagine if people started living for 1500 years in the consumeristic format. What would be the result? That is why there is a strict control, and everything possible is being done to reduce the population. Even 15 billion people will not be enough in the creative society because of a different social organization structure based on self-governance. Moreover, human life is one of the highest value in the creative society. Therefore, in the creative society, all conditions will be established to protect and preserve life, to improve its quality, and to extend its duration. Only in the creative society we will be able to implement what God bequeaths to us. Be fruitful and multiply. Nowadays, the elites are trying to prolong their lives and youth in any possible way, such as transfusing the blood of kids, teenagers, and so on. However, this won't help them. None of the technologies in the consumerist format is able to prolong life up to 1500 years, especially taking into account the climate danger. Whereas in the creative society, there will be technology allowing you to make your body young again and live at least 1,500 years. This is the regeneration capsule. It's totally safe and is built on the principles of beyond quantum physics. This may sound as science fiction, but it is a reality, and we can see indication of that in our scriptures. In the book of Isaiah, 35th chapter, then the eyes of the blind shall be opened, and the ears of the deaf shall be unstopped. A multitude of highly useful technologies, which are currently classified because they are not beneficial for the consumerist format of society, will be available for everyone in the creative society. We appeal to you, our brothers and sisters, our great and magnificent Jewish people. We have something to change for. We all need the creative society. And our prophets called upon us to make this a reality. They said that we are the ones who will be able to make it happen. In the book of Isaiah, chapter 2, it is stated, "And it shall be at the end of the end days that the mountain of the Lord's house shall be firmly established at the top of the mountains, and it shall be raised above the hill, and all the nations shall stream to it. And many people shall go, and they shall say, Come, let us go up to the Lord's mount, to the house of the God of Jacob, and let him teach us of his ways. We must heed our prophets and our inner Mashiach and start taking action. The Mashiach is within each of us, and he needs to awaken in every person. It is our conscious responsibility and striving for life. As our esteemed speaker from the financial sphere said, we have less than 10 years to change everything. This time is enough for us to unite people. The only question is whether we, as a nation, will understand the full responsibility placed upon us. Let's take an honest look at what is happening today. Even our close-knit nation is fragmented. Everything is divided by clans. Those in power have become blindfolded, sitting in the synagogues, having given up on everyone, including themselves, even though they could unite people. Will anything change from our speeches? Will people listen? We understand if current leaders were saying what we are saying now, then people would listen. But will they hear us? Now it depends on each of us to have ourselves heard. We want to appeal as Jewish people to Jewish people. Family, let's do our best to let everyone know about the creative society so that everyone will learn about the wonderful world promised to us by God. Who, if not us, is destined to become the stronghold of this new world, the creative society, and unite the entire humanity around us?
Today's conference is dedicated to the mission of the Jewish people, their wisdom and talents. Women have always had a special place in Jewish tradition. It is to the woman that God gave the right to be the conductor of life into this world. It is with her that the Jewish people began. Jewish women light the Shabbat candles as a symbol of love, light, goodness, and the beginning of the holiday. In Jewish tradition, men appreciate women's wisdom. Throughout the history of the Jewish people, it is to their mother and wife that they come for advice. The Jewish people, along with the male prophets, had 7 female prophetesses: Sarah, Miriam, Deborah, Hannah, Abigail, Huldah, and Esther. As told in the Talmud, Tractate Megillah 14a, and Mordecai ordered to reply to Esther, "Do not imagine to yourself that you will escape in the king's house from among all the Jews. For if you remain silent at this time, relief and rescue will arise for the Jews from elsewhere, and you and your father's household will perish. And who knows whether at a time like this you will attain the kingdom." This proves that women have a significant place in the life of the Jewish people. A worthy example of this is Queen Esther, the mother of the Jewish people. It was because she was not afraid to speak up about the danger she was able to save the entire nation of Israel. Queen Esther did this, but again, what did she do? She began to speak. And this is an example of what each of us should do now. We have to start talking to everyone, anywhere and everywhere about the fact that the climate Cerberus wants to destroy us and our children. We must raise the alarm, announce to everyone that we do not want to die. We do not want our children to die. And every mother. In our hearts, there is a place for all peoples, because we are the ones with whom this world begins. Every mother dreams of the best future for her children. Today, we, mothers, work on a part with men only to provide our children with the best. We pay for expensive education, we pamper them with gifts, we save up money to buy an apartment for them so that they have a happy future. But what is it all for? What are we wasting our time and energy on if tomorrow may not come to us and our children because of the climate Cerberus? It is no coincidence that today's conference was initiated by Jewish mothers, because every Jewish woman is first of all a mother, and not only for her children, but a mother for the whole world in the broadest sense of the word. Who, if not we, women, mothers, can raise the whole nation? And now we see that all of us, and therefore our children, are in danger. In our world today, there seems to be a lack of a feminine touch, a feminine spirit that can unite everyone into a friendly family. After all, women by their nature strive for integrity and order. More than once, the survival of an entire nation happened precisely thanks to a woman, thanks to her wisdom and ability to master the world. And now, it is a question of survival of our people and all of humanity. The creative society is a format of life that is native to the Jewish people. Just as Queen Esther gained the power of speech when she began to speak in defense of her people, so we must begin to speak in the defense of all humanity. We do not know which Jewish woman's words will save the world, but I wish it were all Jewish women. After all, our future depends only on our decisive actions. Mothers of Israel, now it's up to each and every one of us.
At the conclusion of our conference, we would like to say that what people have dreamed of has long ago been reflected in all the scriptures of the world. In all religions, there have remained grains of knowledge that the creative society is the only way to save ourselves and all of humanity. Whether it's Islam, Christianity, or other religions, these grains are presented everywhere, because this is the essence and the foundation. Much have changed, but in all religions there remained knowledge of how we should live, of our relationship with each other, and of the society we must build. Creative society is the only option for everyone to survive. Otherwise, there will be no one left. But whether we will accomplish this or not, whether we will build a creative society or not, depends on us. As it was said in the chapter 30 of Tanakh, you shall choose life, so that you and your offspring will live, to love the Lord your God, to listen to His voice and to cleave to Him, for that is your life and the length of your days. God offers us a choice. Let us choose the creative society and we will be all saved, because if there is no creative society, there will be no one left at all. How many grains of truth have been preserved? Today, we have heard how many of them have remained in our scriptures about the kind of society we should have, the relationship that should be between us, and clear instructions of how we should act. We either choose one path or the other. There is no third option. Either we start living as a civilization or we all perish. People of Israel, we all want to survive and live. Let's do everything possible and even the impossible to tell everyone about the creative society and build a world worthy of the advent of Mashiach himself. We are the Jewish people. We are the ones who can and must make this happen. We must be the light for the nations. We were chosen for this.